race your day. Race your daydreams, where the beat at your feet starts your pulse racing, where your split-second gear changes create a slowing of time. The all-new rally-bred GR Yaris. Race your heartbeat.
When was the last time you came out to play? Had a fun night out? Or had a vacation out of town? Good news! With a Toyota, you don't have to worry about a thing. With innovative services, reliable vehicles, and thoughtful technologies, it's easier to brave the new world with confidence. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
It feels good to drive. That's everything. That is the essence of the Supra.
The history of Supra development is the pursuit of driving pleasure, created by the relationship between driver and car. The history begins in 1978. Torque that builds according to throttle input and smooth, powerful acceleration. Linear cornering meets steering input, the joy of control. heightened and sophisticated ability to perform as envisioned under any situation. Sense the feedback and control the car at will. It's as if driver and car become one. The car that's pursued driving pleasure now pushes the relationship between driver and car even further. The Supra has continued to master driving pleasure and now looks to deepen the relationship between driver and car even more.
It's not about numbers. It's the pleasure of becoming one with the car. That's what we're pursuing. That's the most important part of the new Supra development.
The G's, tire grip, wind, and road conditions changing by the second. The feeling of driving with your senses. Vehicle response that awakens the driving spirit. Numbers are one thing. Feeling is what matters. A car where driver and car resonate towards a world defined by driving pleasure.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With readily available Toyota genuine parts, highly trained technicians, and 1-hour express maintenance, it's easy to relax and have more time for yourself. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being, your doubts, your fears, your limits, against the very nature of things, against even Mother Nature herself. Ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, push, push. To the extremes. To race, race, race. Where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition, so you too can race yours.
This is how easy it feels with Toyota Sure Advantage. All Toyota cars are made with the utmost attention to quality, which makes Toyotas not only durable, but also reliable. Safe to say, it's easy to make your car last for generations. Take it easy, it's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
morning and welcome to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. And now please welcome your hosts, Aubrey Miles and James Deacon.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Clark International Speedway for the third and final leg of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup of 2021. I'm James Deacon, taking you through the entire program. With me today is
Aubrey Miles. Hello, good morning, James.
I didn't forget your name, don't worry.
It's great to be back, and here's hoping that we're blessed with a pleasant race, whether this leg too. We got a few more minutes before we officially start the race, so please invite your friends and let them in on this awesome event. Thank you, Toyota Motor Philippines. This pandemic definitely won't stop Toyota from bringing the excitement of racing closer to us through this live online stream. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's super exciting to have fans live on the stadium cheering and rallying up their favorites. But the heck, we all have to keep on at some point, right?
Absolutely. You know, life does go on. You know, the show must go on. And, well, we will try to make it as fantastic and as safe for you as possible. I think the safest way is through this virtual, I guess, event that you are all invited to. And the great thing about this is you can get the gear-to-gear action broadcast to you every step of the way. You won't miss a thing because you have the best seat in the house right now. I mean, sad that we can't have them with us. It's sad that we can't be all together smelling the same fumes and hearing all the same things. But you know what? In this new world that we're in right now, there's also some advantages as well to having this digital format. And so before we dive into this third and final leg of this season, let's just give you a short recap of leg number 2. So it was a pretty exciting event. Very exciting event, yes, actually. Very. And this is what happened last time. We're checking out the
video.
Oh, the video. Okay. Oh, we don't have the video, unfortunately. But here's basically what we're looking at in the promotional class. For example, we have Giro Garbus.
Yeah.
Is in 80. He's in the top of the sheets right now with 81 points. So he's leading the promotional class. And then you got Myla Alivia, who's in second place. This is great stuff for the girls in the event because they're really holding their own and they're beating most of the boys, right? Who else you got there in your sheet? Because I've got Julia de los Angeles in the promotional class sitting at third, and then it's your very own
Troy Montero. Wow.
Now, just for those who are just joining us for the first time, Troy Montero was before in the celebrity class, has been bumped up into the promotional class. So a fourth place here is as good as a first place in celebrity class. And he's already inching his way into the podium. I think he got a podium yesterday.
He's very happy, yes. He said, you know what, I feel it. This is it. You know, this is my final week best race. I need to do this. You know, he's very serious. He's not taking this as a celebrity driver that we always look at, like, you know, but for him, it's like, I think I can do this.
As he should, because he's no longer a celebrity driver. He just happens to be a race car driver that happens to be a celebrity, but he's not a celebrity driver in the way that he's out there in open water, so to speak, swimming with the sharks, if you want to use that analogy, because he's out there with the big boys and girls who are doing this professionally, and this is just a sign of things to come. Let's move on now to the sporting class. And once again, for the benefit of those who are just watching us for the first few times, we do divide it up into several classes. This is obviously to give people more chances to move up a ladder. We have Inigo Anton, who had a spectacular race last leg, and he's now leading the championship at 107 points. He's got a clear lead against Julian Tang at 89 and Jacob Ang. But, Aubrey, we're heading into round number 3, which is the final leg, which has double points.
Yes, the double points. So
this changes everything.
I know. So this one will actually, from promotional, if you're the 15 points, you have the 30, then they'll add.
Absolutely. So we normally give 25 points for a win. And what happens if you win this time, you get 50 points. So this changes everything because people like Inigo Anton, who had a brilliant last leg, and he won 2 of the races, and he, I think, podiumed once as well, bringing his total up to 107 points. You can see how just one win right now from Julian Tang will flip that.
Yes.
So he's really got to make sure that he continues. Now, also in the super sporting class, we have the, let me mention that the 3 races of the last leg of the season.
Race 7 concluded yesterday. Race 8 and 9 happening today will be double points.
Absolutely. So these double points are so important because you have like Gerard Loy, who's leading in the super sporting class from last round. He's now sitting on 90 points, but again, we're going to double the points. So 82 is Estefano Rivera. You can see just how close this is. This is just one spot between them. So basically, whoever crosses the line first, so to speak, will win the championship. Obviously, there's still 2 races to go, but this is how close it is. So you cannot blink during this entire day because it's anyone's game right now.
So if Gerard Loy gets on the first, and for example, Stefano gets on the third, so Stefano's still up in the points, right?
Okay, so let's take an example for Gerard Loy is at 90 points, and then Estefano Rivera is at 82. So that's the standings right now. If Estefano wins or gets ahead of Gerard Loy, he's automatically ahead in the championship because we're giving double points. So he would get 50 points, and the next spot would be, I think, if my math is correct, 36 points for Gerard. So you can see that just that gap of, I'm doing math on the fly here, 14 points, did I get that right? Is enough to already put him ahead. So without getting too technical about the math, what you need to watch out for is this is anybody's game, is what we're saying. So you cannot blink because nobody can just sit back and go, I've got this in the bag. All classes, everybody has to watch their back because they can lose the championship here.
I can't imagine what they're thinking right now. The first race now today and the second race, they'll be like, you know what? There's no waiting. There's no, I'll be better in the second race.
No, not at all.
You gotta do it in this morning and later afternoon.
And if you remember from last time, we were talking about how strategies play out are very important here because you're thinking now about terms of things like extra weight that you carry when you win a race. We've experienced that with Inigo Anton. He had to carry 60 kilograms in his car because he won the previous races, and this is one of the things that people have to strategize about, because if, let's say, you won the race, the previous race, and then you carry all that weight into a double point race, you can see how sometimes they would rather maybe sacrifice the race before so that they carry less weight coming into a race that has double points.
It's a strategy.
It's a lot of strategy.
But it's a good thing. It's like a teamwork strategy. And of course, Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021, a celebration of the Vios and driving excellence, is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, the official fuel partner, supported by Motul, of course, and other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Twazen Racing, and Rota, and also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy Philippines. Join and follow Toyota Motor Philippines official social media sites and never miss out on the exciting events of Toyota. Don't forget Facebook.com/Toyota Gazoo Racing PH and Instagram.com/Toyota Gazoo Racing PH. And of course, we would love to check out your posts about this race, so please let us in your thoughts by using the hashtag. Don't forget hashtag TGR Vios Cup 2021 hashtag, of course.
All right, so we have our, let's take a look. Do we have video of our race 7?
Yes, we have the race 7.
Okay.
It happened yesterday, and from promotional class, we have Troy Montero, number 6.
Uy.
I know.
Try not to get kilig when you say that.
Me too. Second, of course, Jason Lau, number 66. And of course, first is Giro Garbes, number 21.
All right, let's move into the sporting class and see what happened in race number 7. And that was Daryl Garbes. The Garbes brothers are having a good run, aren't they?
I know.
Double podium finish. And then Inigo Anton in second place. Pretty interesting because now Inigo will Inigo will remove a little weight from his car because he was previously first place before. Second place means he gets to remove a little. He was already carrying maximum weight. And then in first place, this is great news, Jacob Ang.
Jason Ang. Yeah.
Jacob Ang in first place. That's a really good result for Jacob from the Eagle Cement team. And congratulations to Jason. Let's move on to Super Sporting class for race number 7, which happened yesterday.
Yes, for sporting class, the third place is Red Diwa. Second place, of course, Stefano Rivera. And the first place is Poland Dumlao, of course.
Poland Dumlao. It's the return of the comeback with
I
Poland
know.
Dumlao. Awesome job there from Poland Dumlao and the rest of Barangay Dumlao that normally come down here and support us, but this time they'll be supporting us over the World Wide Web. They will be coming online and making a lot of noise. If you are one of Barangay Dumlao, make some noise in the comment section. We really need your support here. Congratulations to all the winners of race number 7. We still have 2 more races happening today, and anything can happen in those races, as we keep mentioning. Double points. And to take us closer to the action, we've got a newbie pit lane reporter, but not a newbie on the track, right? We've got an avid supporter of the race. He's been supporting the race since leg number 1. I wonder why.
Wait, this one.
We're talking about our pit lane reporter.
Oh,
He's
yes,
supporting
okay.
because rumor has
Rumor-
it he has a special interest in the race. He's got his own. I think his girlfriend's racing as
Yes,
well.
yes. I was like, are you talking about? Oh, okay, ladies and gentlemen.
You're always going to get a little bit of chismis as well.
I was late. I was like, what's happening? Oh, yes. You got to introduce, of
We'll
course.
make it worth your while with Jot Sulit. See what I did there?
I was like, what?
Hey, James and Aubrey.
Hey,
Thank you
Jot.
Hey, James. Hey, Aubrey. Good morning to you, and good morning to all of you watching us and tuned in for the final leg of the TGR Vios Cup 2021. Yes, you got me. I do have some special interest in the autocross race, but I'm so excited to be here. I know I have some big shoes to fill, but Boom, if you're watching, I will try my best to make you proud. And well, right now, as you can see, guys, the track is getting busier by the second. Lots of things happening here in the final leg, and we're just so excited to get things going. I promise to keep you all updated on everything that's happening here on the ground. But for now, to welcome us all to the final leg of the TGR Vios Cup 2021, please welcome the President of Toyota Motor Philippines, Mr. Atsuhiro Okamoto.
Good morning, everyone. Today marks another milestone for the country's premier motorsports program. We are at the home stretch, the final leg of this year's race. Welcome to the finale of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. We are thankful to have been able to hold a safe and successful second leg of the race last October 16. Now, we are delighted to be back here at the Speedway. We have championed over many obstacles to bring the TGR Vios Cup back, and we couldn't have done this without all of you. On behalf of Toyota Motor Philippines and all our partners, I'd like to thank you for your continued support and participation this season. Thank you to our dealer network, media friends, motorsports fans, racing teams, and our partners, Bridgestone, Petron, Motul, Rota, Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, and Tucson Racing. Everyone's drive to provide heart-pumping action made it possible for us to experience yet another thrilling weekend. To everyone watching from their homes, thank you for joining us live, and keep watching as the Wakudoki action continues. Today, we head to the finish line. Good luck to our racers, and let the final leg of the 2021 Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup begin. Whoa!
All right, thank you so much, Okamoto-san. Man, that really set the tone for this race. And look at this weather, James and Aubrey. Perfect. I mean, perfect for what is to come. You did mention it. It's double points this weekend. So things are about to get crazier here in the races. And I'm just so excited to be here on the track witnessing this firsthand. And I know you guys have things covered. We're going to deliver it to all of our viewers here. And don't forget that we have so many exciting stuff happening here today. It's the finale of the TGR Vios Cup 2021. very, very exciting day. I'll turn it back to you now, James and Aubrey.
I love feeling that excitement from Jut. Jut, keep that up all day. We want that energy.
Yes, thank you. Also, thank you very much, Okumoto-san. Of course, Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021, the celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry, in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, the official fuel partner, of course supported by Motul, and Brembo, Denso, ABT, 3M, OMP, Twazon Racing, and of course Rota, also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy Philippines. And yes, we don't want to prolong the anticipation of everyone, and of course mine. I think it's time to meet the racers. Let's start with the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021 promotional class.
Myla Olivia, number 73. Giro Gafes, number 21. Roy Sarmiento, number 27. Julia de Los Angeles, number 61. Rich Lin, number 20. Jason Lau, number 66. Paul Ahn, number 98. Number 19, Elaine Alzona. Number 86, Teddy Javines. Number 5, Fabio Ide. Number 7, Daniel Matsunaga. Number 6, Troy Montero. Number 14, Louis Valones.
And you're on mute. And that was the promotional class. Now we move over to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021 sporting class.
Number 63, Joaquin Garrido. Number 28, Julian Tan. Number 76, Daryl Garbes. Number 13, Elise Minorca. Number 17, Jacob Ahn. Number 33, Inigo Andon. Number 45, Miguel Quinones.
And now we bring you the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021 Super Sporting Class.
Number 81, Red Diwa. Number 88, Holland Lumlao. Number 23, Estefano Rivera. Number 99, Gerard Lloyd. Number 77, Mark Suwon. Number 55, Brian Cole.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That looks like the lineup for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021.
Yes, and that's our racing, ladies and gentlemen, Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. Let's all give them a round of applause and send them your well wishes, guys. And online, of course, don't forget to share this. Again, all the 3 racers for the last leg of the season. Race 7 concluded yesterday. Race 8 and 9 happening today will be double points.
Yes,
Yep.
the double points basically is, as the name suggests, double the points. So if you're new to racing, that's okay. You know, every race series has different types of points. So in the Vios Cup, what we do is we give 25 points for the win, and that means it's double for if you get it's 20 points for the win. My apologies.
Is this for the promotional or for the...
This is for any of the races. So
Any
you
of
get
the
a
races.
total of 20 points every time you win a race, and then you get 15 for second and 12 for third, right?
For each category.
For each category.
Yes,
So whether you
okay.
win the super sporting, whatever your class is, if you're first place in your class, regardless what class it is, that's 20 points. And then it's 15 points for second and 12 for third. However, once we enter the third and final leg, which is where we are right now, the next two races are double points. This means it's 40 points for a win, it's 30 points for second, it's 24 points for third, and all the way down the line, right?
Wow, so this is the make it but don't break it.
Make it but don't break it,
Yeah.
exactly. That's it's
Yes.
it's a classic example of how you need to sort of think on your feet sometimes. It's not just driving. I mean, the skill of driving is just one aspect of motor racing. Obviously, it's probably the biggest one, but you still need to strategize. It's still a team sport. It's still something that you need to work with your coaches and your mechanics and your coaches and ask them what's the best way around this. Sometimes you might have to sacrifice a little bit in order for a bigger gain later on.
I can't imagine the math of today.
You imagine doing math at 180 kilometers an hour and trying to shift down gears at the same time.
True.
But that's why you have a team behind you, Aubrey, is that you felt this. You're never alone out there. Once the lights go out, yes, you are the only one behind the wheel, but all the preparation that got you there is a team effort.
Yeah, nobody races alone here.
No.
Yeah, I think a racer driver cannot make it if you don't have your team behind you, your mechanics, everyone, your family.
And
your
also,
men.
it's, I keep stressing this because it's part of the ethos of what the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup is. It is a grassroots level motorsports program that is designed to train the next generation of racers and to develop a sport in this country. So it's very important to try to keep them broadened and developed properly. And this is why we do things like adding weight to cars and double points. A lot of people don't understand this because they say, look, why don't you just do it, the first guy to cross the line, that's it. Well, that's fine, but what we're trying to do is accelerate your learning as well. So you're going to have obstacles throughout your career. We're trying to get you to deal with these obstacles as early as now, to realize that it's more to it than just simply knowing how to drive. There is a complete package to becoming a champion race car driver. And you learn this.
You'll be surprised, some of the drivers, they like it.
Of course they do.
They do have some challenges there, but they still make it. They like the weight just to balance the car. Some probably will not like it, but...
Well, in any sport, Aubrey, I know we all tune in for the highlights and we all like to see just but in every sport, you're going to have to learn this. You're going to have to learn strategy and discipline, etc., even in fighting, which is probably the most supposedly individual sport that you can get. I only bring it up because really, in a ring, it's just two people. It's two men, two women, or whatever. Boom, that's it. However, there's still strategy there. There's still, you might sacrifice a round, you still have your game plan. And this is the same with racing. Just because you're alone in the car doesn't mean you're alone in your championship.
I can't imagine doing that. Seeing the photos, I saw the promotional, sporting, super sporting. The drivers are getting younger and younger, right? But I also, of course, I think they get older and matured in this, in this field of sport. And people cannot just stop racing.
It's a very interesting observation you made because it's absolutely true. Our first Vios Cup winner was 15 years old.
I don't think they can even drive in the street.
They can't legally drive in the street, but he legally won a championship. That was Luis Gono.
Yes.
And ever since then, Alan Uy did win one championship, which was great because he won it for the Titos of Manila.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Alan Uy.
Represent.
Really appreciate that. But other than that, and I thought it was great too because it showed that, I'm glad to see some of the veteran race car drivers also being rewarded. But it is a young person's sport. It doesn't mean to say that if you are not particularly young, you won't succeed. No, not at all. But this is something we're trying to develop. So the younger they come in, the more potential they have, I think.
I think they really start early. Some probably didn't start early, but it's in their blood. I notice it's in their family. They just follow, they watch, and then later on they're like, you know what? I will do it. I'll try it. And then later on they found out, they're like, hey, I can do this.
Well, you can start with karting. And karting is a very safe sport for people to get into at a very young age. You don't need a driver's license or a national driver's license to be able to drive one. Same with the race car it's only when you're on public roads. So you have drivers like Inigo Anton, who are currently leading their championship at the moment, who are driving since they were 8 years old. Professionally.
professionally in a cart.
competitively, a car, an actual
a car.
with a manual transmission and everything. But that's Inigo Anton, who just happens to be a little bit more immersed than a lot of other race car drivers because of his family. He comes from a family of race car drivers, his dad being Carlos Anton. Mike Anton also is his uncle, also a race car driver. And so they've been involved in this industry for a very long time. But still, it just goes to show the younger that you get into it, the more prepared you are.
True. And then I think 90% of our drivers came from go-karting.
Yes.
And then probably, I don't know if 10% or probably less just started in the car. Which is the same thing, you know. I think if you really want it, you can drive.
They say just karting is just a great foundation for the learning of, and I agree. I think it's fantastic for discipline. It is also, but there are also some things that you have to, when you come from karting, I've noticed, and a lot of our marshals have noticed too, you have to get rid of a few bad habits too.
Yes.
Because in karting, you are kind of unofficially, unspokenly allowed to do quite a bit of bumping because of the nature of the actual vehicle you're in. It allows itself because you have those barrier rails around your wheels, etc. So you tend to bump a little bit more. But in the Vios Cup, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup, well, our marshals are particularly strict because they don't want you taking those habits onto the racetrack, because when you race internationally, well, that's going to cost you.
I think they're more bolder. You know,
Yeah.
when they race, they go to the car and they're bolder.
Yes.
I cannot say crazy because, you know, I think for me, crazy is a good thing. Like, you know, but being, you know, they're a bold driver. They're like,
You know,
but-
crazy is a great thing, but controlled crazy is an excellent thing.
Yes.
If you can control crazy, if you can control chaos, you tend to be able to get that sort of magic that you need to get to win a championship. But that's the key word, is control. Power without control is worth nothing.
In driving, we're talking about earlier about another sport, about personality. In a racing driver, in a racer driver, do you need a personality, a character to be, you know? I think it's
I think
somehow.
so. I think
somehow.
so. I think you need to be, and I know this is not, it's not going to be a popular thing, but you need to be a little selfish. I know that's, you know, like it's not a great saying to have, but it's the character of a race car driver or any athlete who's competitive to be naturally a little bit selfish. But selfish does not mean unsportsmanlike. Don't confuse the two. You can be very selfish and self-driven, but still be very sportsmanlike, because a real sportsman knows that they can only claim victory if it's fair. They can only relish in the victory and engage or rejoice in victory when it's fair. If you won that through unfair means, there's nothing to celebrate. So sportsmanship is equally important and has nothing to do with selfishness. You can be selfish and still very
I
sportsmanlike.
totally understand. Like when you're in that moment, you're competing, you're thinking about yourself. You're not thinking about of other people to win. Of course, you want to win.
Absolutely.
You are there to win. You're just not there to play unless you're the kind of person like, I just want to finish and I just want to do this. Well, some people are probably like that, but here you want to win, you know. If you don't win, then bad, but in your mentality, you're doing this because you want to win. So
Absolutely.
it's almost like thinking about yourself. Don't think about other people, right? And then after that, then you be friends.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those, any sport's the same. So it's no different here in motorsport. But as Aubrey said, what's really, I think, terrific about the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup is that we have different levels and different promotional classes so that people of all different skill levels can get their feet wet, so to speak, and be able to, let's say they are the type that you just mentioned that want to just finish a race. We have spaces for them. But then I guarantee you, once they race once or twice and then they finish their race, they're going to want to win the next one. It's just how racing works. And that's why we get this exciting races every single time we come out here.
It does happen. You just want to finish because you want to be safe or you want to secure the points. You just don't want to go all out or crazy because you don't want to hurt your points.
Yes.
So I see that like most of the time, okay, just finish and then make sure you finish this spot so you can get the points, you know, someday. But of course, if you can do better, you will, right?
Well, there's like a walk before you run type of thing. I mean, every time we get new people into the sport, we give them a safe environment to be able to find their skills and compete in. So they join normally with the promotional class. We even have one that's a little bit more of an entry level, which is our autocross. So we invite influencers and media as well to experience this, and this just gives them a nice taste of what it's like to compete, but being completely, the pressure is nowhere near because you're not racing wheel to wheel, but you do feel it against the clock, but it gives you that taste. Then you move into the promotional class. In the promotional class, I think when people first join, when you walk before you run, you just want to finish the race and get some miles under your belt. There's a little pun, Miles.
Yeah.
You want to get some laps, should I say, under your belt. Some more drive time, seat time, as they call it. And so most people will be content with just finishing a race in order to say they did that. But once they finish that milestone,
I think I did.
once they complete the milestone and say, okay, I finished the race, what's next? What's next is placing, podium. Then what's next? It's winning. Then what's next? It's a sporting class. Then the super sporting class. And that's how we bring them up the ladder.
I totally agree. Because my first 2 years, yes. I said, you know what? I'm still learning. I'm gonna finish the race. I'm not gonna ruin anything. I'm gonna feel it. You know, the feel of racing, the chaos when we start. It's almost like I know my limit. It's that, I think that's the term. You know, I should know my limit, and then if I know I can do more, then I should be, you know, okay, now I can step it up. I can over my limit, do another goal. And that's true. When you start, you always think, you know what? You cannot compete with this racer because he's not yet your target, even though you're in the same category, but it's a process, you know.
But then at some point, didn't you realize, Aubrey, that didn't you go from, okay, I'm just, lack of a better term, just saling pusa almost, right? I don't mean that in a, but I just understand the mentality and I understand the journey that a lot of racers go through, especially when they join and they're invited to join. It's like, okay, well, I just want to play, I just want to feel. But at what point did you say, hey, hang on, I'm actually competitive. I actually have as much right to win and a chance to win as the next person in my class because you've been on the podium, you've experienced it.
Yes, I think in the second year. The first year, I was like, oh my God, it's embarrassing for me.
What about Troy?
Well, Troy in the first year is like, I can do this.
First weekend?
I think, he was with me the whole time. For the first 2 years, he was just driving me here. So he's watching. So he already has that vibe of, I want to do this. So just luckily, fortunately that, you know, they got him and then he said, you know, it's already there. It's in his vibe and it's his mental thinking about racing. So he doesn't need any process. And I think he's a natural, I don't know. Guys, I think naturally they're a good driver. I think
everybody naturally thinks they're a better driver than the next person. I think that's just primal with people. I don't know why, but you know, you very rarely see a guy say, you know, thinking that he doesn't drive as well as the next person.
I know some guys, they don't like to drive.
Well, there are some of those, but generally speaking, we all think we're good drivers. But this one separates the good from the bad, or the best from better, best. This is the level you need to be at if you want to really compare your skills against other people. We have a venue, we have a world-class racetrack here in Clark International Speedway. This can hold its own all around the world. We have like a 1 kilometer straight here, which is longer than most straights around the world. This is considered a very, very challenging racetrack. And you also have some very, very serious talent here. Talent that have proven themselves abroad as well. I mean, you've got, we've got racers here that have raced in international series, and we've also got racers that have graduated from this, like who are some of those racers. Daniel Miranda.
Okay, I remember. Sorry, I remember the guy that I was talking about. It's John Dizon.
John Dizon.
John Dizon, yes. He raced in, I think, Thailand, Malaysia, and he's still racing before the pandemic. And I think he will race again, I think. He will race again.
I know Daniel Miranda raced around Asia and in Australia as well. I think he was with the Renault Open Wheelers. And it was a Formula Renault, if I'm not mistaken, under the tutelage of Roland Hermoso, who's also a trainer here. He's a coach for the Avengers as well. And I believe he's still here on track today with supporting the team. So we have already, you can see the pool of talent that we have here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup. It is world class, it's international level, and this also provides a stepping stone for people who want to have a career in racing.
Exactly. This is actually one of the events in the Philippines that you can actually discover a Filipino racer and a good racer here. So this one is the one that we have to share on social media and also support our family, support our friends. I always want to tell my friends, you guys share this site and see all our drivers in the Philippines.
Yes.
You can see everyone here fighting for their cars, their lives, and then also enjoy.
Yes, we really do want to. I mean, anytime that we can have more Filipinos shine on a world stage, we've already got a boxer that shined on the world stage, just retired. We have a gold medalist who's, of course, shined on the world stage with weightlifting. Why can't we get more people to stand on the world stage in driving and in other sports that we can be terrific at? We've also got, you speak about some international class drivers. Well, the ambassador for the Gazoo Racing, or the GR Yaris and the GR Hilux, is none other than Marlon Stockinger.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
So now Marlon Stockinger is officially an ambassador for the GR Yaris and the GR Hilux, and this is just a guy who reached Formula One levels already and tested for the Lotus F1 team back in 2016, I think.
Yeah.
If my memory serves me correct.
2016, yes, I think. Or
my memory might be, I'm a year or so
because I started
short.
2017, and I know, yeah, I think.
But Marlon really made it all the way to the pinnacle. He didn't get to race actually at Formula One, but he was able to test. And when he did test, I was there in France in Paul Ricard when he did his test and beat the test driver.
If you stop, can you still do it again? If he decides to, I'm going to do this again.
Technically, yes. But realistically, you know, it's a very, you know, in Formula One especially, you know how competitive it is. There's only, what, 20 seats available for an entire world of drivers. So the whole world are competing for, what, 20 seats.
Actually, I saw him comment, I think he guested one time at the F1. I think it's in Asia, commentating about, you know, what happened in the race for the whole. So I was like, oh, I'm so proud. You know?
Yeah, I mean, he was our Fox Sports analyst on our Fox Sports broadcast for several years, and I can hear already the
lining up
the horns.
Are we lining? Of course, this celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, the official fuel partner supported by Motul, and of course our sponsors, don't forget Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuazon Racing, and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy Philippines. Are we starting? Are they lining up in the grid now?
Well, we've heard the sirens, and but we see the umbrella. So this is still going to be a warm-up lap. This is where the drivers are basically, they've been on the grid already, just doing the last-minute preparation. They should have to do one more warm-up lap, and we'll confirm that with race control just before they do start. But this is what the grid looks like. Let's run it down for everybody. So let's bring up that first. Let me just check here with my. Here
I
we
always
go.
get excited.
Paul and Dumlao is in. Can we just freeze that that screen so I can read it out for everybody? There we go.
Yeah.
Paul and Dumlao is in the top spot of the grid because he won yesterday, and so he heads up the grid. This is going to be in the order of how they're going to be. Then it's Estefano Rivera, Red Diwa, Jacob Ang. There we go. Jacob Ang, Brian Ko, Inigo Anton, Daryl Garbes, Julian Tang. 9th place is Joaquin Garrido, Giro Garbes, Jason Lau, Troy Montero, Julia de Los Angeles, Mark Sung, Myla Alivia, Roy Sarmiento. And down in 17th, look how big the grid is. Alain Alzona, Fabio Ide, Rich Lim, Paul Ang, Leo Valones, Daniel Matsunaga, Jared Loy. Wow, what happened to Jared? Jared's normally in the top spot of the grid. We've had some problems, obviously. Elise Menorca, Teddy Javines, Miguel Quinones in 26th place. and you can see just how big the grid is.
I think some of our drivers got penalty.
Yes,
I
there's
think
penalties to be
one-
given out. There's also
Yeah.
could be mechanical problems as well.
You know, thinking about this, you know, what's the good position or grid you'll be it's always good for me. Of course, it's nice to be in front of the grid. And Troy will always say, you know, it's okay to be at the back because if something happened, anything happened, he can see right away and he can do his moves, right?
Yeah.
But also, if you're in front, you won't see what's happening. Here we go. It's just the warm-up.
Well, yes, it should just be the warm-up lap here, and this is basically the time where they've been on the grid, they've been sitting for a while, so they want to get their temperatures up, their operating temperatures, tire, oil, and basically get all the fluids going through the car before they go out and go racing, and that's basically...
It's like a workout. It's like a warm-up. So good luck to our racers. At this point, everything is quite hectic on the track. Exciting chaos. Let's take a look. Jude, take us through what's happening on the track. Oh.
All right, so there is...
It's Jude or Jut?
It's Jut Sulit.
Jut.
And our little
Sorry about that.
our on-cam joke today is that he will make it worth our while every time we cross over. to
Hello.
Jut. All right,
Hey,
Jut,
Jut.
what you
Hey,
got for
Aubrey.
us?
Yeah, so we were monitoring earlier the track, and right now our racers are off to their formation lap. And as we know, I mean, we've emphasized it enough that this weekend is double points. Just to give a little bit of emphasis on that, well, that just means that these races here in this weekend will account for half of pretty much all the points they were able to get for the entire season, because it's pretty much 50% of 3 races with this being double points, and that just puts a lot of emphasis on the results of these races. Now, entering this weekend, yesterday we had race number 7. There were actually some shifts already in the positioning in the standings, again because of those double points. So I can't wait to see what's gonna happen here with 2 more races left to go here today. And by the way, we'd like to say hi to the Marketing Services Department of Toyota Motor Philippines, Sir Sherwin, Sir Elvin, Sir Raymond, Ms. Jamie, Sunshine, Ina, Nadine, Lena, Royce, Monique, Seth, and JM. And if you guys want to give shout out here in the comment section, please do so, and please make sure you guys use hashtag TGR Vios Cup 2021. So this is our racers getting ready for the first race today. Later on, they're gonna have another one, and you know, it's just gonna be very, very close. Heading into this day, this final leg, the standings are already pretty close. Points were not far apart, and with all things happening here today, it can really shake things up. Well, all that's left to do is watch these racers do their thing, let them own that track, and see what happens afterwards. Of course, the results later on will announce, will be professional, and we'll have to see if there are penalties that will be distributed out. But hey, good luck to all our racers. I think all factors have been prepared, and again, the weather really pushing for the strongest possible performance from all our racers. And this positioning happening right now on the track. As you can see, they're forming the grid right now. And in just a while, we will be kicking off officially the 3rd and final leg. The last, second to the last race. This is gonna be for the promotional class, the sporting class, and the super sporting class. So, well, James and Aubrey, from what you guys have seen over the first 2 legs, what's there to expect? I mean, I've been watching, but not as close as you guys have been.
Well, basically, yeah, we're ready to roll here for our race number. This is race number 8 already, right? So we're ready to roll for this. Anything is possible, as you mentioned, Jut. It's super close, and some of the positions have actually moved around a little bit. Like Estefano Rivera was able to get a extra points here today. We'll go through that later because the race is about to start. I'll walk you through all of the different points, don't worry. But if the racers are ready to start, we're ready to roll.
All right, so here we are. The flag about to be waved. We're just waiting moments away from this race starting Racers are ready. Man, it's exciting times right here on the track.
All right, Judd, I think we can take it as soon as the lights go out. We can take
my
it from
God,
here.
here we go.
And they're off. All right, let's take a look at how they come into turn number 1. This is a very crucial turn. As everybody knows, you can make up a lot of places in turn number 1. But as they also like to say, you don't win a race in the first corner, but you can lose it, right? So it's very important to also make sure that you come in measured. Let's see as they come in down. They seem to be right behind each other in a single file. But as you can see down in about 5th place, they're already about 4 abreast. Coming into this corner here, side by side, it looks like our leader is still leading this race. It's a nice run there for car number 88.
And
that is
23.
Paul and Dumlao.
And 23, Estefano Rivera.
And Estefano Rivera maintaining their starting positions in 1st and 2nd place. So no position changes there right now for the top drivers at the moment. We will check out what happened down in 5th and 6th. It looks like we might have had some position changes there, Aubrey.
I said, you know, there's no actually good or bad position here. As long as you just go for it and go for your race. You know, I said, what's a good position? In the front or in the back, I think?
So
all
we
positions
have
are good.
we have the updated points because obviously they had race 7 yesterday, so now that's changed around a little bit, as also was mentioned by Judd, right? Now check this out, right? You want to see something pretty freaky? We've got total points here. We've got 60 points for. This is very hard to read.
Sporting? Oh, that's sporting. Yes. So now we have Paul Dumlao on the first, in my number 27.
All right, so let's check out here. Paul Dumlao is leading this race. He's got a nice little advantage over Estefano Rivera, but it's only minor. I mean, one small mistake here, and Estefano will be able to take that. Again, also Estefano looks like he won in race number 7, which means he'll be carrying maximum weight now.
Yeah, second place on the Super Sporting yesterday.
Yeah, second place in Super Sporting, which means he would be carrying about. Oh well, no, he got first place yesterday.
Oh, yesterday first place. Second place.
No, you're right.
Second place.
Second place here. It's second place here, and so he will be carrying a little bit of weight, but not as much as the first placer who would be carrying, and that was
Paul Dumlao.
Paul Dumlao. So
Is that 30 pounds or?
Well, they carry 30 kilograms to a maximum of 60. So after 60, if they keep winning, well, then good for them. They don't have to carry any more weight. But this is interesting to know because now Pauland is the one carrying the most weight around this circuit, and he's still leading this race.
And on promotional, we have.
Now, here's the interesting thing about the weight, that you're in the weight, as we've discussed with the drivers, you have a disadvantage, obviously, because you have the equal power in the cars. You have an equally set up car, the only difference being extra weight. Now, we know weight and power to weight is a very important thing. But if you are careful and you really, really know how to drive, you can actually build up an advantage on some of the corners.
Yes.
Because the extra weight gives you extra grip. But you really know how to use. You have to know how to use that. So if Paul Dumlao he's got Estefano breathing down his bumper right now. He needs to manage that and build up a gap in the corners where he's a little bit stronger because of the weight. Because once it comes down to the main straight, Estefano has the advantage.
Well, if you've given a choice, you still don't want weights in your car. Right?
No, you don't want. Yeah, given a choice, you don't want weights in your car at all. But you know, you only can play the cards that you're dealt with, and this is where it's important to try to make lemonade out of lemons, so to speak. And this is what smart race car drivers will do: is they will turn this to their advantage, even if they are at a disadvantage. They will try to eke out every single slightest advantage they can, and with extra weight, you will get a minor advantage in some corners, not even all corners. So it's very, very, very clever driving that will get Paul Dumlao to the checkered flag first if he can maintain it. But Estefano Rivera right there, just in case there is one slight hiccup, any middle mistake that's done by Dumlao, and Estefano is there to pick up the reward, so to speak.
Very close.
Red Diwa, we also got to mention Red is also a previous race winner as well, knows how to put a race-winning lap together or race win together. So you got to keep your eyes on him. Brian Ko also there, breathing down the neck of the top three. And now we can check out
We have Jacob Ang.
Jacob Ang, and now Inigo Anton. This is a little interesting too, because Inigo Anton has also been dominating in his class. Let's see the latest results here. If I can get the, he was in race number 7. He was second place.
Yes. He was second place. Yes. And he was the third on this race 3.
Third on race 3, yeah. So here the first place is a 30 kilogram, second place is 20 kilogram, third place is 10 kilogram, fourth place or lower, this is interesting, is 10 kilograms. So people at fourth place still have to also wear 10 kilograms of extra weight. The super sporting, there's a minimum weight for the super sporting class, and that's 1050. That's 1,050 kilograms. And for the for the sporting and promotional, there's a minimum weight of 1,100. And then there's only a maximum you can add of 60. This is for all those people who want to know about the weight distribution of the cars. I know it can be very confusing, but it also makes for very exciting racing as well.
So we did what, lap 2 already? We have 10 more laps.
Yes,
it goes so fast.
It does go. We have 10 laps to go, and we have Paul and Dumlao still leading this race, with Estefano Rivera very, very closely behind in second spot. Red Diwa in third, Brian Ko in fourth, Jacob Ang in fifth, and Mark Sung in sixth.
Mark Sung,
yes,
from 16, I think. Now it's
but Jacob,
number 6.
Yes, so he's 6th, but he's 5th in his class, because Jacob Ang is racing for the sporting class. Mark Sung racing for the super sporting class. So Inigo is right behind Jacob Ang in the sporting class as well. So he's in second spot. And these are, like I said, I think Jut mentioned that there are just as many points up for grabs in these races now, in this weekend, than there were in all the races combined before, if I heard him correctly. So you can see how important double points are in a race.
I'm still looking at the race, and I'm seeing they're still the same. We have, of course, Dumlao, the first, Rivera, Diwa. That was good for Mark Sung because he got a penalty, I think, from yesterday, and he got behind the promotional, and now he's on top again.
And he's on top again. Yes, Mark Sung is definitely a fighter. And look here who's fighting right now. Estefano Rivera tried to make a move on Dumlao, but had the move pulled on him by that looks like Red Diwa. But he's able to hold the position, Aubrey. He was able to keep it, and he's got a lot of pressure right now from Red Diwa. Car number 81, watch the spot there in second place. It is the battle for second, and this plays right into Paul and Dumlao's favor, because Paul and Dumlao can now pull away as those two fight behind him for second spot. So this is a blessing in the skies, as they say. Of course, we mean disguise.
I've known Red Diwa for almost 5 years now, and he's really he always put up a good race. He always fight for his place.
He seems to be a cool, calm, and collected, doesn't he?
Yes.
He seems to have this, knows how, because he's experienced before. He's a race winner, so he knows what it takes. Sometimes what it takes is holding back or controlling yourself, because the tendency is to just go for gold, and we make mistakes then.
Yes, how do you say that? He's in a good in a something pressure, under pressure.
Yeah.
He's always good at that. I always notice that. I'm like,
Grace
this guy.
under pressure.
Yes. Did I say great?
Well, grace is the saying that I'm familiar with, but yeah, great can also work too. Okay, so Dumlao still heads 3 laps into this race. We've got 9 laps to go. Dumlao still leads ahead of second placer Estefano Rivera, who's got a whole load of problems there right on his rear bumper, as Red Diwa piles on the pressure and keeps on threatening that second spot for him. This is the time when Dumlao needs to pull away.
They're very close. I can see the traffic in the first, on the corner. Here we go. He's Dumlao. Oh, everyone's close.
Yes, everyone's close.
Ooh.
And then there's a little bit of gap to fourth and then a bit of
And
a
a
gap
fourth,
to fifth.
yeah.
But first, second, and third, you can see them on your screen right now, are very, very closely matched with car 88, Paulo Dublao, leading the charge.
Don't you like that sound?
I love that sound. I miss that sound. And this is the only time, this is one of the times that I wish, you know, when I say, you know, we bring it to you virtually, but I wish you were here just to get those. You can't really duplicate the smell and the sound of race cars on TV yet.
You just listen to it over and over again and it's done. I'm like, what?
But look at this. I mean, look, we think that we might have a bit of a situation here.
Number
Car 81, that's Red Diwa and
Diwa, wow.
Esteban and Rivera. They're really
Yeah.
close, bumper to bumper.
Yes.
All
Now
right.
we're on the first turn. You know, yesterday was pretty hot. I heard that everyone kind of a bit slower for, you know, because it was so hot. And today is the perfect weather, actually. It's really timing, and thank God it's a good weather.
Yes, well, it is great weather. It's great weather for the cameras. I'm not sure about racing because, you know, great weather is very subjective. I call great weather wet weather,
You
but
like the wet
not a
weather.
lot of people would agree with me. But for a spectator, you really do want to watch the slippery action when they start racing in the wet because that's when it's like, oh, anybody's game. But of course, you know, for safety and stuff like that, this is perfect weather.
Yes. I can see number 63. Yes, I think. Oh, bumper. A hanging bumper.
You know, you got to give props to Paulo Dublao, who's holding, after 4 laps, still holding the lead here, despite having that weight penalty on his car. He's doing a great job there of keeping the gap. It's not much. It's like less than a second. It's probably, oh, geez, not even half a second
Yes.
to second placer. But he's keeping the gap despite that weight. And Esteban Rivera can't really be just fully focused on Dublao because he's got to look at his rear view
Yes.
mirror all the time now.
You have to worry about the one in the behind you.
You
The
have
one
to
in
worry
front of
about-
you, it's probably worrying about you, so don't worry about him. So you worry about the person behind you.
Yes,
Am I right?
it is. I mean, so Dublao has a little bit of an advantage, but it's the Rivera sandwich that's got a lot of pressure at the moment. You can see how close it is. I mean, that's what? That's not even a quarter of a second. I mean, I'm. What is that lap time difference? It's plus. Geez, I can't even.
Yeah.
Here, it's plus 482. That's not even half a second. Watch
Oh,
this.
here
Watch
we go.
this.
This is my favorite turn.
I love that turn because it's a
Yes.
setup
Yes.
all the way from the last corner.
You're so tempted to go inside, but you're like, nope, I might get it wrong. Oh, there's another bumper in the road,
But just look at, I mean, I wish we could keep that camera angle on Estefano Rivera versus Dublao because I was noticing how they're driving two completely different lines. Rivera is having to change his line completely to be able to put Dublao off his game and also find an entry point because if you're driving the same line, it's very hard to get past him. So you really have to try different strategies here. And he almost, well, he had looked like he had a line, but we lost the camera angle, and they maintained the spot, so he's still there in second
I
spot.
think somehow you can do that, like get your own line just because you need to go further and you need to pass. Doesn't mean that you don't hit the apex, then you do it wrong. But it's really, if you're a good driver, then why not do it,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. All right, so let's go back to the action here. We
Laps.
are now in the halfway point of the lap. We're coming up to lap number 6 of a 12-lap race. Dublao still leads Rivera, Diwa, Ko, Mark Sung in 5th, Jacob Ang in 6th, and Inigo Anton, I think, is there in 7th place. How are they doing over there at the promotional class? Aubrey, who we got there?
I think we have Julian. I can see we have
Do we have Garbes there?
Giro Garbes. We have Fabio, Myla,
All right.
and Rich Lim. But I'm not sure. I'm looking for Julia. I think she's there somewhere. Yes, I think it's.
It's kind of hard, isn't it? Because
Yes.
the timing screens move pretty fast over here. But look how close they are right now. Rivera and Dublao. They're super close. Yep, they're super
Yeah,
close.
they're super close.
All right, watch this.
I wonder if Jiro and Jaro will meet in the middle. I heard yesterday they met in the middle, and then they're like, they didn't know that they're their son, and that's his son, and that's his dad.
I know.
And I asked them, they're like, "Oh, that was you." I'm like, "Yeah, that was your dad."
Racing families, I tell you what. Oh!
Ooh.
Whoa! Now the
That's
heat is
close.
on.
Who is this?
Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Do not blink. And if our director camera can hear us, keep the cameras on this action right now. We are seeing a potential swap for second place.
This is crazy. I love saying crazy because
I love
enjoy it.
Because Estefano Rivera is great also under pressure. So we're going to see an epic battle here for a much needed second place. As if you've just joined us, the importance of this is it's double points, ladies and gentlemen. So you can imagine just how valuable these spots are right now. They're worth twice as much as they were yesterday. Parang 11-11 Lazada sale.
Yeah. You're so like, I'm going for it.
Yeah, you can get your points on sale.
Yeah. You know, imagine the anticipation, the overflowing excitement to start after the 2 year of lockdown, and now we're started, and now it's the final race.
I know,
Yes.
right?
Oh my God. Well, we all know we're gonna have a new season
Watch
for the
this.
next year, but
Watch this, Aubrey.
Here we
Watch
go.
this. This is
Oh.
coming down to Acacia.
Woo!
This is always a great overtaking spot.
oh, who dares to pass there?
A
Yes.
lot of people dare to pass
Yeah.
there, and a lot of people end up in the sand trap because that is also you're coming down from fourth gear. You're pretty much at almost top speed. It's the second fastest portion of the track, and you drop it down to second gear for a very tight 90-degree left-hander. And that's why it's a great spot for overtaking. But if you get it wrong with the braking point, you end up in the kitty litter, as they say.
Like every time you hear like, oh, I brake first or late brake.
Late
You know?
brake?
Yeah.
Well, that's of course a different strategy for every driver, but in corners like that, if you make a little bit of a mistake in the late braking, you really completely miss it, and you end up there in the dirt, and you lose a lot of time. So these are just micro adjustments that they have to make. This is the racing here is so close, as you see. Look, 0.398 difference. Let's see what the difference is now. It's probably less than that.
So we have the sport. So we have the super sporting Paul de Blau. We have the sporting. I think it's Inigo.
Inigo is now leading Jacob Bang. No, Jacob's still ahead.
Jacob. Oh, yes. Oh.
So Jacob is still ahead of Inigo Anton. Inigo Anton leading our championship. Well, according as of at least my little cheat sheet over here.
So we have halfway now. Oh my God, this is very exciting. I was just watching, and it's halfway done.
It's halfway through. We're 17 minutes into this race, so it's about a 30-minute race for 12 laps. And that's a lot of racing. That's a lot of time behind the wheel. That's, in this weather, Aubrey, can you tell people, because you've been in the car a lot more recently than I have, what does it feel like to be racing in this weather? How hot does it get?
It gets tiring easily. Oh, number 73.
73 is
Myla. Oh, too bad. I hope she makes it. She's still, come on, come back.
So you can see a lot of car parts hanging off here, off the side there. This is how competitive it gets.
Yeah.
Myla, we can see her car, her front bumper hanging off there.
I think it gets triggered when when something happened in her car, she goes, that's it. I have nothing to lose, I'm gonna go.
I know. You just get into you have your blinders on. You do things you normally think you wouldn't because the adrenaline rush is so high when you're behind the wheel. But how do you get, at any point, do you get mentally fatigued after 20 minutes, 30 minutes of racing?
Oh,
you start
yeah.
losing focus.
Yes, and you're thinking of what to do so you can breathe. Are you gonna, you don't have water, so you have to drink your saliva. That's true. You have to and then thinking of, am I gonna open my window a little bit? Thinking of those little adjustments inside, but you can't do it because someone's behind you. But totally, the weather really does a thing to your body and to your racing. But mentally, just focus, go to the race, just do the 12 laps. Just do it. And with Troy, he gets. I know him now. He's like, I'm gonna train myself being in hot weather. He likes. Actually, what's weird? He liked his race yesterday because it was too hot, and he said, I think I like it.
Because he has probably an advantage now that he's trained in that weather. You said that Troy's been running a lot. He's lost some weight, and so he's doing a lot of fatigue training and heat training, and he obviously it's been working because he was able to get third spot yesterday.
Yes, it does work. You know, a little bit of workout here and there, and practicing your cardio. Oh, practicing your cardio. You're practicing your body in the heat of this weather. You know, so for Troy, it's like I'm okay. Everyone's complaining. It's like I'm okay. I'm like it. You know, it's also like that for rainy weather. You know, rainy season.
It's all different challenges that you get, but there's still challenges nonetheless. And I think the point that we're trying to make here for everybody is that the physical fitness is very important in race cars, because a lot of people who are watching for the first time or are not too familiar, never driven a race car, might think that this is just purely a mechanical experience and purely a contest of like how good the car is. The driver gets very physically and mentally fatigued in this car. And I think if those of you who follow Aubrey on social media might have seen a very funny post that you made of Troy fast asleep. At first I was wondering, why are you posting your partner half asleep in his bed or fast asleep? But the point of that was how deeply he sleeps after the race. It's a different kind of tired, isn't it?
And then you know what? I let him. He doesn't really snore at night, but that time I'm like, oh, he deserved it.
It's a deep sleep because I think you're totally fatigued mentally and physically as well. Is that what?
Yes, and I told him he went to the universe. I think he was so out. But you know what? When he woke up, he's like, I'm ready again.
There you go. There you go. So I mean, it's just one of those things that when I saw that post, it reminded me of just how draining a race can be. Because I also used to remember at the end of a race how well I used to sleep. It also helped because there was a lot of beer after, but still.
And even when you see racers win in the podium, they cry just because they want to take out their, it's their emotions, their body, not frustrations, but it's the, wow, I did it. That's the one that you just want to take out everything there. That's why they cry. It's more a relief.
It's a relief. It's very overwhelming in emotion because you know that this is something that you really, when you win something like this in equal machinery especially, like anything that you win, any race, any competition you win is great. But when you know that it is so equal, it is just down to the driver. And it doesn't matter if you're rich, you're poor, you're famous, you're not, you're boy, you're girl, you're in between. It really makes no difference. It comes down to your skill. So when you win, you really feel this sense of accomplishment because nothing was given to you. You earned it.
Yes. Yes, this one, yes. You worked hard for this for a year or even before this.
Even before, exactly. It's all that preparation that you put in. So all of this is a final culmination of what you've done, all the work that you put in. It just comes it all converges at one particular event. So it can be very overwhelming because even the mechanics, your team, your coaches, everybody is invested in your win.
And here we go.
In your team, I'm talking about.
Yes. Even your team, actually, the mechanics, they sometimes cry too.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
Of course they do. And we always we always like to shine a light on them because they are really some of the times the unsung heroes of every race win or every, you win together, you lose together.
Yeah.
And it's great. It's great how it forms bonds that you don't form under normal circumstances. Like we talked about this last time. When you're forging something under immense pressure, you create something very precious. Diamonds, pearls, they all come from the same thing, right? The same concept applies in sports. When you forge it under pressure, it's far more precious. It's far more valuable later on. And that's what you do as a team. You forge these wins under tremendous pressure.
It's deep. It's a deep relationship and it's bonded.
It's bonded, yeah. And anytime that there's a shared struggle, and this is why in a pandemic we're all, we bonded in different ways because you're going through a shared struggle. in a race, it's the same thing. You go through the struggles together, so you form a different bond. And now we're down to our last 2 laps.
Last 2 laps. Oh my God. And here we go, number 19. I saw number 19 from...
And look at this. It hasn't changed, Aubrey, since the first lights went out and the first lap. We're still on Paul Dumlao. We're watching Estefano Rivera still trying to get that second spot. And Red Diwa waiting to mop up anything that he can if there's any disaster between those two. But Red Diwa has been putting on a great fight against Estefano Rivera. Estefano every now and then gets close enough to Paul Dumlao to give him some headaches, but Paulin's been soaking up that pressure tremendously. We got to give him full credit because a lot of times the leader doesn't get the credit they deserve because they make it look easy.
Yeah.
But there's nothing easy about leading a race for 10 laps.
So I can see who's this. Is this Red Diwa or number 99?
99 is Gerard.
Oh, Gerard Loy. Still fighting for it. Yes, that's true what you're saying. You know, the first is always like, oh, you know, you don't see anyone in front of you, so you're just going straight. But, well, you're the first. I think Dumlao is really consistent the whole year, I think.
Yes, and it's a curse of doing anything well. Sometimes when you do something so well, you make it look easy, and people don't see the effort that goes into it. But that's the hallmark of a real professional or a real champion, is you make it look easy, but it's anything but. Because this is all the preparation that you put in that is now coming together and paying off. So all of that hard work is never seen. This is why we like to give credit where credit is due. Because if you're watching Paul Dumlao thinking that this is just another Sunday drive for him, believe me, it is anything but. I've seen the heartbreaks and the extreme highs and the lowest of lows of Paul Dumlao. So if he can hold this on until the final lap, this is going to be absolute sweet victory for him because he has had a long layoff since he did lay off a few years of the Vios Cup. Yeah. He's back now, and he's in a position where he can win this, but we don't want to jinx it.
I don't think any driver here is to take it easy or to look at it easy. If you ride in this car and race and ride in this car and you're inside, you'll see how hard you're inside the car and driving and fighting for your position.
Well, this is Estefano's last lap. If he wants to do anything right now, and you can see how close he's getting right now, this is when it's all going to heat up, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final lap of the race here at the Toyota Vios Cup. This is all heading down for a photo finish, Aubrey. I cannot wait to see what Estefano has in the bag as they come down to the last lap. They're still in the first third of the track, so there's still 2/3 left to go of a lot of opportunity for Estefano to pounce on Dumlao. Car number 63 is...
Here we go!
63 is Joaquin Garrido.
Oh, get it back.
And car number 17 was
That's
Jacob
Ang.
Woo!
Wow.
I love it. They all saved it till the final lap, Aubrey. I love it. I love it. They're keeping us on our toes. They're going to give us a lot to talk about as we come into the last half of the track. Yes. We're down to 50% left of the track in the final lap. Is it going to be Paul Dumlao? Will Paul Dumlao and Barangay Dumlao reign supreme in race number 8?
We're always looking forward to the final lap.
Oh boy, they're coming down to Acacia, and look, it's Red Diwa having a little bit of a look down. No, he's just on the bumper of Estefano Rivera, who's on the bumper of our race leader, Paul Dumlao, as they come in single file. They're right there, right behind each other, and it's going to be a photo finish until the end. Do not blink, ladies and gentlemen. This is why we get up in the morning on a Sunday for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. Paul Dumlao is coming around for the final stretch. Estefano Rivera is right on his tail. It's almost until the bitter end. Is he going to be able to hold it down? Remember, we've seen the laps change. We've seen positions change on the final corner. So don't hold your breath. Whatever you do, just be prepared. They're coming up. Paul Dumlao on the final stretch. And Estefano Rivera. It's the last corner. Here we go. First, second, and third. Will Barangay Dumlao reign supreme? He does it! Estefano Rivera in second. Red Diwa in third.
Wow. That was
Mabuhay yung mga
insane.
Titos of Manila! Thank you, Paul and Dumlao! Yes!
And then that's Brian Cole. Wow! That was the whole time. It's like that. Those three, the first lap until the 12th lap.
I'm sorry, we shouldn't be wearing our personal colors here, but come on, the young guys are always winning. It's great to see somebody kind of nearer to my age. And it goes to show, Paul and Dumlao has a great backstory because you know what? Paul has been in this Vios Cup since the very beginning. And Paul has had some extreme highs, extreme lows, and this is one of the extreme highs after making quite a long layoff. He even proposed to his now wife at the Vios Cup during one of the celebrations and the awarding nights. Can you imagine? He got down on one knee and he did it. And now, this is probably the second happiest moment for him in the Vios Cup.
Definitely one for the books.
I'm not going to say first because that could end in,
But wow, a strong finish for today. We have another race, but strong finish for this morning. For Dumlao, of course. Second is Estefano Rivera and Red Diwa. Wow, that was fun watching those three. And so much respect, with each other, giving spaces,
It was a last-minute charge from Estefano Rivera.
Yeah. Of course, you're going to try it, right?
Well, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Estefano. And, please, for Estefano's team, congratulations. I'm sorry you weren't able to get past Poland, but you know what? He gave us a great show. I think he did a terrific job of holding back as much as he could. Well, he gave it to the last lap. Until the last corner, he was fighting with Paul and Dumlao, and anything could have happened. And we really appreciate that. And also Red Diwa, who kept Estefano on his toes throughout the entire race too. So Estefano had to soak up pressure from both sides. He was trying to pass Poland, and he was also trying to be passed by Red Diwa as well in the car behind, in car number 81. What a race.
Yes, that's what you call action-packed.
Well, that certainly that woke me up more than my coffee.
Yes, you've been asking for, come on.
Here I was waiting for it. I was like, I hope it's going to be an exciting race, and that was really, truly one of those very, very close races. And again, for double points, it means now that the championship is wide open again. So, wow.
I think it's a good race, an exciting race for every drivers today. I think even the promotional and sporting, I can see them. They have this bumper around, just passing each other. That was fun, guys.
I can't wait to get the ambush interviews from Judd, and I want to see Poland's reaction. Because you can't fake those. You can't manufacture a genuine, authentic reaction of winning a race, especially when you have somebody that struggled as much as Poland and has returned here and won this race. I would just love to get that. I hope we can get him right as he jumps out of that car. Although we'll still see it on the podium when he comes up, but still, to see him first take off that helmet and see that smile that could light up an entire racetrack, I'm sure. It could probably light up the whole of Clark right now. But let's see what we can get from Judd.
Yes, imagine having a big gap or a break of not racing and then coming back and doing well.
Winning,
it's
not just doing well, winning.
It's still, yes.
And
it's really there. You can never take a skill in a great driver.
And I think what makes this win particularly good, and once again, when we say win, we always talk provisionally. We have no reason to believe that the results won't be the same, but we just say provisionally because we're not the race marshals, we're not the stewards, should I say. We don't know if there's any penalties or anything like that, but I think what makes this particularly special is that, well, first let's go back to, let's see if we can cross over to Judd. Oh, no Judd yet, sorry. I thought we were crossing over to Judd to get the reaction from Mano. What an absolutely exciting race that was. We'll be back very, very shortly for the recap and awarding. Stick with us. You don't want to miss this.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan na pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies motorsports DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being, your doubts, your fears, your limits, against the very nature of things, against even Mother Nature herself. Ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, push, push. To the extremes. To race, race, race. Where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition, so you too can race yours.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. Thanks to eco-friendly and fuel-efficient hybrid technologies, it's easy to be one with nature and drive sustainably. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies motorsports DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being, your doubts, your fears, your limits, against the very nature of things, against even Mother Nature herself. Ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, push, push. To the extremes. To race, race, race. Where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition, so you too can race yours.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. Thanks to eco-friendly and fuel-efficient hybrid technologies, it's easy to be one with nature and drive sustainably. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Well, it took all of that break just to calm myself down and catch my breath, Aubrey, because that was one hell of a race, wasn't it?
Of
all
course.
the way through till the checkered flag. We didn't know who was going to win that one, and in the end, it turned out it was Paul and the Blau.
Yes. Oh my God. If you
Esteban
guys...
Rivera put up a great fight, though. What a fantastic race it was. Red Diwa all the way until the checkered flag. Like I said, we didn't know up until they waved that flag who was going to win. It could have been anyone's game, but what an exciting race.
But those three are really consistent the whole time. So
Yes, they were. And they put on a hell of a show.
Yeah.
The celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry, namely cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, the official fuel partner, also supported by Motul and Brembo, Denso, ABT, 3M, OMP, Tuason Racing, and Rota. It's also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy, Philippines. Now, let's see if we can get some trackside action and see if we can make it worth our while. It is Jut.
I'm
Sulit.
pretty excited. Are you excited? I know.
Very.
Oh, here we are, Aubrey and James, trackside here with the guy who finished second place and gave us one heck of a race, Estefano Rivera. Estefano,
woo!
We were just talking before we went on air, and you were telling me that was arguably the most intense race of the entire season.
Yeah, it was,
Wow.
I believe it was I'm lost for words. So of course, I wanted to win, but congrats to Poland and even to Red. We gave, I think, the fans a show. It was a good race. Of course, I wanted to win, but at least it was a good race, but it was clean. It was a clean race where none of us took out each other, even with the championship in our mind. So I really think it was one of the most intense races of the year. So I'm pretty happy about it.
Well, watching you three, Poland, you and Red, right from the gun start, it was already bumper to bumper for all three of you, but you were in the middle. How tough was it trying to contend for the lead while trying to hold your position as well with Red right behind you?
Yeah, as you said, it was a two-way fight because I believe they're competitors, but they're also teammates in some way. But of course, if I attacked Poland too much, Red was gonna pounce anytime. So I had to look at my side mirrors as well while focusing on Poland. So yeah, I'm just happy I was able to finish second.
Well, two things I noticed when you came back here after your weigh-in. Number one, you got out of your car and you sat curbside. We could visibly see you're really exhausted. And the second thing I noticed is you had a moment with Red. You congratulated each other. Very, very competitive and intense on the track. But right after, you knew that you guys were just trying to do your jobs as racers here.
Yeah, I mean, the guys I'm racing right now, we've been racing for how many years now, and on the track we're enemies, but off the track we're friends. So yeah, we want to we're competitors, but we have respect for each other.
Well, congratulations on that fantastic race. One more left for the entire season. What's your plan?
My plan is to win, of course. I bet that's the plan of everyone. But yeah, we'll of course make sure the cars are ready for the next race and maybe watch our onboard video where we can improve on, and yeah, go for the win.
Congratulations. Get some rest, Stefano.
Stefano, can you ask him if could he hear us in
his
his car?
Can. Yes. Go ahead.
Could you hear us in your car when you were crossing the line?
When you were driving, Stefano, could you hear James and Aubrey?
No, actually I couldn't.
Okay, you were I think the only one in Clark that couldn't hear us because everyone else, we were yelling at the top of our lungs. Thank you, Stefano, for giving us such an exciting race. That was really one for the books. I mean, that was so close in the end. Congratulations. I know it's not the result that you were aiming for, but you gave the crowd a real show, and that's what we came out here for, man.
Thank you very much.
You're always great, Stefano. Good
Again,
race.
thank you and congratulations, Stefano. And we have here as well James and Aubrey. Man, James, you were rallying for this guy earlier.
Who is it?
Our winner for this race. Poland Dumlao, Poland!
Mabuhay ang mga titos of Manila! Yes, Poland!
Congratulations! Well, let me ask James this question for you. Were you hearing him when you were driving your car?
No, hindi ko siya naririnig.
Well, yun din yung sinasabi niya kanina, mabuhay ang mga titos of Manila. He was really, pushing. Sabi niya, the younger drivers are winning all the time. It's great for someone to step up for us, sabi niya.
Sorry, Poland.
Sarap ng feeling. Sabi nga ni JP kanina, nag-uusap kami, age is just a number. But, sobrang nakakapagod. Nararamdaman ko yung pagod sa kotse kasi medyo, tumatanda na nga tayo. But I gave it my all. This one is for Tetsuya, my coach. He's not here anymore. Tapos kay Boss Charlie din. Please recover soon, Boss Charlie. I think yung karera is nakuha sa start pa lang eh. Maganda yung launch ko. Thank God for that. Sobrang galing nito ni Stefano eh. Ibang klaseng magmanayo tong brother natin na to.
Pero Poland, you came into this weekend. You were 5th in the rankings for the season. Pero race 7, race 8, you took P1. You took first place. Did anything change in your preparation or, how did you come into this weekend knowing what's at stake, knowing that it's double the points and everything else?
I prayed harder. Yun lang. Tsaka honestly, hindi ko inaasahan. Kanina, kaya nga ako medyo teary-eyed kasi hindi ko inaasahan, no expectations, ganyan. Sabi ko, champion lang ako isang beses, okay na, ganyan. Everything else is just a bonus. Pero binigay pa ni God sa akin to. So, ayun lang. Gusto ko pasalamatan muna yung team ko. JBT Racing, thank you very much. Team TSF, maraming salamat. Hindi natin mararating to kung wala kayo. Maraming salamat.
Well, we know you're gonna need your rest for one last race, Poland. congratulations. Thank you for giving us a little bit of your time. Go get some rest. Congrats.
You know, Jot, I think nagsasandbag lang yan si Poland Dumlao. Huwag ka maniwala dyan. Yeah, these titos, they have some tricks up their sleeves. He knew there were double points this weekend. He sandbagged probably just so he can pull out all these race wins when it really counts. Very smart.
Yeah, absolutely, James and Aubrey. I believe the same. But, you know, we have someone else that we want to take some time to talk to here. Allow me to introduce you to Miss Glyza Tabangay of Bridgestone. Hi, good morning, ma'am. Thank you for joining us here.
Good morning, Jot. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, and, you know, we know that Bridgestone has been a long-time partner of Vios Cup. Can you tell us why Bridgestone remains a supporter of Toyota's premier motorsports program?
So, Bridgestone and Toyota have been partners on various projects for like decades now, both on motoring and on motorsports. So, if you see, the values that binds these two partners together are strong. And of course, on our side, we hope that we continue to do so.
Absolutely. You know, I agree. Just look at this race, you know, how much of support Bridgestone has given the TGR Vios Cup. But what are your plans to further solidify Bridgestone's name in the motorsport scene?
All right. So, we at Bridgestone, we commit to a development and production of quality and reliable tires. And of course, on our side, we will continue to support Vios Cup races as the official tire partner. Yeah.
You know, looking at the TGR Vios Cup 2021, we've seen racers who have been racing for years. We've also seen racers who have just tried this year.
Yeah.
You know, and I want to ask what difference Bridgestone makes in the racing experience of participants today, be it here in the Vios Cup.
Yeah, well, Jot, the racetrack is actually the extreme simulation of actually what happens on the road. And of course, as you know, drivers drive differently. That is why in Bridgestone, we have different sub-brands. We have the Potenza, the Toranza, the Dueler, and of course, the Ecopia. And for those drivers who veers towards the sporty kinds, we strongly suggest that Potenza is certainly the tire that you should go for.
There you go, Miss Glyza. I just want to ask for a quick message to all Bridgestone fans watching us right now.
All right. So, guys, thank you so much for all the loyal customers, the fans, supporters, and of course, even the aspirants. Thank you guys for the love you have given to the brand, not just in Bridgestone, but also in Firestone. And on our side, we promise to you guys that we will do our best to continue give you solutions for your journey. Thank you.
There you go, Ms. Glyza Tabangay of Bridgestone. Thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you, of course, to Bridgestone for being a supporter of the Vios Cup and for always being there. And now, let's turn it back over James and Aubrey. What a race that was!
Thanks, George.
What a race indeed, and there's still one more to go. Actually, there's autocross and there's another race to go. So stay where you are. If you still want more excitement delivered to you, gear change by gear change, we will be doing that until later on this evening.
Yes, and of course, that concludes the first race for the day and second race of this weekend's Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup.
Absolutely. And also, I think it's probably part of the popularity of Poland's win today is that he is racing for a local team, Toyota San Fernando. So that's Pampanga. We are in Clarkfield, Pampanga. So he is got the hometown advantage. So to speak.
Yes.
So to speak. I mean,
by the way, I just want to say thank you to Bridgestone. You know, our car won't be complete without a tire.
you know, a lot of people don't, they take for granted these things that a tire is just basically the only contact patch between you and utter disaster. It's a size of about a compact disc. For children below a certain age, that's what we used to play music on. It's about this big. So you want that patch to be world class. Okay, let's take a look at some of the highlights of the race and see if we can bring you some of the action in slow-mo.
We have so much action today. Oh, here we go. And
There's Mark Sung against car 17 is that. Okay, this is Rivera again. Look how
it's
look
Jacob Ang.
Yeah, and Rivera goes out to take over Dumlao, but then Diwa comes in, dives him on the inside. Look at the respect between those two drivers at that speed. He goes a little bit on the grass, but whoop, gives him space. You could see all the action here as every... Oh, look at that.
Dive
Beautiful,
in.
beautiful.
Yes.
That was a nice... See, that's a classic bait and switch.
Very smooth.
Very smooth, you know.
And it's actually a big space there.
Big space, but you know, he understeered into that corner and it gave him the inside line to be taken away. And this is what racing's all about. I mean, you know, you just got to measure each corner's got its own nuances and stuff like that. And everyone's trying to get to the same spot, which is the first spot. But sometimes it's the discipline is holding back that actually gets you forward.
That one makes them, you know, super sporting. You know, they fight, they know their position, they know where they can do it and not to do it. They respect each other's spaces. And after that, you get to interview them. It's how nice to hear them talking about each other, like praising and complimenting actually each other, saying congratulations, you did well, you're such a driver, you're such a good driver. You know, complimenting each other in this field, in this racing last finale of our racing is very satisfying to watch. I'm like, oh, they can fight in the track and they can be friends in the behind the track.
And that mutual respect, in a way, is in a way a backhanded compliment against yourself. I mean, like you hear Paul give credit to Estefano Rivera. I remember him saying exactly, "Ang galing talaga ng brother natin," or something along those lines. And it's a backhanded compliment against yourself because you're like, well, you know, he did beat him in the end, so you want to compete against the very best. As any sportsman, you don't want to compete against people having a bad day, so when you get them at their very best, that's when it counts. Let's turn over right now to more highlights. Did I get that right? More highlights.
I think the awarding. Yes,
Awarding.
we're doing the awarding.
Okay, let's check out the awarding there with Judd. Judd!
Judd, are you there? Oh, yes, we're excited to hear it. I think Judd is ready now.
Yes, Aubrey and James, thanks so much. We are ready for the awarding ceremony of the race that we just witnessed, an epic one to definitely a classic, you know, that we watched right there, and we are ready to award the winners for Bridgestone Super Sporting Class. At third place, we have car number 81, Red Vios. Taking second place for race number 8 is car number 23, Estefano Rivera. Woohoo! And our champion for the Super Sporting Class for the second time this weekend, car number 88, Poland Dumlao.
Mabuhay si Tito Poland!
Once again, give it up for your winners in the Super Sporting Class. Congratulations to you guys. Very, very well deserved. It was an epic battle that we saw between these three. And give me a second to talk to Red right now. Red, as I mentioned to Estefano and Paul and kanina, right from the very start, from the gun start, kayong tatlo na talaga. It was really close. There was never a time in that entire race na naglayo-layo kayo.
What?
It was just a tough one, and you guys were just neck and neck the entire time from the very start up until the finish.
Yes, we were racing from flag to flag. We gave space to race, and we respect each other. So that's all.
And then, yeah, after the race, you made sure you went to Estefano and told him, hey, that was a great race.
Yes, of course. I went to Stefano and congratulated him and Poland and said, good race, good race. Let's do it another race, race 9.
Well, definitely congratulations, a spot well earned there, third place. Let's head on over to the other side. We did get to talk to Estefano a little bit earlier, but of course, you can never get enough of this guy just taking another trophy here, Estefano. It's been a staple already seeing you step on the podium.
Yeah, of course, I'm very grateful for this, another podium finish. And yeah, congrats to my competitors also. Like as I said a while ago, we've been doing this for years. Matanda na kami dito, veterano na kami dito. So it's really nice that we can give the fans, the people watching a show, and hopefully, you know, the next race, you know, of course, we want to win, but also I hope it's a safe and clean race for us. So we keep our respect with each other.
Again, congratulations to you, Stefano. And of course, our champion, Poland Dumlao. Poland stepping on that #1 podium back-to-back days. How does it feel?
Ang sarap na. Ganito pala yun. Maraming salamat ulit sa Toyota for giving us this opportunity to race. No, very well organized race. To my competitors, si Red and si Stefano, sinasabi ko nga sa mga ka-teammates ko, walang karerista na ayaw manalo. No? Pero unang-una dapat nauna yung respeto. Competition is a given, pero #1 parati is respect.
Congratulations, and that's what we love about all of these racers, the respect they have for one another. Back to you for now, James and Aubrey.
Thank you, Judd. Thank you, and congratulations to our winners, Paula and Stefano, and Red Diwa as well, first, second, and third. And congratulations. I'd like to remind everyone that the winners earlier are still provisional winners. Not that we expect anything to go differently, but it is just the way it is. Until our officials mark that as official wins, we have to say it's provisional. First three to finish the race, of course. As with any other race, there's still room for adjustments in case there will be protests or penalties. Parang election, di ba? We will announce the recap winners later today. But we don't expect that, but let's say, you never know, right?
Yes, of course. And, for me, like, I can see the honesty of these three winners in the podium by saying their thoughts about each other and saying, okay, for me, it's okay to say, talking smack to each other when sometimes it's fun, right? But with their experiences, we're done with that. So we're here, respect each other, and you saw it in their races. They really respect each other's races, their spaces, and that's what they want. Actually, they want action. They just, sometimes, when you're driving alone, it's like, yeah. But sometimes you also want some action right there. I know that. I know that feeling sometimes when you get bored, but you like that action.
Well, you need, as any competitive person, sports person, athlete, you need to peg yourself against the best in the business. And this is what we've got right now, is the best right now, motorsports. So to know that you've competed against the best, you don't want to give anything less than that. It takes away from your own victory. And this is why it's so important to give credit to your competitors, because without them, you also won't be able to shine. So you're pitting against the best of them, you're pitting against yourself, and that respect is always very important. It just goes to show.
And then you can see the ages also. They're all in different, 20, how many? They're all different ages, but the respect and the experience is almost the same, right?
Of course.
So it's nice to watch. It's actually, when I'm watching it, I'm like, it's so genuine to see these three on the podium. I don't know, it's just so
because these things are going to, echo into the history books forever, right? So, like we still talk about some of the days of the Corolla Cup in the 90s. We will be mentioning the TGR Vios Cup 2021. We'll be talking about that in 20 years' time. And these things. And you want to know that those wins were not hollow. You want to know those wins were against your best that they had to offer at the time. And so that's why you see this level of sportsmanship in the Vios Cup. It's
even
really
Red Diwa
nice.
is a classic Red Diwa saying we respect each other, because I think he's always like that. Okay, then, of course, Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021, the celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in automotive industry in cooperation with Bridgestone. Petron XCS, the official fuel partner, and supported by, of course, Motul. Other sponsors, there you go, there's Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuazon Racing, and Rota, also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy Philippines. And don't forget, guys, facebook.com/Toyota Gazoo Racing PH, and encourage, come on, guys, let's share and do the hashtag TGR Vios Cup 2021. Don't forget that, so we can have all the albums and photos in one hashtag. Right?
Yep.
And of course, we are ready to present the provisional winners of Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021 Sporting Class. Jut, are you there yet?
That's right, Aubrey. We're here now by the podiums with the winners of the Sporting Class. First up, let's call on, taking third place in race 8, car number 33, Inigo Anton. taking second place is car number 63, Joaquin Garrido. Our champion for race 8 in the sporting class is car number 17, Jacob Ann. Give it up once again for your winners in the sporting class. All right, now here we are with Inigo and Ton taking third place. Inigo, you know, it really feels like it's the finale, right? And everyone is just more intense. They're upping their game. Now, in the first 2 legs that we had here in Clark, you pretty much really broke away as a leader. And now you're really feeling the contention from your competitors, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty tough and difficult, and I just gotta say to these guys over here, it's such an incredible race. They were really quick, and it was really hard to keep up. And speaking of which, the championship between me and Jacob, I think it's only 6 points. So it's the closest it's ever been, and whoever is ahead of each other will win the championship. So I'm looking forward to it.
But it feels like you guys really bring out the best in each other.
Yeah, definitely. Without competition, you won't keep on improving yourself. And you know, I'd rather not win a championship, but have good competition to keep on training myself rather than winning it all by myself.
Well, thank you for those very nice words and congratulations. Let's move over to the other side with Joaquin taking second place here. Joaquin, congratulations. How was your experience in that race?
That race was insane. I think we started around P10, last in class, so 6th. And towards the race, we just kept picking people one by one, and ultimately ended up here in second. So overall, it was a pretty good race and a very challenging one.
Was there any point that you were surprised that, okay, I'm speeding by these guys one by one, and suddenly, all right, I'm near the lead?
Yeah, I got surprised on the last lap that we were second in class, since from what I remember, I was just overtaking people and just trying to make my way to the front as quickly as possible.
Well, definitely a spot you deserve right now. Congratulations. And of course, our champion, Jacob Ang. Jacob, it's a little bit of a reach to put the mic to you. You're pretty tall, but yeah, congratulations. What a win, man. And it's your second already this weekend. You stand on that podium again. And what did you plan on? How did you prepare for this weekend? What led to the success you're getting right now?
Nothing really. I just wanted to have fun this race. My points were actually pretty far from the start. And suddenly we're just here. So we'll just see na lang later.
You know, I find that interesting because it's easy to find pressure coming into the final weekend, you know, given what's at stake, double the points and everyone just trying to make their way up. But you tried not to put pressure on yourself?
Not really. I mean, it's a fun race with these two and everyone else. They play really fair, so it's all good.
All right, well, look at that. You still ended up first, and congratulations on that. And these are our winners. Fourth sporting class. Back to you for now, James and Aubrey.
Thanks, John. Congratulations to all our winners, and what great responses. Very mature response from Inigo Don, one of our youngest drivers, if not the youngest we have right now.
I know.
And a very cool, calm, and collected answer from Ang. Jacob Ang. Wow, that guy has got some ice running through his veins, I think.
know. Even Inigo, I like what he said though. Like, yeah, I like the challenge because you like to learn. You know?
Yeah, I'd rather not win the championship, but against really good competitors, than win a championship on my own.
And then he wins.
That's maturity right there. But he's 6 points behind Jacob Ang.
That's true.
And this is another thing that we're looking at, like with Paula and Dumlao, was 5th coming into this weekend, is now 1st.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what double points does.
That's
right?
true. Anyway, congratulations to all the winners. Again, we would like to remind everyone that the winners earlier are provisional winners, meaning results might change once the official results are out. We will announce the recap of the winners later today. So let's wait for that. But so far, we like the lineup of our winners.
Well, the lineup's very interesting because it's now everything to play for, as Inigo pointed out. Whoever finishes in front of the other now is going to win the championship. Yeah. So let's say if you go to Inigo, that's Jacob Ang, and
Actually, Jacob Ang actually won the race Race 5, he was actually third.
Yes, I'm trying to do my math here right now. So
he was the champion on the race 4. He was the first on the race 4. He was doing well also.
So you add those points. We're waiting for the final computation from Race Control for the Race 8 update of all the championship points. But Inigo pointed out 6 points between the two of them, so that's not enough of a gap between either, well, first and second, whoever wins, right, wins the championship. Same with Paul and Dumlao. So as we head into the final championship race, it's like everything to play for in one race.
That's true, but Inigo actually won every races. He placed in the first race 4. He was the second. Race 5. He was the first. So it's right there. Race 6. He's the first.
He's his first, but then once we started getting into double points, what happened? Jacob started winning.
I know.
Same with Poland, right? It's like Poland came in at 5th into this weekend, and then he won a couple of races on double points, and boom, he's now leading this championship.
Pretty tricky.
It's very tricky. It's very, very tricky. But you know what? This is the same for everybody. So nobody can say it's unfair because you all knew this from the beginning. So it's up to you how you wanted to strategize it. Do you want to play a Poland strategy? Not that I'm saying we're teasing him that he's using it as a strategy, as a sandbagging strategy, but I think you can see the authenticity in Poland's face that he's really just driving for fun and to win, and he got it in this case. Now, we have more winners, but for that, let's cross over back to Juk. Juk, what you got there for us?
Well, we are here now, James, with the winners of the promotional class. Let's start calling them on. Taking third place in race 8, car number 6, Troy Montero. Taking second place, car number 21, Giro Garbis. And your champion for race 8, car number 66, Jason Lau. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners for the promotional class. All right, let's talk to them one by one. Here now with third placer Troy Montero. Congratulations, Troy. You're making such a strong push in this weekend, and I knew you came in knowing what's at stake with double the points.
Yeah, that's right. This is basically for all the marbles, as they say. So you really got to bring it, and you know, this is the time where you gotta put up or shut up, and I just try to do my best, have a good start, and no matter what happens in the beginning, once the dust clears, you just put my head down and focus, and I know my times, and just kind of run my race. So I'm happy to be here, second podium this weekend, and yeah, it's getting real interesting, especially what's going to happen here at the end. I mean, the points, you can't help but think about it a little bit, and I would love to finish in the top 3 overall. That's my goal. So, you know, we'll just hold on. I know Aubrey told me that if I podium 3 times this weekend, we might have a chance for a third baby. So I'm gonna really push hard.
Woo! That's not true.
We wanted to get some validation on it.
No.
That was left field.
Just do good next. No baby, no more.
Look at Troy.
I was doing good, quietly cheering him. I'm like, yeah. And then you said about the baby. I'm like, oh, that's it.
I think James will let the two of them talk about it later on. But crossing over now to the other side, we got second placer, Giro Garbis. Giro, I think, you know, like I told Estefano, we're also so used to standing on a podium already. But, I mean, what's the secret maybe to your consistency in every race?
Secret to consistency is, I don't really know. This is my first race. Yeah, like you said, we're getting used to standing on the podium, maybe for this season. But this is my first race, and I'm really, really happy and really lucky to be standing here on almost all of the races. I owe it all a lot to my late coach, Tetsuya, and now my current coach, who just won P1, Mr. Paul and Dumlao. And I guess just always keep it in your head what you're racing for. Because I mean, I don't race for myself. I race for, I mean, I'm from here, from Pampanga, representing Toyota San Fernando. So I race not just for San Fernando, but for Pampanga. So I'm so happy always to be standing here, knowing that I'm from here, and I'm here on the podium.
Well, one last race left in the season. You've held the lead in the class for quite some time, but you know, with everything at stake here in the last leg, things are getting heated. You're feeling, I'm sure, a little bit of your competitors catching up. Is there anything that's going through your mind? Do you put that in your head?
Yeah. I think it haunts me in my dreams. Before I slept last night, I was thinking about it. But whatever happens, we have one more race to go. Every point matters now. But whatever happens, the season has been fun, and if I don't win it, then that means the others are just way better than I am, and I respect that. Like what Mr. Paul Dumlao said, it's all about respect, and I have really tough competitors, so yeah, I might just have to push a little bit more. Really, like an example of which is Jay Lau. I'm gonna help you transition into him a bit. Jay Lau has improved a lot, and he's gotten really fast and really good, and he's tired me out more than I thought he would. So yeah, proud of him.
Congratulations, Chiro. I'm gonna take that lead-in you helped me with.
Yeah, baby! Officially retiring!
Oh, we want to see more of you, Jason, but our champion here, Jason Lau, and the moment you walked here to the podium area, you already brought that energy, and I'm sure it's really a fun moment for you taking the first win of the season.
That's right. This is my first podium, first place win. And actually, I picked the number 66 because in Chinese it means double luck. So I'm just lucky to be here and thankful. And I'm giving the champion leader a hard time and the third podium placer a harder time. And like they said, I'm the black sheep. I'm the undercard. So expect more from me.
Double the luck, double the points. It's a good time for you to take the first place.
Yeah, it's about time. Just I thank everyone, the team, the Clausen Racing, all the scrutineers. Thank you also to the sponsors, everybody. It's been a wonderful ride. This is my first time, same as Giro, but I was at the bottom. Now I'm here. I'm getting here. So I'm hoping for a safe race for the next one, and God bless everyone because we'll have a safe race.
Congratulations, Jay. Started from the bottom, now he hears it. He says, turn it back over to you, Jason Aubrey.
Thank you very much, Judd, and thank you and congratulations to all of our winners, first, second, and third there. Look at those happy faces. It's just really cool. I asked him the keys to consistency. He said it's basically doing the same things over and over again. That's the keys to consistency.
Yes, that's true. You know, I'm actually surprised, and Jiro is he a brother or related to Daryl?
They are related. I'm just not 100% sure.
Are you guys
how.
related with Daryl?
Yeah, somebody texted us
team.
exactly the exact relationship, but yes, they are related. I'm just not sure exactly how.
If
So
this is
Jiro
his
and Daryl.
first race, wow, that's awesome, for a fantastic race for him, because he's now from race 4, Jiro was 3rd place. Race 5, he was 3rd place. So he's just there, 3rd place again on the race 6, and race 1 is also there, and then this race.
I know that's
the
consistency
points,
there.
wow,
That's
yes.
really what pays off in the end here is always consistency. But again, with a double points weekend, things change a little bit because now you need to be really consistent this weekend, because if you're not consistent this weekend, you're going to be double trouble, right? That's how it works. So if anything, just make sure that you focus 100% on this next race, and this is where you'll see. I think everything now is just going to come down to the final race. They've already played their cards as far as weight and ballast is concerned. I actually have a list here of who's got what ballast, at least as of race 7. And so you can see how much weight everybody's carrying. For those who are new to this, the weight that they carry is 30 kilograms for, they carry a total of 30 kilos for winning. And then they can do that up to twice the 60 kilograms maximum. That's a lot of weight.
So this is for the second race, for the last race.
Yes. So whatever, if you won the race, you carry 30 kilograms extra into this race. But for Paul and Dumlao, who won 2 in a row,
Yes.
he does perfect for him. He doesn't have to carry any more weight because there's not more to carry. He's already hit the maximum.
Yes.
So he's in the perfect spot right now to win the championship. And that would be insane if he does. Obviously, Estefano Rivera will not take that lying down. Estefano Rivera is a very, very talented driver with a very, very good team behind him. So expect fireworks to happen there. Nobody's just going to be letting go of these championships just like that. They are going to fight till the end, and you are invited to see every little part of it. So stick with us here for the live broadcast all the way through until the final checkered flag that happens later on this afternoon. But the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021 just would not be possible without the support of Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry like Bridgestone and Petron XES, our official fuel partner. We're also supported by Motul. Other sponsors include Brembo, Denso, ABT, 3M, OMP, Tucson Racing, and Rota, as well as supported by the Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy Philippines.
And of course, what an absolutely exciting race that was. We'll be right back very shortly. We're gonna eat. I'm just kidding.
We'll see you after this.
I'll see you guys.
Race your day. Race your daydreams. Where the beat at your feet starts your pulse racing. Where your split-second gear changes create a slowing of time. The all-new rally-bred GR Yaris. Race your heartbeat.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Race your day. Race your daydreams. Where the beat at your feet starts your pulse racing. Where your split-second gear changes create a slowing of time. The all-new rally-bred GR Yaris. Race your heartbeat.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Race your day. Race your daydreams. Where the beat at your feet starts your pulse racing. Where your split-second gear changes create a slowing of time. The all-new rally-bred GR Yaris. Race your heartbeat.
Welcome back, everybody. It's like we're on Zoom. We're on mute, right? You don't start any Zoom meeting without somebody being on mute. That was us. Welcome back. We are live here at the Clark International Speedway for the final leg of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. We've already had some spectacular action on the track, didn't we, Aubrey? Earlier
Yes.
races were just crazy.
That's just the first race today. And we're so excited to actually watch the last race of this season.
Absolutely, and considering everything's up to play for right now in all divisions, in all categories, everybody is down to the final race. So nobody's got the championship in the bag. Nobody can just say, whoop, I got this. I can just sit back and relax or just coast along. No, the ones who win the championship this year have to win the race.
And
Pretty
what's-
much.
Yes. And today, so far, no car damages. We're pretty good. Pretty much everything's smooth.
Yeah,
right?
there were the odd
A little bit.
cosmetic stuff. I mean, you know, when we say damage, the cosmetic stuff does not count because a little bit of rubbing here and there. We are racing after all, and racing does have these risks as well. But you know what? As long as it's very, very safe. All right, so now let's go over to the Autocross, where we have our media and our influencers who are also trying this out. And let's see what they've got over there. So let's cross over live and see what our media and influencers are doing.
Hello, Jot. You want to see the autocross? I think the challenges are. I think this is very different now. I think it's a little bit harder than the last time.
Yes, they did say that they were going to modify it a little bit from the last one because we're always trying to push our competitors a little bit further each and every time so that they get better and better. That's the whole point of this.
That's true. I think this obstacles, this challenges is almost similar to what we did in MOA. I think I remember it was 2009, 18.
Something like, I think it was
Yes.
18.
18?
Yeah, 18, yeah. Correct.
It's a little bit harder. And I actually talked to Jack Yu and I said, oh my God, it's harder. I'm like, well, what do you want? An easy challenge? I think if you can't do this, then you can't race.
That's it. That's a good point. Thank you
Yeah.
for bringing that up. If you can't get past this, then we really won't be letting you go wheel to wheel at on the racetrack, because that is really, I mean, that's a different level of racing right there. But what I do like about this is even though you haven't got that wheel to wheel action, you're not like racing next to each other on the track, you still have the same competitive spirit because you're measured by a clock. So you're still racing against yourself and other people, and because there's a measuring device, it brings out the competitiveness of all the drivers.
Yeah, this is more like getting better for your, like getting better time, less time for your last time. And this is, I see the challenges are tighter. So it's more you're really competing yourself, not to, you know, anyone. You don't want to look at your, like right now, you don't want to look who's beside you, so. And no one's beside him anyway. Just
Okay. Wow. All right. So we're doing an in-car feed right now. Yeah. And Roy Robles from Zig Wheels. Now, Roy shouldn't be crossing his hands, though.
This is
I'm not a
actually-
coach, but I know my coach would have told me off for crossing my hands.
Yeah. This is actually fun watching and thinking of doing this again. This is fun. It's almost like when you're a kid, you know, you're doing this stuff and
You're learning the basics
Yes.
here, and the basics are very important because without getting the basics done early, which is what basic really means, right? You will develop some bad habits that are extremely hard to undo. And this is why it's very important to be patient with these types of races or these types of exercises, because you're learning the basics, like, you know, how we were talking about holding the steering wheel correctly. You know, when we're taught how to drive, usually by our family drivers or a relative, we can't always be guaranteed that we're learning the right way, right? And sometimes we pick up these bad habits, and that becomes part of our nature in driving, and to undo that is 10 times harder than just learning the basics right from the beginning. So this is why we try to make sure that we try to use these platforms or these exercises to shake out all those bad habits.
This is actually another step before you go into racing. I think there's another step before this, but this one really, you really have that control from little like breaks, from breaking point, from your RPM, from where you start, from the cones. You really have to listen to this one.
Yes, and you know, I think it's probably a good thing to mention right now for those who are watching, who might be wanting to get into racing. You said that this is part of how you do it. The first step would be you do a theory normally, just so you understand the process of if you wanted to become a professional race car driver or you just wanted to learn. You would go first for the theory, like I'll just break down what TRS does, the Tuason Racing School. You will first join and they will teach you the basics via theory. They will have presentations which were made from international standards as well, the correct driving position, how you sit in the car, what are the understanding about the weight transfer and all that. And then they'll teach you on a static, usually machine, of how to sit, how to use the brake and gas, etc. Then you go to this, where you're actually going to put all those into practice. And you have to learn first. And we mentioned this last broadcast. I'll mention it again till I'm blue in the face, because it's very important to learn how to go slow before you go fast. It sounds like an oxymoron, I know that, but you see, if you learn how to go slow first, you can build on that. And then that's how you get faster later on. If you just go for it, you're going to make mistakes and you're not even going to realize why, because things are happening too quick. Build up, do it slow, build it up, and then you'll get better. And then your coaches can also tell you where you're getting it wrong. But if you try to the biggest mistake a lot of novices make is they just go in there and they steer the car like they're trying to put out a fire with a newspaper. You know, the pa, 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 pa. You just see all this hand action everywhere. That's not the fastest way around the track. Race car drivers are very smooth and very deliberate with every move.
And this one is really teaching you how to balance your car. That's why there's so many turns. They actually told me there's a big U-turn. They said before you even brakes, you have to go like a 360. I'm like, well, that's because they wanted to learn how to. There's so many. If you do circuit, there's so many turns. And then you got to learn how to balance your car. You got to really learn how to turn the wheel also.
You have to learn exactly. And I mean, I'm not going to, because I don't know who's teaching who, so I'm not going to judge other people. But I do know that when I was being trained, you are not supposed to ever cross your hands, because the idea of that, when you cross your hands, if you lose control of your car, you won't know where straight is. So if in a race car, you should be able to do one maneuver and you should be able to get around any corner. That way, whenever you straighten your hands, you're going straight. So these are things that you'll only know when you're in a spin or in an accident. Let's see if we've got Jut out there. Did you say Jut's live? If Jut is live, Jut, what's it look like from your perspective down there?
And Aubrey. Hey, James and Aubrey. I'm here trackside as our autocross is ongoing. This is the qualifying round. Now, I'm not gonna lie, if there's one thing I've been able to monitor a little bit more deeply over the weekend and over the past few legs of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021, it is the autocross. And I've seen how the track has developed since leg one. There's a lot more obstacles, and by the weeks that go, by the legs that we've done here in Clark, the difficulty of the track keeps getting higher. So now we're seeing 360 spins on the track, which after following our racers since yesterday in their practices, they have been telling me that it really is the tricky part of that track. But the great thing is, well, what you guys have discussed earlier, they have been introduced to this slowly, especially for those first-timers in autocross. That slow incline in difficulty has allowed them to really practice and hone their skills before being exposed to a track like this. And while it's still getting tricky, I know our racers really take pride in, even though their positions in the standings don't really go up, but their time on the track goes down. That's already a W for them. As you see, Ronald De Los Reyes and Paulo de Borja of our media division on the track right now. They're trying that out, but we're really gonna see, we're gonna really monitor actually those 360s, because over the practices, it seems to be where the racers' times really kind of vary. Depends on how they are able to cleanly execute that 360. James and Aubrey?
How's the weather there? Is it hot?
Well, it is hot, but I think our racers would be happy that it's dry,
that's true.
especially
Yes.
for that spin, because last leg, a couple of weeks ago, they had to battle some wet spots on the track, and we saw some racers slide on that steep curve, on a sharp curve. So I think at least for the spins that they have to do here this weekend, they're thankful that we have a dry track for that.
Do you know what gear they get up to in the track? Is it second or third?
I think the second gear.
You know what, James? I only was able to hear about the first leg for that. So in the first leg, they barely got out of second gear.
Yes.
And some racers would even try to stay on the first gear to get that power from their engine, a little bit more push. But they would try to stay in first gear. But yeah, based on the stories I hear from the racers, they barely get out of second gear.
I think because they have a turn.
Yes, yes.
And of course they have the cones.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I just, from our perspective, it's hard to see if they're able to get. But yes, that slalom is usually designed around just a low speed first and second gear. It's very rare that they'll get into a third gear situation for a slalom, but it does happen. It does happen, but not here today. All right. So is it a silly question to ask who you got? Who's your bet for the? Yeah.
I think I know who's your bet.
Yeah, I think a certain racer from the influencer division I think she has some potential in Carla Lizardo. I think I might cheer for her a little bit.
All right. Well, seeing
gotta.
you have an inside line there, Jut, what does Carla say about the experience? I mean, maybe has she shared with you what goes on there, or how she feels about it?
Oh, to be honest, she was really looking forward to this prior to leg one, but when she got in the car and actually experienced being on the track, she was telling me she realized it was a little bit more difficult than she initially imagined. And being a competitive person, she just wanted to do well, but she had really to learn a lot of the technique. But the thing is, during the practices, what our racers really enjoy is that our veteran drivers and here on the track, even though some of the mechanics, they sit in with our riders. So they get on board and they are able to tell our riders, okay, in this slalom, you brake a little too late or a little too early. Okay, you gotta go tighter on that turn. So the coaching is there. And pretty soon, these drivers we have in autocross, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see them on the circuit soon.
Jut, have you noticed in any way Carla improving on the road, like in day-to-day driving and in normal situations?
I think I get a little bit more scared. I think everything is autocross to her now.
Okay,
Did you talk about the whole time on the way home?
I make sure I drive. I make sure I drive on the way home because that adrenaline that she gets from being on this track, it might translate to the highway. So I make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay.
Just tell her, it's totally normal to feel that way at the first because, we, especially us, influencer, celebrity, it's normal to feel like that, to be scared, to be, intimidated with the car and everything. With your
I think he's talking about the opposite. I think he's saying that she can't slow down when she gets on public roads.
No, I mean like in the track for
in the
her.
track,
Yeah, for her because it's totally normal. Everyone feels the same way, so she's not alone. And for me, when I try this, it feels so safe. So she can do just follow the rules, follow the speed and the turns. It'll be okay. She'll be safe.
I'll get that word to her.
Yeah.
Thanks, Aubrey.
All right,
Thank you, Jut.
Thank you very much for that, and at least we get some trackside sort of perspective of what it's like down there. And of course, if those are a little confused why we're asking Jut, why he would know, well, he happens to be dating one of the influencers who has been racing with us, and so he does have that inside line, so to speak. And it's just interesting to get the perspective because, it's more than just numbers. Really, when you realize, once you go into the Vios Cup, you realize it's all about the experience, right?
Yeah.
So the numbers itself only paint a certain part of the story. It's really the overall experience. I mean, I've met people who have never podiumed here before, but have had the greatest experience of their life. It's not about that. It's about learning something new, learning something about yourself, and then just acquiring some new skills. That's more than I think you can say for a lot of things, right?
Yeah, it applies to everything. Fitness, planting. It's the process, it's the journey to reach that finish line and to reach that goal. And then after that goal, what's next? You're still going to go another one, go for another goal. So you're going to go another process and journey. You got to enjoy it, right?
And speaking of goals, all the goals will be ending today, which means it all reaches a perfect convergence today in the pinnacle as we find out once and for all, after almost a year worth of racing, 3 different legs here at the Clark International Speedway. We've got a total of 9 races. We're going to finally declare, or at least find out, not declare, but we're going to find out who the champion is after all this time. So if this is your first time tuned in to a TGR Vios Cup, well, you have a perfect time right now because you're going to be witness the climax all happening this afternoon.
Imagine waiting for 2 years in lockdown. We race now for the whole year. We race, we watch, we do live streaming, wet and dry, and then now it's the last part. It's like, oh my God, it's so worth the wait.
You know, and I really got to thank Toyota Motor Philippines for that because, it would have been such an easy and convenient, convenient excuse, if you wanted to use the word, to not hold the Vios Cup this year. And then nobody would have probably thought twice about it, understand. But that's the kind of commitment that Toyota Motor Philippines has. They will find ways to get there because really they know that they are being the market leaders. This is what's expected of them. You can't be the #1 in the country and cut corners or just say things are too hard. You didn't get to #1 spot by saying things are too hard. This is why I admire the commitment that they have here. Bring the Vios Cup together under these conditions and still making it a safe race. You know how hard that is?
Yes.
But it just goes to show you the level of quality and commitment that Toyota have to anything that they do. Whether they're building a car or an event, they always approach it with the same level of commitment.
And also our sponsors, thank you guys for still supporting
And
Toyota Motors Philippines and of course Twasan Racing and still being there for everyone.
Yes, and also our sponsors, I also have to say that these sponsors are not just names on the car. They're not just stickers on our cars and like names on our shirts. These are technical sponsors that help put the Vios Cup together. People like Bridgestone, we are using their tires. Petron, XCS, we use their fuel. We go racing with Motul in the engine. We have all of our sponsors stuff in the car. So they are not just pretty names or pretty faces. They are actually there to be a technical sponsor of this event.
Technically a team. It's like the whole team. It's a...
Yeah, do you have anything to contribute, basically?
Yes.
I mean, are you just trying to get off the buzz and the limelight? But no, they all have something that contributes. I mean, if it's like AVT or 3M or Rota, I mean, these are all stuff that are being used for the race.
Every name on my shirt, in our shirt, has a part in this
As a part,
racing.
exactly.
Thank you guys so much.
Right?
I
mean,
know.
they don't have to go that way. I mean, you can have non-automotive stuff. We've seen many races where there's non-automotive stuff, but I just think that the purity of where Toyota's coming from when they built this series up. I mean, this series was built up with since 2013 was the first one, and that was under Sugata-san, Michinobu Sugata, who had this dream of bringing motorsports, the Vios Cup, to the Philippines and resurrecting motorsports in this country. A lot of people were thinking, oh my gosh, are you crazy? What are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, motorsports is dead here, or it's not really the sport that you should be backing, but he believed in it and they remained committed to it. This is another thing. Since 2013, then we had our first race in 14. That was only because there was a typhoon in the 13th. And then the 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We missed 2020 for obvious reasons, and we're back 2021. And this is how you put together a world-class series. Thank you, Toyota.
Thank you, guys. Imagine, despite of everything, they're like, you know what, we're going to make it. We're going to support you guys no matter what.
Because as I said, this is what's expected of them. I mean, you don't become the leaders in your field and #1 in the country by cutting corners. You do it by doing things right. And even when things go wrong, you remain with your right way of doing things. And that's what they're doing right now. Everything fell apart in terms of like events around the world canceled everywhere. And Toyota, well, we sat 1 year out just to see. And then they said, well, there's an opportunity to do it safe. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot harder. But, well, they've never shied away from anything that was hard. Just look at, let's say, the Lexus LFA. That was probably one of their hardest projects ever. It was everything that you thought Lexus weren't. Yet they were able to build this world-class supercar that didn't just take the fight to the super brands of the world and supercars. They actually beat them. And that was because they had this relentless pursuit of perfection that they applied to their projects, the LFA being the example there, and they blew the whole world away with it. And this is what they're doing right now. It's in the DNA. It's in the corporate DNA.
And that's what you call the journey before you going to your goals, right?
Yep.
This is the journey, which is the fun part, actually.
And it's also like we keep talking about foundation. You know, we talk about foundation a lot in racing, but foundations in a corporate culture are just as important. If you don't have that in your corporate culture from the beginning, then you're not going to be reaching this far when things are tough. You're going to be looking on how to cut corners and say, but Toyota's giving, when they see challenging times like this, they see it as an opportunity to show what they're made of. And this is a great example of it. They've come up with great products over the years, and now they remain committed to this event here, which has been going on since 2013. And now we're in 2020-21. We've seen some incredible situations happen here and incredible opportunities, and we put ourselves on the global map. And also in terms of sales, and they've just kept going up. And Toyota Motor Philippines is one of the top performers. If I remember correctly, I don't want to misquote this, but I think we hit number 6, I think, in the world for Toyota markets. It was very, very high. And that's because of this commitment that we have. So super proud to be part of the team from the beginning, and just can't say enough about it. I get very excited to get to every Vios Cup.
And pretty excited for the next season.
Well, let's get through this one first.
Okay, going back to our autocross. So we have our influencers. I think the media. We have Dylan Afwang and I think Sherwin. So these two are just getting their time lower than before. I think this is a qualifying. Okay, sorry. This is qualifying. So
Yes, it's a little hard on our end here to give you a blow-by-blow because it's the cars are kind of interchanged. So we don't, it's not specifically assigned to one driver, right? So they're going to share cars, and we don't see the timers as well.
But what's fun about this, they also have a championship awarding.
Of course.
Yes.
These guys have been fighting too for, battling it out since the beginning, and their points count. They all count forward.
I'm actually excited for them too, because for them, this is what they know now. So for them, this is big. This is something that they want to achieve for the end of the year. They want to say, there's actually one celebrity that say, yeah, I'm racing, to another celeb that I'm like, in my brain, it's like not racing, but it's an autocross thing. But for them, it's, it's big to say to another person, another friend that, hey, I'm racing for Toyota. It's...
This is how I started out, Aubrey, in the autocross. And I can tell you, it feels just as real as when you race, because if it's your first time, and this is the most you've ever done, and everyone's doing the same thing, it's a race. It's exactly a race. There's no difference. I always say the same thing when you could be racing tractors or shopping trolleys. As long as everyone's in a shopping trolley, you will be competitive, and it'll still give you the same level of competitiveness because it's equal ground. So this is the same thing. I take nothing away from this. They are racing. This is absolutely a race. And things can go wrong here.
Yeah. And imagine, even though they continue or stop, they have this experience to say to your friends, and you had that moment in your life, oh my God, I know that feeling. That adrenaline, that excitement when you start, that nervousness inside you. Your heart's gonna explode because you did a wrong move. You turn and then you regret doing that. Things like that.
The thing about pushing anybody, you see, you kind of had a little...
Gets too fast.
Yeah.
I think it went too fast.
So, these are the kind of things that competition brings out the best in people, because it really teaches you a lot about yourself. You can only learn that about yourself when you push yourself to an extreme situation. Things you didn't know you were capable of because you didn't need to do them. Now we put you in that situation where you need to do them, you need to dig deep, and then later on we also want to see who from this class, should we say, will graduate to the next. I'm sure next year, keep your eye on the names of the autocross drivers, because I'm sure we're going to see 1 or 2 or 3 or more in next year's promotional class.
Would you believe that one of the influencer or media, they learned online, I mean, in the games, just doing the same thing on the, what do you call that?
The
Like,
simulators?
not even that. It's the one,
PlayStations?
yeah, PlayStation.
Wow, so just consoles, gaming consoles.
Yes, yeah. And even going to, what do you call the amusement for kids?
Oh, like the fun parks or
yes.
karting? No? Bumper cars? No. Sounds like charades.
Oh my God.
3 words, 2 words. Sounds like.
the big, almost like a simulator, but it's for kids. It's a racing.
Okay, video game.
Video games.
Like in Time Zone.
When you go to Time Zone,
Time Zone,
exactly.
okay.
I cannot say because I don't want to say the brand.
Oh
but-
well, it's a non-competing thing. I think. I don't think to listen to.
they learn from that and doing this. I actually heard someone like, "Oh, really? Yeah, I just go to I go PlayStation." I'm like, that's
Well,
cool.
you'd be surprised how effective those can be. I mean, obviously it's not everything, but you can learn the lines in racing. You
By
can-
the way, Elise, if you know Elise
Minorca?
Minorca, she actually learned online too. She
Really?
played. She's a champion for another brand or another event, and then she went abroad to give her a scholarship for racing online.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, e-racing.
I hope. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the truth. Yeah, because we heard her story. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and then and now she's good in cars, in real cars.
Well, you'll soon be seeing that crossover and those lines getting blurred quite a lot in the future as e-racing becomes more and more popular. But I don't think there's always going to be a place for this because this is the real deal. This is the real thing. And I think this is just a personal opinion that when you go more online, which is the way the world is going, which is fine, we got to progress, there's going to be a natural craving for the offline events too. It's just going to lead to this void of people craving the real deal.
I like the real deal.
Yes.
I like
So
it.
I don't believe it's ever going to completely be replaced. I mean, you could use many examples in life. For example, theater. When theater became movies and movies became accessible for everybody, it didn't kill theater. Yes, of course, it got a little bit less, but it never killed it because that experience is very authentic and individual. It's a unique experience now.
That's
People
true.
crave it. They crave sometimes going to fancy restaurants with 7-course meals, even though it's far easier and cheaper to go to a buffet. You're craving what you were missing out on because it's going back to, let's say, I think the real deal of how things work.
Like books. I like real books. Everyone, my son will tell me, "Mom, there's an online. You can just print it." I'm like, "No, I like my books."
Books,
I like-
vinyl's getting has a
Yes,
huge
I like
comeback.
vinyls. I have one.
A
We
lot
have
of people are getting back into vinyls, photography. A lot of people,
yes.
and a lot of people who are like my goddaughter, who's 21, 22, is bought a film camera and started filming, taking film shots. And it's like you have a cell phone that shoots in whatever 50 megapixel or something, and you bought a film camera. It's for the experience.
I like the film. Yeah.
Yes, because there's an experience there. There's a richness. There's a connection there. A connection that you might feel that you lose online. So, not that there's anything wrong with either one. We have to progress. We are moving into a digital world, but they're going to also create more value for the offline experiences. That's just my opinion.
Well, have you noticed that the generation now, it's going back even to fashion. What's old is new now. Just the photos, they use sepia, they use the old, what do you call this, the
Yeah.
Polaroid type.
Yes.
So it's almost like we're going back, but they're making it a different way. But still, they're loving the classic look, which is I appreciate. Even the fashion now, I'm like, wait, those were my shoes when I was in like the 80s and 70s, and then
Is that Chef JP over there? I think it's Chef JP who's racing with us.
racing. Oh wait, it's just a media. There's a media class, right?
I thought I saw
Let's
Chef
see.
JP. Anyway, we're in the autocross with the media class division.
class.
And we can only tell you once we get the times, because obviously we don't have access to that right now. But what we have is the same feed that you're seeing in your screens. And this is basically a knockout system. So they race together, but they're basically, whoever wins this round advances to the next round. So,
So
that's how we
pick,
work.
They will pick 2 or 4.
They will pick. We'll eventually get down to 4.
4.
And those.
Oh
2
yes, this is.
Yes, Chef Japes.
Oh my God.
There you
yes.
go. Look, it's Chef Japes. I saw him at the buffet this morning
Yes.
in the hotel, and I thought, but everyone was wearing masks and stuff, so I was like, that looks like Chef JP. And look, he's here. He's racing with us.
Wow, I saw him inside the buffet, inside the counter.
Like
I'm
cooking and stuff.
I know. I'm like, what are you doing there?
It's old habits die hard. I don't know.
He's just checking inside, not even outside the counter. He's inside the counter.
Yeah, I think that's a professional in him. You can take the chef out of the kitchen.
So this is Irish Gonzalez from Philippine Star.
Right. And
Very nice that we have a female for the media class.
They're very, very particular about spreading things out, Toyota. I've noticed that every time they invite, they make sure they give everyone a chance, and they develop this female talent as well. But as we mentioned last time, I think it was Boom who mentioned that we're no longer female driver, male driver. They're just drivers to us
True,
now.
yes.
It's exciting to see more and more women get involved in this, but I think we shouldn't really be making too much of the distinction because they're just a driver like anyone else. And this is a very equal opportunity sport. You do not have any disadvantage by gender here, unlike there are some sports that you could say the same, you can't say the same for, combat sports, contact sports, etc. But this is not one of them.
And this one, the size doesn't matter. The
Well-
car's all the same. You go in the car, you drive.
In a way, the smaller you are, the better it is. So
Really?
Yeah, if size matters, it's the opposite, which suits the natural physique of Filipinos in general. If you wanted to get generalized about it, they have a more natural physique for racing cars than they do playing basketball.
That's why, well, of course, you gotta be fit and athletic when you race.
Yes.
But really, I've seen like racers, they're so skinny. Well, it's not skinny, but fit. And they're really working out. That's why they're athletes.
They are, and if we use, let's say, Formula One as an example, there was a few years back, there was a comparison made against 2 drivers, Sebastian Vettel and Mark Webber, when they were teammates, that Vettel won the championship by just a hair, right? It was so close. In fact, it came down to the one last race where Webber was fighting, I think, Alonso, and they kind of got the strategies wrong, and boom, it was Vettel that won in the end. Anyway, the point I'm making is that there were arguments made on, had they been the same weight and height, Vettel and Mark Webber would have won the championship. I mean, I know it's a
because
stretch.
Vettel is lighter.
Is
that
lighter,
right?
but that's how close the championship came down. That when you are as tall as Mark Webber, I think he's 5'11" or 6 foot, even if he's thin and he's a triathlete, he still has like 10 or 15 pounds over Vettel. And just those 15 pounds could have cost him a championship. Once again, they're creating a story around an event that already happened, but it was an interesting exercise in thought because that's how closely they're matched, and that's also how much the weight can play a difference.
If it's true or if it's not true, it's interesting.
It's very interesting because, it's not just, like when we were talking to one of the drivers, I think it was Inigo, Anton, last leg, where we're asking about, can you choose where to put the weight? Because that's very important. Weight is a number, but where you put it can make a big difference. If you are the driver that weighs heavy, that's it. You're only one place to sit. So you're stuck with that. That's why you have a bit of a disadvantage if you are a heavy or tall driver in racing cars.
It's almost like if you're lighter, so you want to put the weights on your right end, because if you put it on the left, of course.
Yes.
So it balances, because you don't have a chair. You don't have a passenger chair seat. So I'm just
and you
thinking
want
about
to maybe, but if you're setting up, let's say, a Formula One car, you can use it in your strategy of where you're going to put that weight. You might want to put it over the front wheels or the back wheels to get more traction on the many different.
I remember I had weights, but it's in the middle.
It
was in the middle.
So you've had to drive with weights in before.
When I was third or second for the last 2.
Did you
3
feel
years.
it? Did you feel a difference?
A little bit, yeah. But yeah, it was a different drive. Probably mentally it was there, but yeah, But I did okay. I did good that then.
You imagine like if you are in the lead or you're right behind the guy in the lead and you're driving millimeter perfect, but you just can't get him because you know it's just that extra 20 kilos. You can feel it. Like you just can't quite get him on the straight because that's the frustrating part about it. But then it's also what gets your mind working on, wait, how do I'm disadvantaged in the straight, but I got an advantage in the corner. How do I set it up so that I can use it? That's why it's so interesting to see these strategies play out.
How they do when they have
Yes.
weights, because they're doing the same thing, what they're doing without the weights, and maybe doing the same thing with weights. So what can they do a different thing to be better with the weights? But when you're driving, you have to do the same strategy and same driving especially if you win, right? So what are you gonna do when you have weights? Are you gonna drive and press the gas more flat out? You're always flat out, but
You're always flat out, but I think the difference that you can make is like, okay, well, you can probably just adjust your driving style a little bit so that you can maybe get on the gas earlier. But then that means you have to brake a little earlier too, because you might, if you brake at your normal spot, you might overshoot it because that extra weight might get you an extra foot or two away from the apex. So you brake a little earlier because you understand that your weight is going to have a little bit more effect on the braking distance, but you can accelerate earlier too because you've got more traction. Okay, we just got word that we're now into the qualifying of the influencers now, and we will see their names being flashed up as they come up to their relative positions or their chosen or their assigned positions.
I saw also
say.
that most of the influencers brought their families, their girlfriends.
As it should be, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure what the protocols are, how many they're allowed to bring, but I remember the days before the pandemic where you couldn't get parking here. The parking was all the way down the street. I mean, like the entire length of this road outside Clark Speedway was full of cars.
But I don't think they can come in here because we're required to swab, right?
There you
so
go.
I think
So-
they're just in the hotel, which is we have a vaccination card and
Yeah. So pre-pandemic, I remember this used to just be one big giant fiesta.
I
And we used to
know.
bring in bands, remember? Sometimes we bring in some of the top bands of the country, especially if it was the final night of the final leg. Oh, we used to have so much fun doing it. And we still do. Times have just changed a little bit. We've modified, but, it's just, it evolves. And this is part of also, being a big company. You evolve with the times, and they have evolved with COVID. And look, I think they're putting on a better show than anybody else is doing because nobody else is out there trying to do this.
I'm actually proud of everyone, imagine. Like,
Super.
oh, we can do this. We can do online meetings. We can do online shows.
And we can do now online racing that's in a real car but still bring you the action to you. And in some ways, some would maybe even argue it's better. Here's your
Yes, here's Jack
teammate
Yu.
before.
I should teach her how to handle the car. I think it's good. Then we have Gab Lagman on the other side. So this is Jack Yu from
So
our
what's
influencer.
what's she involved in now outside of racing? What's keeping her busy?
She actually has an online clothing line. So she sells online now, and I think in online shopping.
Okay.
So she does that, and of course she does hosting also.
All right. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people will remember you two from the Amazing Race,
yes.
which was, got basically not just you guys on the map, but the Philippines, I think, was put on the map by you guys. And then Rovi and Mark, did a
Yes.
season after you, right?
Yes, after us, and another celebrity in it, which is so much fun. Filipinos in any reality show always do good. I don't know. They like reality shows. They always do good.
And we find ways too, right? we know how to find ways.
You know about the story of Jack? When I met her, she wasn't into any sports. She's out of there. She's, I just want to be with my mom, which is good, the family. And then I said, you know what, you should join, work out with me. Let's join Amazing Race. She has a bit of a story, which is a nice story with her family. And then now I convinced her to join the autocross.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. So you were the one who were like kind of egging her on into this?
Every sport, any sport, any reality show, I've been inviting her always. I just,
And what have you noticed from her? Have you noticed any differences, improvements, on-road driving, anything like that?
well,
Well,
I haven't.
she can't
really
hear you
seen
now,
her
so you
driving
speak now.
I haven't seen her drive in the city, but she's okay. She drives okay.
Okay, well,
Just, yeah.
let's hope she does
But
well
I'm better.
here.
I'm a better and patient driver than her. So I always drive when we go in the mall. I always pick her up. She always parks in my house, and then we'll drive. We'll drive to go
All
somewhere.
right. Well, here they are now getting their experience behind the wheel, because this is the entry level into the TGR Vios Cup. If you want to join, usually if you have no experience, this is what we will ask you to do first. And if you can prove yourself here, if you can handle the car, understand the basics of what it takes to do advanced driving, then we take you up to the next level, which is wheel-to-wheel racing, full lapping around the circuit, and eventually you have your way up to the promotional sporting and super sporting class.
And this is something, an experience to tell your kids, your family. It's so much fun. This autocross, you think it's hard for them, but when you listen and you enjoy it, you embrace the challenges, and you really wake up early for the practice.
Yes.
It really does work. Being on time, I like sleeping. That really the key is you have a good sleep, breakfast.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just don't lose your breakfast in the corners, that's all. But yeah, just a light meal and just being,
Light meal, yeah.
you're just aware of all the places where you can improve. You just focus on fundamentals, which is very important. Again, I keep going back to the on-road stuff, because I think a lot of people might have a misconception about, when you teach people how to drive like professionally or advanced driving, they want to race in the streets. And I'm here to say it's usually the complete opposite. Once you train people to do this properly on the racetrack, they scratch the itch here and they feel like they have nothing else to prove outside. Plus, you learn very vital car handling skills. Another thing that I wanted to point out about this whole series is something that should be very obvious, is how much abuse that these cars can take. I mean, they're driven 10/10 by different drivers who just take turns all day abusing the car.
Yeah.
And nothing happens to them. They're perfectly fine.
Same.
This explains why they're the #1 choice and the #1 subcompact car in the country and the #1 brand in the Philippines. Is because they just work. They just work, and it's just peace of mind that these things are just gonna keep on keeping on,
And of course, the services, the maintenance is always there.
Especially now with the My Toyota app.
Yes.
Especially if you get the My Toyota app right now, it's become such a seamless online virtual experience almost to get your car serviced. They've even introduced a new wallet into the My Toyota app. So you can pay for your parts and service using the in-house wallet of the My Toyota app. And so you really don't have to worry about anything anymore. If you really want a contact-free experience and get your car serviced within an hour, I mean, that's great. It's like going in for a haircut now.
Yes.
You book your car in for a 1-hour service, and then you can just pay for it online, you can book it online, and you can just be in and out and get on with the rest of your day, because that's what your car is there for. It's to serve you, not the other way around. You are not the slave to your car sitting around waiting for it to be done. It should be there as quickly as possible so it can get back to doing what it does, which is serving you.
So don't forget to download the Toyota app. If you want to see the complete link, maybe you just follow and like Toyota Motor Philippines on Facebook. So
Yes.
now we have Gino and Bianca battling for a lesser time.
Okay, so this is in the influencer category,
influencer,
Gino and Bianca.
Bianca is, I think, the partner of Judd, I think.
No, I think isn't it Carla?
Carla,
Did
it's
I get
Bianca.
right? I think it's Carla.
Carla, sorry.
Well, I said Carla and he didn't disagree. So if it's with Bianca, he's in a lot of trouble. I mean, like, I wouldn't want to be on the ride home. Sorry, John, if you're listening, but I'm pretty sure he said Carla.
Gino has been doing autocross for, I think, 2 or 3 years now.
Oh, really?
I've known this guy, yes. And with another Jules, I think Jules will be next. I think they've been doing autocross
Oh yeah,
for quite a while
Jules.
now.
Jules is actually a previous winner here too
Yes.
as well. So Jules really knows his stuff. Okay, so this is again a knockout series. For those who have just joined us, welcome. It is our live broadcast of the TGR. That's the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. We are on our third and final leg, which means we are on our 9th race. Our 9th race is coming up later on this afternoon. It is the final race of the season, and the good news is it is wide open, so anybody can win this season. It is completely anybody's game right now because we're giving away double points. Even if we weren't giving away double points, the points are that close that it's just between whoever crosses the line first in many situations here. So we urge you to stick around for that. A little bit later on, we'll be going live back to the track for this promotional, the sporting and the super sporting. In the meantime, we're watching the autocross of the influencers. We're doing a knockout system here, and we're looking for the top 1, 2, and 3 in influencers, and the same in media. They're two separate championships using the same course and the same cars, and this is basically your gateway into becoming a professional race car driver.
So here we go. There's Aaron Villaflor against doing good. I think he was a third. He's in third last leg.
So you can get the My Toyota PH app on the App Store. I'm just looking at it now. So yeah, it's definitely available for Apple and Android. And this elevates your whole Toyota experience. So check it out. Android, Google Store, or the App Store, My Toyota PH. Elevate your Toyota experience. And yep, they just launched, like I said, the new wallet.
Oh, this is Carla.
There's
Yeah,
Carla.
the Carla.
That's
Okay,
Juts.
Okay, sorry, it's not Aaron. I think it's Enzo, who was the third place the last leg. So maybe he's next. But this is Carla. It's doing good.
All right.
Slow break, that's okay. And here's Aaron. You know, anyone that you know that who would like to try this, guys, you tag and share this live on Facebook. Share it to your friends and tag your friends. Do the hashtag, of course, so we can see everyone. And you can see your favorite influencer, your media idol. You guys just watch and share this to your friends so we can spread the news that we have this autocross that you guys can try here in Clark Speedway with Tuason, of course, Tuason Racing, and of course with Toyota Motor Philippines.
Yep, I don't also think enough is said about the Tuason Racing School and all the team from Tuason Racing, because they do provide a very, very good backbone to this whole racing series. Because Toyota Motor Philippines, of course, this is their baby. They conceptualize this whole thing, but you need reliable partners as well to get this done. And we've got a great partner in Tuason Racing, and we've got JP Jeanette and Ferdy Ong as our race director as well, who make sure that everything is done completely to international spec, and all of all the nuances of racing are adhered to and understood. So we're very lucky to have them, and it's a great partner to have.
Well, I can attest to that. They have the best of the best instructors here in Tuason Racing. And partnering with Toyota is one of the best experience for me. And all the instructors are the best, the friendliest, and the kindest people, you know, but they'll tell
patient.
you. Yes, and they'll tell you flat out, but chill. I'm like, how do you do that? Flat out, brakes now, but relax.
So, Aubrey, what happens when with your coach? It's been, like I said, a few years for me. So what happens after you finish? How do they train? Do they show you a video? What goes on?
Yes, they do have this, it's like a timer measure thing that they'll stick in your car. So they have a video in front of you and behind you, on the sides, and they will count and they will know where you made mistakes. So it's pretty detailed, and they'll look at me when I go down in my car. They're like, "Come here."
Oh.
So they're very dedicated. They're so serious about their teaching. So for me, I love all the instructors, and what I do like also about each of everyone. They have a different, I don't want to say attack, but they have a different way. Approach. So I like actually everyone. I like to drive with Bjorn. Ferdy is different, but everyone. So I always ask each and everyone, can I drive with you? And can I drive with you?
And you pick up little pieces
Yes.
from each and every one.
But I know how they do it. Of course, they won't teach you the level. They have levelings. They can't teach you. Okay, you go in this turn, you speed up. No, they will do gradually.
I don't know if you noticed Julius Aquino's
Yes,
here, but
Julius.
if you notice his steering, I didn't want to interrupt you, but we had an in-car footage of his steering, and well, okay, now he's just, I think, ending the lap. But that was an example of, you see how he was doing the U-turn, but he doesn't cross his hands. So that's the training that we were given. He's doing the push-pull system.
Yeah.
So because when you cross your hands, this can lead to, you'll get away with it for most of the time. But the problem is when you really need to, that's when you'll get confused, and that's why good training. And I like the way Jules used his steering technique. It was very interesting to watch.
That's what you call the octopus. You look at it so.
Yeah. But you notice Jules normally wins these things.
Yes,
so
yes.
there's also, good guy to copy, I guess, if you're going to copy anyone. Go up and ask him his technique there, or ask your coach. If you're listening right now and you're still up for the autocross later, go and ask your coach, because this is so important right now, because there's such little margin of error. So everything that you do in an autocross is magnified. So if you make a mistake here, it's almost a deal breaker, because if you hit a cone, it's 2 seconds, right?
Yeah.
And there's
that's big.
It's huge. It's everything. I mean, you've got to get a 2-second gap among somebody in this time. No, it's very difficult to do.
As you can see, Julius very comfortable with the car, but still not too relaxed. It's, as you can see, is sitting, not too tense, because he's been here for 4 years now. He's been doing autocross, which is he's very humble. He always comes here and say, I'm excited. It's still excited.
Yes, because you're always competing against yourself. So I mean, any sport where you can really feel like you can compete against yourself, you'll never get bored, because you'll always look for improvements, and being a perfectionist, usually that's the personality trait. You're competitive and a perfectionist, so you'll always look for a room where you can improve, and that's what gets you motivated. That's what keeps you up at night and gets you up in the morning, because you really just want to improve.
That's true. Actually, he talked to me last night at the dinner. Just a short conversation. He said, "Oh, we have a different and a little harder challenges today." I'm like, "Well, that's fun." I'm like, "Yeah, I like it, but it's harder. But I think I can do this." Yeah, of course, you have to do it, right? And he's like, I'm looking forward to it. I'm like, and then I can see him in the dinner. He's like,
Yeah.
doing the moves. When you're a driver, you're doing the
You really visualize, don't
Yeah.
you? And that's a very normal driver technique. Is you visualize the racetrack, and you're always driving in your head. So even when you're sitting eating, waiting for your food, going to sleep, you're always visualizing the racetrack, the gear changes, what to do, when to turn. What if I turned a little earlier this time? What if you see how?
Yes. I like this view too. This is good.
So he's not doing the full crossover.
Yes.
He's doing the push-pull system. And that way, if if he ever loses the car, he's in a better chance to recover it, because he'll know where his hands are, or he'll know he has a system. Whereas when you cross your hands, you can lose your equilibrium, your sense of your bearings.
But in racing, it's better to do this than doing the.
Yes. But
the circuit.
You always have to know where straight is, or where north is, and that's because in racing, in a racetrack, you should never have to do more than half a turn of the wheel.
Like that, much moves, yeah.
So there's really no reason for you to cross your, do the push-pull in a full race, because there's no corner that's that crazy that you need to do that. But you don't take your hand off that wheel, because you know that as soon as you straighten up, that's straight.
Yeah.
Whereas if you let go of the wheel and you do the push-pull, then you could be in trouble, because when the car spins, you don't know what straight is.
You only do this because it's a 360 turn. And
Yes.
The one in the circuit, it's different because you only have the left and the right and then a straight.
Yeah.
You don't have the U-turn. Well, you
Well,
have
there
a
are
big
some
turn.
hairpins. There are some
Yeah,
hairpins,
they're-
but
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
they're normally not as tight as this.
Yeah, that is very tight. This one is.
And I mean, I just don't think they designed racetracks like that where you'd have to do more than a full turn of the wheel. More
Oh.
than one lock, because if you have to do more than one lock, yeah, you're pretty much parking already.
There is some racetracks, although like in the world, that's very tight like this. I watched one this in F1.
Well,
the
Monaco is
turn-
pretty tight.
Yes, it's like one
Mirabao.
car. You'll fit just one car. I'm like, what? Can
Yeah.
they do that?
That famous Mirabeau corner in Monaco is one of those where really only one at a time, although they try to squeeze in many times, somebody will try to squeeze in there, and that gets very exciting. But yep, that's probably, I think, the tightest, slowest corner in a Formula One racetrack around the world.
Sorry.
Okay.
So going back, earlier was John Manalo, and now it's Lexi Mendiola and Win-Win.
All right, so Lexi
Two
and Win-Win
females.
on the track right now.
Oh, they're doing fast. Jeez.
And they are
Lexi's-
basically battling it out for a knockout system. So it can be very unforgiving here, because if you're out, you're out. Doesn't matter how close you get knocked out. That means you don't go to the next one. And you see how we basically have them at the same start-finish line, but facing opposite directions. These are equidistant setups.
Yes.
So technically speaking, they should cross the line at the same time. But we're getting their best time from 2 runs.
Like stop at the same time, but if someone's faster but hit a cone, then it will add in their time.
Add to their time, and almost impossible. I don't know if I can recall sometime. I don't recall the last time somebody won after hitting a cone, because it's just they'd have to be so much faster than everybody else, because 2 seconds is it's what 10% of the track, I think.
Unless everyone hit the cone.
Unless everyone hits the cone. But this is sometimes a strategy. Just sacrifice it, because you could lose maybe half a second by going slower, but you don't get 2-second penalty.
It's almost like a safe drive, but good speed. But you didn't hit a cone.
But this is why they give you 2 runs as well, so that you can also play with that strategy of, let me go out and let me give my best run, like drive as crazy, as fast as I think I can, and then do a safety after, or a safety before, and do a hell-bent for leather one afterwards. That way you can sort of, you might get lucky. You're super fast lap, you might not hit a cone, and there, you've got the best time of the day.
Actually, I can see Win-Win's doing this, what we're talking about. She's driving just the right speed, a little
Chill,
slower,
smooth.
chill. Yes, a big turn on the cones, and then hit. And Lexi's doing faster, but not sure if she hit a cone. But
She
I
did
don't
get
think
to
she
the
did.
spot, quicker, but yeah, we also can't see from our
Yeah.
angle whether there were any cones or if she went around the same way around the track. But we will know once they give us a knockout series, or give us who has made it through to the next round. And there's also, these guys are also fighting for a championship as well.
Yes.
So plenty up for grabs for these guys as well. And then, of course, there is our main event at the end of the day later this afternoon. It is race number 9.
Race number 9. Race 9 is.
I have a feeling we're going to be witnessing history and fireworks.
I think you'll go out there and shout screaming.
I think so. I think so,
You'll be
because
like, "Ah!"
that's it. Wala na. You know, every race up until now, Aubrey, we've seen people driving a very disciplined, tempered championship, because there's so much up for grabs, and they got to be smart about it, because they're running 9 races. But if you're in the 9th race already, and you know that by being behind this other guy, you lose, you've got nothing to lose by trying to take over. So we're going to just see a different level, I think, of risk-taking, a different level of driving, and I just hope everybody stays completely safe, because it'll be completely nuts, I'm sure.
So this is Laura, still on our influencer class. Laura Lehman against still direct. It's pretty good.
All right,
So
here we
have
go.
another- So we have Enzo Pineda. He actually placed third the last leg.
Your memory's quite good.
Yeah. I like how he's already looking where he's going.
You know, that's another very important skill. Always look where you want to go.
Yeah.
And this is why, you know, when target fixation, a lot of times when we are on the road and we're not trained and we see an obstacle, we look at it and then we hit it.
Yes.
That's just the way, you know, if you look where you want to go, the car will normally go where you want to go.
Yes.
It's just the way that your body reacts.
You know, I always hear that every time that my instructor, okay, just go where you're going, okay? Don't look right there in front of you.
Look
Go
where you need to go.
Yes.
So you don't look at the apex, you look through the corner. I mean, because if you look at the apex, you might clip the apex, but you don't know what's on the other side. But
Yes.
if you look through the other side, you look through the apex of the corner, you're going to go where you need to go, and you'll clip that apex anyway.
And you never know, there's probably another car there. That's why you look where you're going, because somebody else is probably going the same way.
That's the very famous target fixation. Do not look at don't look at the pole, don't look at the barrier, just look where you need to go, and the car should follow, as long as you're doing everything correctly, I guess.
You know what's nice to have influencers. Of course, they all share this event to their followers and sharing their experience here, sharing how fun, and maybe other influencers or fans will be inspired to do this. And that's what also media and influencers are very important to our event, especially this year. But after pandemic, we all need, you know, the push to you know, to see us again, and we're back.
Well, they don't understand this. They understand how communication is done these days, and they were one of the first to be able to grasp this. So I noticed this is why they invited celebrities like yourself in the previous seasons, because they know that you have an audience that they don't reach through traditional media. And then they invite, of course, the traditional media, because these have been their partners as well in the industry for many, many years. But they also understand and respect and appreciate the new form of media, which is influencer media. And so they invite them too. So now, you know, they're getting their message across through different platforms, because we all have different ways of gaining information nowadays.
That's true.
You know, some people really are 100% social media now. They don't have any traditional media in their lives. Then you have another generation that don't go on to social. So getting this spread, celebrities, influencers, traditional media, I think is a great strategy. And it's also a very fair way of doing things.
Yeah, you know, the influencers and the media, you know, they probably have fans and followers that don't or not really into racing, but when they know their idols or their, you know, their influencer is into racing, you never know, they'll probably get into it. You know, they'll probably like, oh, you know what, that's fun.
Of course.
It's fun. That's why it's important to share, because you never know who's gonna like it, and you know you're gonna influence. That's why you call them influencer, right?
And also because, Aubrey, you know, it's like if your follower knows that you're not necessarily particularly a racer, it gives them the opportunity to say, well, I can do that too pala. I mean, if let's say your followers would know before, you're not known for racing, you're known for your fitness, you're known, of course, now for your plants as well. You're known for many things, but not racing cars. So when your followers look at that, they go, kung kaya ni Aubrey yan, kaya ko rin yan.
Yes, that's true.
Right?
Yes, even this now having an autocross, probably one fan or follower don't like to do a circuit, but they like that autocross, they can just do it, you know. But also, circuit is one of the best another step for taking the autocross.
You know, it's about firstly getting awareness. Is always the first step to anything. If you can get awareness for something, I mean, it's like Steve Jobs used to say, how do they know they want it? I haven't invented it yet. It's kind of leans into the same thing about awareness. How do you know that they won't want to do it if they haven't seen it before? And then, you know, they had no previous interest in racing, so they're not going to check racing sites. But if they're following an influencer for other reasons, and that influencer introduces them to racing, that's a whole different story. And that's how, you know, things are born. That's where people find out about things that they otherwise wouldn't have.
Right now, like our influencers, they probably just want to try it. You know, let's just try it for fun. And then now, I can hear them talking in the buffet room. They're all into it. They're like, oh my God. And we're all listening. Oh, see, it will happen.
That means they've been bitten by the bug. That's the wakudoki bug that they all talk about here at the Vios Cup, because it's been a wakudoki bug that's bitten quite a lot of people throughout the years, because it's this level of wakudoki, literally translated, or as close to literal as I can get, it is excitement slash nausea slash fear slash happiness. So it's all these conflicting emotions, but it's overall embodied in excitement is what it is. But the nerves are just as big a part of it as anything else. But it's very addicting because it's keeping you, you know, at your edge of your seat, so to speak, and it's keeping you at your most alive. You really feel alive when you're wakudoki.
It's a different feeling. You don't feel that every day.
No.
So when you feel that moment, you just want it. You just want to embrace it. This moment is my moment, and then tomorrow I'll go home.
Yeah.
So, you know.
And then, of course, we are now going to cross over to the semifinals of the media class. And here are our knockout systems. We're doing a knockout system again. So semifinals will bring them down to the top two. The two will compete against the other two. That means we're going to have 4. And then those 4, once they compete against each other, will determine 1, 2, 3, and 4 in position. Actually, we're just looking for 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
So
we have Sam from Visor and Ronald from Daily Tribune.
right, these are already, like I said before, second generation drivers.
Yes.
When I first joined, I was racing against his father, Ronald, and now the younger Ronald Jr. is racing against, you know, people in a new generation of media. So yeah, that's how long I've been in the beat, over 20 years now. Actually, it's 20 years this year. Is my 20th year in automotive media, so it's time to pass on the torch to younger.
It's really right when you're a family member or an older, you know, like your father, or, and then you don't really race yet, and then now you realize, oh,
Yeah,
I think
well,
I can race.
it's
really in the blood.
it's also amazing that like we're into like our second generation of it, because aside from Ronald, there's also Enzo de los Reyes who's racing.
Yeah.
Enzo is the son of Manny de los Reyes, who's from Philippine Star and 2.0 magazine. And Manny and I have been racing for the last 20 years in media events, you know, against each other. And now, if my son was racing, he'd be racing against his son. And this is just bizarre. It's just bizarre how long that these things have been going in automotive media, and that I'm still a part of it and lucky enough to be here commenting on it.
How fun to know that. Like,
It
oh, my
is.
son is in Toyota. Oh, James is there? Yes.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, I mean,
Say hi to him.
One part of me feels really old because I remember these kids running around the paddock when we used to
really?
race. Yes.
Is that,
Yes, I mean, 20 years ago, Enzo and my son would be running around playing Matchbox and or Hot Wheels cars and stuff while their parents, their dads raced. Now it's the other way around. I'm not sure where Manny is if he's playing with Matchboxes, but you know, I'm sitting behind the desk, and I'm sure he's watching his son
Yeah,
race
say
in
hi
this,
to him. Hello, you never know. He's probably watching for sure.
And who else is second generation? Dylan Afuang is also second generation. The son of Brian Afuang, who was also Philippine Star. And
Oh, that was.
you see?
Oh.
We say, you know, okay, it's just not. It's all very confined, but still, you can go off track in something as small as this if you're pushing hard enough.
Yes.
Goes to show
You
how
go to
hard
the
they are
grass,
pushing.
Yeah, but you know what? You're fine. You'll be okay. Hey, that was a little bit fun. If you're inside, you're like, oh my god.
But that's gonna. I think that pretty much cost the run. I don't think that. I think that might even be a DNF because he went off track.
Yeah.
He or she. But
Okay,
that's not
you
hard.
cannot go off track
No.
the grass and the rocks. You
No.
can. Yes, you can go to the blue line, or the berm, or you can't. Oh, because they don't have it when you go
Well,
straight.
some are very strict. You have what you call leaving the track boundaries, which is if you cross that line. But usually they mean all 4 wheels cross that line. Here we have our cones. So yeah, they're pretty strict. I'm pretty sure that would be a DNF because you did leave the track. We've had situations like that before. Mike Potenciano was an example of one of our professional race car drivers who happens to also be media. But Mike is a champion as well. Got a long history of racing. But, you know, when you put him into an autocross, it's a very level playing field.
Yeah.
He went the wrong way. And so he was DNF'd, which is very hard, you know, very painful because he's a professional driver and he's very fast. And but yeah, anything can happen in an
Anything can
autocross.
happen. Yeah, this is the semifinal, so if it's really DNF, and then you for sure be like, what did I do there? And then you want to recall, you want to think back, and did I press the gas too much? Did I, did I shift the wrong, wrong gear, like second or,
That's all it is. And
Because that was, he went a little bit fast on all of a sudden, but
I didn't see exactly how it happened, but I would imagine it was he went a little wide, got one of the wheels onto the grass, and once that happens, your traction is completely different from grass and asphalt, and the car just spun. And also, Judd did tell us that, remember? He did say that they were doing 360 spins in this particular track because it's faster.
So here we go from our influencers.
That's
Chef JP.
Chef Japes.
This is his first time here.
Yes,
He's
it's the
also
first
a
time I've noticed.
plantito.
Huh?
He's been shopping plants every week. I
Oh,
know
he's a
where he
plantito
shops.
as well.
Yes.
Are you sure he's not cooking them?
Cooking and planting.
He's cooking these plants?
Yeah, I follow them, and he follows the plant that the plant nursery that I go to. They also post.
Oh,
they
there's
hit
a
the
cone. That's 2 seconds right there.
Sir Ian from Top Gear PH. I follow Top Gear also.
Yeah, Top Gear, one of the longer running media here that we have. And also, I think we have Auto Industria Racing. They just celebrated 21 years.
Imagine.
Imagine that, 21 years as an online automotive website. That's pretty huge.
They have a very informative site.
And
so,
it's they were like, even before online was a big thing. I mean, like when they first started that site 21 years ago, I would have been just a little boy, of course. But when they started that 21 years ago, they were one of the first. Websites weren't a big thing, not even just automotive, but just in general. And they've stood the test of time, and they're here. And so now that's why we're into our second generation kind of media already in automotive, because we've been around for a while.
Top Gear is all over.
Top Gear's been around since, I think, if I remember correctly, I think 2005 or 6.
Yeah.
So that's also a long time, maybe 6.
Because I also
C Magazine is also there.
Yeah.
Paolo is racing. They've been around for 20 years. In 2002, they will celebrate their 20th year. So yeah, these are long-running names now. 15 years for Top Gear, 20 years for C, 21 years for Auto Industria.
Because I watched them when I was a kid.
Oh, that's going to leave a mark.
Yeah.
Oh, ouch, ouch.
It's a good thing that, it's been there. I watch it. And also I watch the shows, I like watching the Top Gear show, online website.
Yeah.
When the website is still,
Yeah, absolutely.
right?
Absolutely. All right, let's check out what's going on here. We got Chef Japes out there on the car number 3. I wish we could get the live timing. It would be great to see the live timing just to see how they're doing, because Chef Japes looks like he's got that pretty much under control, but it's all down to the clock. I mean, they're so close. It's very hard to see what a good lap is and what a not. But look how smooth he is.
This one, this run is pretty
You
good
don't
for
see
him.
any violent sort of turns and stuff like that. You want to keep that to a minimum all the time.
Yeah. That was a good run for him, I think.
So we're doing knockouts here.
I like seeing that. Like a very smooth turn, left and right. His 360 is perfect, almost perfect. That was good.
Another
and here's
thing
Ian.
that people need to learn, or do learn, end up learning here through this and later on in the circuit, is how to preserve your car.
Yeah.
Because you can't just be rough on your car, because your car will respond to how you treat it too. You don't want to overheat anything, tires, brakes, etc. So you learn about car sympathy as well.
Yeah. You got to save your car.
Oh yeah.
It's almost like working out. If you push yourself and, you push yourself in the day to day, just push it in, the next day you'll be sick.
Yep. Absolutely.
That's why somebody will ask me, why after I work out I threw up and the next day I'm sick? Well, you probably pushed it today. I mean yesterday. So you gotta gradually, especially if you don't work out all the time and then you just work out today and then all of a sudden you just want to do everything today. You can't do that. Like with cars, you can't just do everything in one move.
Yeah, and you
one
also,
run.
you have to preserve it because
Yeah.
especially when once you're out there on the race, you can't do a pit stop. So there's just you're out there on your own, and if anything goes wrong, you blow a tire, overheat your whatever your brakes, your tires, etc. That's it. It's game over. And so you really have to learn car management as well as anything. It's all part of it. And this is Enzo de los Reyes, the son of Manny, as I was telling you about before.
Yes.
Enzo being second generation media for automotive, and he's obviously got his father's skills too. He's a very good driver. Manny's obviously been he loves to drive and has been racing for many years with all of he's raced the Vios Cup as well. And so I wonder how much of that will be passed down to Enzo. Will he be able to take the media challenge?
So this is Sherwin from GT Cup Racer. Sherwin Rada.
If I'm not mistaken, it is AI Auto Industria that's leading the championship for the media.
Who's
Is it Jose?
Jose
Altoveros is leading
maybe after this.
Yeah, so he's the one to beat, and definitely all eyes will be on his time because they're all got an axe to grind.
But so far, I can see everyone's doing good. So far, no cones hit yet.
Yeah, just a little bit hard. We're very hard to tell unless we
Yeah.
see the times, but yep, at least we can see that they're keeping all in one piece and stuff. But it's really down to milliseconds and tenths of a second that will separate the top drivers here. So without that, we're kind of just guessing by saying who's ahead of what. We don't want to do that.
Yeah.
We can only comment on what we're seeing, and without that
Yeah.
data, we wouldn't want to mislead anybody as well. But generally speaking, all I can tell you about this for sure is that the level of competition within the media, especially because they, unlike maybe the influencers, have to deal with each other usually on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
We see each other, so the ribbing and the joking and the teasing will always happen throughout your career. You'll always be like, I beat you in this race, I beat you in that race, or whatever. And so there's a lot of pride up for grabs too.
That's the fun chat. That's a fun conversation with a co-racer, right? It's almost like you're debating for fun, but it's almost like you mean it, but you don't. I know, it happens to this, like the promotional. They're like, oh yeah, you hit me. Like, yeah, dude, but
That was fun.
It's okay. I can imagine the feeling of the influencers and the media when they go home after this and winning and talking to your, your companion going home, saying, you know what, I did this and then that, telling the story. Telling the story,
The
right?
stories are always.
It's not done. It's like,
Yes, I used to love that when we used to watch finish a race. You would watch everyone rush into the paddock, and everybody's got a story. Everybody's got they're doing the hand movements, or they're showing how the car. Tapos he was here and there. Everyone's just because that, and everyone's got their own unique experience of it. If there are 10 racers, there's 11 stories.
Yes.
The 11th is usually the truth because the other 10 are how everyone else saw it, but usually the 11th is how the marshals saw it.
Yes. And then you're seeing on their side, like, oh, they're talking about, so, yeah, but let's go there. We're gonna
Okay, here we are. We're still live here at the Clark International Speedway. If you've just joined us, welcome. I'm James Deacon here with Aubrey Miles all the way through till the end of the day. We're covering the last leg of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. This is going all the way through till this afternoon. We're going to do race number 9 after this. But right now, what we are watching are the knockoffs or the elimination rounds of the media and the influencer rounds of our autocross.
Yes. This is our semifinals. So we'll pick up, I think, 4 in each class, and then they will battle it.
And then we'll go into race number 9, and then we'll
Yes.
come back.
For the championship of the autocross,
The
and then
championship.
after that's the championship for the
Influencers.
Yes.
So all we'll need now, what we're going to eventually find out from here is who is first, second, who are the top 4 that are going to advance. And those top 4 will race again 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Like, this
is
so
Jose.
yes. Yeah.
So this is our championship leader right now, the man to beat.
Looking good. The turns are pretty smooth. The brakes, wow.
Wow, did you see how far ahead, how much of a head? That's big.
Yes, that's
That's
big.
almost one cone. Almost.
Yeah. And
But-
then now they switch.
They switch because it's like a race of champions style, where both, no matter which way they're facing, it's an equidistant track. So they should have the exact same time. But just to keep it fair, they're going to now drive the opposite way, which should be the same in terms of time, and they'll just get the best time from those two runs.
And see who does better in this corner and this side, or this side, this side.
Well, yes, but because they're supposedly the same in terms of time, it just gives you a second chance to like put in a better time.
Yeah.
Or, like I said before, try and put a safety, do a safety run where you're conservative but you don't hit any cones. Then go for one really crazy run where you try and just beat the record.
There's no better a perfect lap, but there's always a better lap.
Exactly, because you'll always be left haunted by this one thing that could have changed. Let's say, if you did for some reason drive the perfect lap, it might have not been the perfect weather.
No,
And then you're like, well, that's out of my hands. But I wonder what would happen if I did that perfect lap in perfect weather. You see all the intangibles and all the variables that are connected to racing. This is what makes it so addicting too. Is you'll never really be able to say, I think I nailed it and that's perfect
know,
and I can't
right? Yeah.
improve. Never.
So this is Paolo Borja from C Magazine.
Yep, so two of the oldest publications in the automotive beat racing against each other. One is at 21 years old and the other one is at 20 years old.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm so
Interesting,
proud
yeah.
that they still did. You know what? I'm gonna do Toyota.
And you know what's even more impressive is that what's even more impressive, lasting 20 years, is C Magazine is still a printed magazine. So to be a printed magazine
Yeah.
in this day and age, especially after a pandemic, is wow, pretty amazing.
I think also that's why they still do the those printing because the the drivers and racers probably a little bit in a older side, and they still like to read. I like to read. I like to hold something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a very fair assessment of it, because that's exactly what it is. As we were talking about earlier, in case you missed it, sometimes as we progress and we work out all the conveniences, we crave what was before, the retro. We crave the authentic experience. And for some people, yeah, reading a physical magazine is still an experience for them that they're not there necessarily for the information, but the actual experience of it. It's like when you go out to a fine restaurant, you're not going there just to get busog. You're going there for a dining experience.
Yes.
So, yes, you wait for the 7 courses. You sit down there, you enjoy the ambiance, the music, or whatever else is going on. It's the experience you're after.
That's true. Owning that magazine is like you have it your own, and then you can read it again anytime. You don't have to go online. It's true, right? And then you own it.
Yeah, kung mabagal yung internet.
Right.
And you know what's one...
You have kids around who's fighting for your Wi-Fi.
I'll tell you one other really cool thing about magazines is that your articles will be read in dentist's office everywhere for the next 30, 40, 50 years. Because it's usually those are what's are left in the waiting rooms. So I get people sometimes sending me a message going, hey, dude, I read your article. I'm like, when did I write that? Like 12 years ago, but it was in my dentist's office.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like to have one, like a library,
Yeah.
books, right?
Exactly.
Little
All right.
office.
See, so I mean, what we're getting at here is that no matter how the world progresses and how digitized we get, people are still going to be craving the original organic experience, because there's always going to be a place for this. And as far as racing is concerned, you are watching the physical organic experience right before your very eyes. So appreciate it while it's still around, because we never know. Everyone's moving into e-racing, but Toyota have really committed to making sure that we develop this program so that it's here to stay for a long time, and we develop grassroots talent in the Philippines to represent us in the global stage of motorsport.
Yeah, we actually want to thank all the drivers who actually joined and got the Vios and all this. Also the influencers, the media who joined. You know, despite of everything, they're like, you know, I'm gonna join. I'm gonna go out of the house, do this race, and you know, we have a lot of protocols here, and it's very safe.
You
and
see, they drive with a face shield. It just happens to be on a helmet, but it's still technically a face shield.
Actually, even before, everyone's apart. Even pre-pandemic, you know, the audience is kind of, it's far. They're far. And then now all the drivers are really not talking.
And that's not because of COVID. That's because they're competitive.
Exactly. So I was like, oh, you can do this, you know. All, look at that. It's all spread out.
Yeah.
The paddock, the garage is all far from each other. So it's okay.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, we're going towards, you can see we're almost finishing the line of drivers here. We've got just a little bit more to go.
We have, I think, 2 or 3 drivers for this semifinals for the autocross. So
Yeah, we can see 2 more cars left there. Oh, there's 1 more lining up, and then we will find out our top drivers to move into the finals. And then, of course, we have our main event later on, which is our race number 9 of our final race of the Vios Cup, which is going to be absolutely, I think it's going to be our best race so far. Don't want to put too much, you know, don't want to jinx it or anything, but if you just see what's leading up to this race, you do not want to miss it, because it's do or die for everybody. It's all or nothing for the top drivers at the moment, because nobody really races for second.
Yeah.
Nobody gets up in the morning going, I really want to get second today. No, everyone wants first. And first is up for grabs for so many people right now.
I don't think anyone will hold back. The first lap, they will give it all until the 12th lap. So you watch until the first and until the last lap. For sure, everyone will give it all. Imagine all the adrenaline, the excitement of driving. Each of how many drivers we have, 26 drivers. Mix that in one track. And so imagine that if you watch it in your TV, in your Facebook. So you guys share this live and share the fun with your family and friends, of course. And here's Julius Aquino doing well as usual. And then let's do the 360.
Julius, a very, very experienced driver now in the autocross. You said he was doing autocross even before the Vios Cup. Did you say that, or was that? No, you were saying I think Gino was doing it.
Yeah,
before.
Gino. That's Gino.
So his experience here is at the Vios Cup, and he's already very, very quick. He's already won, and I think he's up for the championship for this particular run. If he gets to the finals, he should be up competing for the championship in influencers.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let's check out the what's going on right now is the final portion of our autocross here at the Clark International Speedway. Influencers against influencers, media against media. I think eventually they should just have like a one-off battle, media versus influencers.
I know, right?
Yeah.
They can do that. Well, the last time, the last race, the autocross, we have the social media influencers. The last race, we have Jules, yes, the first, and second was Enzo, and third was Gino.
Wow.
For the influencer. And the media was, the third is Paulo de Borja and Brian for the second. And the first is Jose Antiveros.
Yes, and Jose has got everything to, he's the one they're watching right now. He's the one they want to beat. And AI have a great, I guess Jose has been champion since autocross began for the media class. So he is consistently the champion to beat. Can you imagine? How many years is that now? He's already on his fourth year. Fourth year as an unbeaten champion.
Because I remember this when the autocross started. We started the autocross and then invited influencer. We did the autocross first in MOA. It was so much fun.
So wow, this means this is like the Vettel or the Hamilton of our beat.
Well, you can say that. Yes, I like that. I like that.
And I know that his team is here with him today, so they're all going to be cheering him on, and they're going to be very, very happy if he can clinch the championship. I know that they're all here covering, all excited to see what happens, and so there's a lot of pressure on Jose because last round they weren't here, right? So today they're here, and they're all waiting to cover the champ. No pressure, Jose.
For sure, you know, a lot of fans, followers are waiting for this. Autocross. For sure, they want to root for their, you know,
Yeah,
their
of course.
idols, right? And the
Of
media,
course.
of course, all their team, their, for example, the Philippine Star, for sure, all the teams there. Like,
Yeah, I would
"Go."
imagine. I mean, I could imagine all these influencers like posting, oh, here's my run coming up. Watch me. Watch as I come up to this, you know, try and battle it out with this dude or that dude. Okay. All right. So while we're waiting for that, you know what? If you guys are Toyota owners, which more than 50% of motorists are, or 40-something% if you want it to be completely accurate. Yeah, if you are a Toyota owner, you might want to look at the My Toyota app and download it on the App Store or the Google Play Store, because they just introduced the My Toyota wallet, which is a very convenient way of paying for your servicing, your parts, or anything to do with your vehicle. So it's a very, very simplified process. If you want to get your car serviced, this is the easiest way you can go about doing it. It is really, really easy. So try it out. Go over to the App Store and just check out the My Toyota app and their new addition, which is the My Toyota wallet.
Well, everything now is online. You can shop online. You can download that Toyota. It's so easy. And I also like to maintain my car. I always go to that car, like the store, or I go to. Now it's actually so smart to have a car app. I mean, like a Toyota app wallet. I like that. It's very smart. It's actually the first for a car dealership.
It's a very, I mean, I've seen some dabble in it, but you know, I'll always say this: when Toyota does it, it's pretty much the first, because they do it so properly and so well. So I'm not sure if others have tried something along these lines. I've seen some people dabble in
I know, like a battery for
yes, and even some car brands have, you know, it's in infancy. The whole thing's in its infancy, but to have a cohesive app done by the #1 manufacturer in the country that incorporate all this to Toyota standards, this is really, for me, the milestone in the app, because it really does do it properly. It's like saying, oh, there were other manufacturers that did races. Of course there were. And they can still do it from here, but are they going to do it to this standard? That's the difference. It's a Toyota standard. It's a Toyota way. When Toyota does something, you can be guaranteed it's always done to be the leader in their field, because they're not used to doing it any other way. They're not used to playing for second, right?
Oh, that's why I love Toyota.
Yep, and I think that's why they have become the #1 brand, is because, you know, especially for motoring here in the Philippines, growing up here, cars were, in my time, I'm going to give away my age here, but cars in my time, they were really like, you kept them for 15 years or so. Now we tend to swap them a little bit further, but you wanted to know that your car was headache-free. You didn't want to have to deal with parts and service and unreliability. That's why Toyota became so popular. And even now, as people change their cars a little bit more often, they still deliver that same brand values and same brand promise.
Toyota's Toyota. That's,
Yep, absolutely. All right, so Aaron Villaflor
and Gab Lagman, I think. Is it Gab Lagman?
going head-to-head for these for this semifinal knockout round of our Autocross series here at the TGR Vios Cup 2021. You're still with myself, James Deacon, and Aubrey Miles, all the way through till about 5 or 6, depending. Really depends on the awarding, but usually we're here till about 6 p.m. Covering every single bit of the action that unfolds here at the Clark International Speedway.
I'm actually watching now. Yes, it's fun hosting it here, but watching it, I'm kind of miss this. I'm
Yes,
like
that's the only thing.
A little bit of jealousy there. I'm
Yeah.
like, I think I can do that.
I totally feel you. I totally feel you. Even when you guys are racing before, I'll be like, oh man, come on, dive on the inside. If I was there, I would drop it down.
I can do that better, or you do that turn too. Like, you know, it's just fun watching and thinking of yourself inside that car. What could, you know, I should have done here, right, left. I like this. I like this.
I'm sure you do, and you've done very well out of it too. So, you know, there you've got all those achievements and trophies to show for it, and the experience as well. Because aside from the trophy, I think you've made some lifelong friendships. Would you say here? because you make them under special circumstances.
I gained a lot here. Experience, of course, car experience, friends. Oh my God.
All right.
Money. I'm just kidding.
Hey, but these guys can.
Yeah.
They can make
Yeah.
money out of it. And
Yes.
that's also another thing that's unique about the Vios Cup is traditionally motorsport here in the Philippines, the most you'd get was a trophy and some sponsor gifts, right? Whether it was the oil or something. But cash was never a thing because it just wasn't, we weren't there yet. But Toyota, well, they introduced it. So even though you don't race for the money, at least you can offset your costs. If you're winning, you can actually break even. Maybe
Well-
even turn a profit. Maybe.
Yes, I like all the sponsors giving away. Like, they give us like this, and I use everything.
Yeah, you've won so much. You've won mats. You've won
Everything, every
so many
year.
things. And we're going to be giving away some of those later on today because we always have our special sponsor awards as well that we give out. These are like the different types of awards. It's not just for first, second, and third, but we have the most improved driver, we have the best female driver, the best male celebrity driver, female celebrity, and they're just different types of awards just to sort of recognize the different efforts aside from just winning the race because, you know, we want to encourage people as well.
What's nice about our sport with the sponsors, they just don't want us to experience that. For example, the tires, the gas, they just don't want us to experience it just here in the track. They also want us to experience it outside the track.
Well,
so they like, try our mats, try our gasoline, try our tires, right? So we did.
As Liza from Bridgestone said in her interview to earlier, she was mentioning mentioning that yeah, it's an accelerated version of what happens on the road. What she meant is like it's like an accelerated R&D. You know, this is why they want you to they develop their products on the racetrack so you can use them on the road. That's the whole process of it. And that's why people go racing, is so that they can test and develop new products under extreme situations so that later on they can be used on the road. You can look at so much technology that's come from racing, ABS. I mean, practically everything that we have in our day-to-day cars came from racing because that is the fastest laboratory or the most intense laboratory you can have to develop a product.
I just saw Gino hit like 3 cones. It's probably like frustrated. Oh,
Look, if you're going to hit one, hit 3. I mean, just, you know, do it. Come on.
do it all out.
Yeah, go all out.
It's always a saying in racing, go all out with the cones. No, not that.
Or as they say in the racing, when in doubt, go flat out. Not very good advice, but a lot of people do that as well. All right, so still quite a few to get through here in the autocross.
We're still in the semifinals
Yes.
of our media and influencers.
Our media influencer autocross series where we're doing knockout rounds based on time. And I know just looking at it, it might be a little harder to follow, but basically what we're doing here is we're pitting them against a stopwatch and they're competing against each other in batches. And the one who wins moves forward, the one who doesn't stays behind. And we're going to bring that down to the top 1, 2, and 3, which will be coming up later on in the show. But we also have race number 9 coming up as well. And that's going to be the decider.
And of course, enjoy the safe and easy way to pay for your Toyota transactions with one app, whether it's for your periodic maintenance, vehicle repairs, parts and accessories, and car insurance. You can electronically pay using your My Toyota wallet and the My Toyota app, or use it for your over-the-counter transactions at any Toyota dealer nationwide. Enroll your credit and debit cards in My Toyota wallet and start transacting today. Get it on Google Play or download the App Store. Visit Toyota, of course, toyotafinancial.ph/My Toyota wallet for more details.
I tell you, everything is going online. Everything's going digital. If you can't keep up, you're going to be left out. And Toyota have just blazed the trail with that all-new Toyota app, My Toyota app with the My Toyota wallet. Great and easy way. If you're a Toyota owner, I can't understand why you would want to do it any other way. Let's check in with Jut to see what is going on over there. Jut,
how are you, Jut?
Trackside?
Everything's going well here trackside, enjoying the action, of course, of the autocross, where we're about to wrap up the semifinals, both for the media and the influencer categories. And right now, I'm with some racers, and we're gonna be able to ask them some of their experiences from this leg, from this very, very tricky track, as well as, you know, how they've grown as racers since the first leg. All right, the first one we have here, Miss Carla Lizardo. Hello. Hi. All right. Thank you for those cheers, everyone. Carla, well, I've seen you race, obviously, but how have you grown as a racer? Let's first talk about this track. I know it was really tricky for you the first time you tried it out yesterday.
Yeah, it really was. It was a challenging track, but I just feel really happy that I was able to get through it. I never thought that I would be able to do 360s in my wildest dreams. So now I know that this is something that I can do. I pushed myself out there, and it's just great to kind of just be able to do something new.
How about, you know, just your improvement? Did you feel that your improvement from leg one? I know it's different tracks every leg, but you've been very happy about how you progressed.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I've been able to improve every single leg, and I made it a point to ask a lot of questions during practice because there are so many little things that I had to improve as a driver. So not just on the track, but I feel like overall I'm generally a better driver after this experience.
Well, that's actually something that James and Aubrey asked me earlier, you know, as a passenger of you, and we're driving around the city, but we want to know firsthand, how do you feel like your experience here in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup helped you improve as a driver on the road?
Oh, definitely. I feel like there are many techniques, little techniques that I never really thought of before that I think of now when I'm driving. So I guess I'm a more mindful driver because I know how to drive better, even on the road.
Well, I hope you had a lot of fun in your experience, your very first
Yes.
TGR Vios Cup.
Definitely.
And congratulations on completing it.
Thanks, Jod.
All right, so that's Carla, and we have more racers. You know, they just wrapped up the semifinal round. So now let's talk to Miss Bianca Yao. Bianca, Bianca. Actually, yes, because ikaw ang pinaka-requested.
Ay, ganon!
Kaya
Hindi
talagang
ako.
we made sure that we talk to you kasi lahat ng mga fans mo, they're, you know, all over our comment section. So go ahead, batiin mo muna lahat.
Hello guys. By the way, I'm Bianca Yo, also known as Biancake. So yung mga siguro dyan, marami gamers nandyan. And parang bago sa kanila to eh. So parang talagang gusto nilang mapanood.
Well, you know, tama yan eh. Tapos yung sa gaming, di ba, we have these games na racing.
GT Cup.
But to actually be in a race car, and syempre yung mga, I'm sure may onting ka ba? Because real na, hindi ka na basta pwedeng mabangga like in a video game eh. But how was it for you?
Definitely, yung kaba, yung adrenaline rush na makukuha mo from racing, I can say na hindi mo siya, makukuha mo siya sa games, pero iba pa rin yung on-act talaga na ginagawa mo siya. And very extraordinary, very na extra pa, experience for me kasi grabe talaga yung naramdaman ko sa race na to. Thank you, Toyota.
Bianca, bawat track, obviously pahirap ng pahirap.
Yes.
But would you say that you've improved at, nag-keep up ka naman ba dun sa pahirap na track?
Ako? Nako! Well, I can say that itong track na to, this was the hardest course for me. And actually, I made sure nga na I woke up early kanina para makakuha lang ng practice, pero sobrang gagaling pa rin ng mga nakalaban ko eh. Pahirap ng pahirap, pagaling sila ng pagaling, hindi ko alam bakit ganun.
Pero yun yung pansin ko sa inyo sa autocross. You guys are always the first na may time on the track to practice. But you guys make sure you wake up, you arrive here one day earlier than a race day. And sinisigurado nyo nakakapag-practice kayo, just feel out the track.
Ganun siguro. But at lalo, especially ito, yung dalawang track kasi parang kaya namin to. Pero ito kasi sobrang hirap na. So, minade sure namin na makapag-practice kami. Kanina, actually morning, ang dami namin nag-practice eh. So, ayun.
Kamusta yung 360?
Nagawa naman ng tama. Actually, mas nahirapan pa ako sa 180 eh.
Oh, talaga? talaga? Hindi
personally.
mas tricky for you?
No, mas tricky siya for me.
Well, Bianca, one last greeting. Ang dami talaga naghihintay na, makita ka nila. They supported you in all of your runs in all 3 legs. So go ahead.
Thank you to my Bianca Universe. Thank you so much for your support and to all of the gamers out there. This is for you guys. Hindi man ako professional racer pero I made sure na I did my best for you guys.
Even here in Clark, ang daming supporters. Bianca, everyone. Thank you so much, Bianca.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Our racers have been absolutely excellent and it's just been so fun. Like I told you, James and Aubrey, I've spent some time with the Autocross group and they've just grown into this family in 3 weekends and not even consecutive, but that's one of the fun parts as well about the TGR Vios Cup 2021 and how it's brought people together. Even though, it's not the best of times we're dealing with right now, we are coping, we're pushing forward. And now we have Miss Jack Yu, of course.
Hey,
Hi, Jack.
Hi, how are you?
Aubrey's there and James.
I know, hi.
I'm already laughing.
Hi, Obs. Hi, Tito James. Just kidding.
Aray! Aray!
Hi, James.
Hi, Jack.
James, Aubrey, you might have questions that you want to ask Jack.
Uh-oh.
How did you do, Jack? What do you think? How do you feel now?
Well, I feel great. I feel fine. I mean, I didn't make it to the top 8 again, but...
You had fun.
Huwag ka tumawa. I can feel you. But anyway, but for me, this is my most favorite leg for this year because I love the 360.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
And, Jack, when we see you on the track and even when we're off the track, you are the epitome of just having fun. And of course, syempre, there's the part pa rin, hindi mawawala, you want to do well, you're still
Yes.
out there competing.
Yes.
But one thing you never fail to do is have fun.
Oh yes, definitely. Because this is all about. I mean, I love sports, motocross, extreme sports. But this one, of course, you have to enjoy what you're doing, diba? So well, yeah, with everything, the first round, I was so mindful that I didn't hit any cones. So I made sure. Yun lang, the second round. I think my adrenaline was so high and I was so gigel. That's why
Well, I want to ask you about that actually. You being into, extreme sports and the adventurer that you are, how would being inside and driving a race car different from all the other activities that you get an adrenaline rush from?
Well, for this one, because this is my first time to ever join Toyota Vios and my first time to be inside the race car driving. So that's why for me, it's a different kind of adrenaline, different kind of high. So I mean, I love it. So thank you, Toyota, for having me in Tuason Racing.
So you've done slaloms, you've done big and tight U-turns, 360. Ano palagay mong next trick that you want to learn?
Other than this, meron pa ba? I mean, if meron pa silang, tricks there in their pockets, hey, bring it on. Hopefully, you guys get me next year. Hello. But yes, mag-aaral na ako. I'd go to Tuason Racing School again.
Oh, watch out for Jack in the coming seasons of the TGR Vios Cup. Jack, thank you so much
Thank
and
you so much for
congratulations.
having me.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you, Jack.
Bye, Jack.
Yeah, it's you feel the energy, right?
Yes.
That's just what this TGR Vios Cup 2021 brings, like we talked about earlier. Here we are with Lexi Mendiola. Lexi, every single leg, one of the toughest competitors, always challenging for the top spot. And I know there's an extra motivation, this being the final leg, final chance to get that first podium.
Yes. Well, as everyone is, we're all just so hungry to do our best. Because, I heard that somebody say this earlier. I couldn't agree more. Racing is so fun because mostly you're against yourself to keep improving, Technically, you're against someone else, but mostly you're against yourself to just keep doing the best and better, and it's just so fun.
Yeah, I mean, that's also how you guys, approach it when you're looking at the leaderboards. Of course, there's part of it that's you're looking at your other racers' time.
Yes.
But something I noticed about you guys, you also really look at your previous time, and what you want to do is beat it and keep improving.
Exactly. That's also one thing I'd like to point out. This group of people that we have now racing, that's what I love about us. Like, of course, there's a competition going on, but you can see everybody's just trying to get better.
better and better and better. And it's really a competition again with yourself, which is really which is why I can see everybody like improving every leg and so quick, you know. It's awesome to see.
And you're coaching each other.
We are.
right?
We're giving each other tips, you know. We all want to make it.
Yeah, that's the fun part about it. But obviously, like we said, you've been a strong contender in the autocross in your first time. The first time. Did you ever race in any
I have
form
never
before?
raced. I'm just as surprised as you guys. Don't, honestly, like I'm just enjoying the ride, literally.
Well, that's what we mean. It's your first time, and you've really shown a lot of promise and potential. Do you see yourself maybe trying out circuit someday?
I'd love it. You know, right now, a lot of my focus is really just into getting better at racing because after joining the autocross, I see the circuit. I'm like, oh man, I want to get there one day, you know?
We would love to be cheering for you on the circuit
I'd
someday.
love that.
Thank you so much, Lexi, and congratulations.
Thank you.
James, Aubrey, I'm sure all of you guys have really seen a lot of promise, right, from our autocross competitors. And have you seen some who might you might see some potential already moving over to circuit?
Yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I think there's a petition being passed around the paddock at the moment to get Jose Altuveras out of there and into the series because he just keeps winning. So he's one of those people that I would think would be has really performed well and is ready for the next level, or definitely ready for the next level. Jules Aquino
Julius, yeah.
is another one. I think Lexi's got some definitely a lot of potential as well. Actually, all of them do, but those three names pop out immediately in my head.
Yeah, I'm going to add one name to that list,
Yeah.
and I'm going to welcome this guy right here, Gino Killiamore.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Definitely.
Tito Gino, yes.
Oh,
hello.
Tito Gino.
Did you just call me Tito? Really?
Yes, I did. I got to level the playing field, buddy.
No.
I'm kind of on my own out here.
You know, Gino actually recorded in the qualifying round the best time.
Second best.
Second best, but it's something that you really wanted, you really celebrated it when you saw your time. You tried out this track already a few times earlier and yesterday, and out of all the practices, it was when it mattered most in the qualifying round that you got that good time.
Yeah, I was actually really surprised. I phoned home, I called my wife. I was like, yo, I got this time. I'm so excited. Look, I'm number one. And then shortly after, they updated the leaderboard, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm number two. But, you know, it was good. It was good. It was a good feeling. But, you know, obviously, like, when you get a time like that, the kind of challenge that you have to come up with after, or the kind of challenge that you have to deal with after, is to maintain that consistency, which I completely flubbed in the semifinals, and I'm a little bit actually no, I'm not kidding. Like I'm super disappointed right now at myself more than anything. I wanted to have one of those kind of Formula One moments where I take off my helmet and throw it to the ground, and then I realized that it wasn't my helmet, and you know I'd probably have to pay for it. So yeah, it's hard, man. I need a shoulder to cry on. If you know what I mean.
Mine's available right now,
Thanks.
but maybe a little bit later.
Yes.
But you know, James and Aubrey were just talking about how you had an experience in racing, but it was on the virtual track.
Yes, it was a Super Cup actually, and it's a heck of a lot different. I mean, there are similarities, and I would say that you know, learning from a virtual rig, or not really a virtual rig, but a PC rig or a PS5 rig or a console rig in general. I mean, obviously you learn a lot of the basics that you're supposed to do on track, but it's really very different once you're here because you know you have a rig at home. If you're turning into the left, like you know at a high speed, you don't get thrown to the right.
Right.
But here, you know, you get that, and it's just you feel the road a little bit more, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So there is a benefit to learning on a rig, and then there's also benefits that you can take from here, which hopefully you can apply in the gaming world. Yeah.
I've known you for almost a decade now, and I've always known you as a car enthusiast.
Yeah.
And I know it's a dream come true to be inside a race car and
Yes.
be here. How do you feel one season in already for the Vios Cup?
I'm just really sad to see it end. You know what I mean? Like, it got to the point where, you know, it was... I mean, obviously with the pandemic being what it is, we don't really get to travel. We don't really get to go anywhere. You know, you're just at home. But this was a great substitute for that. Like, instead of flying out to the beach or driving out to wherever, you had the race weekend to look forward to. Plus, you know, I always wanted to be able to say, like, hey, what's up? It's race weekend. You know, like, there's just a little bit of swagger in there. Yeah.
I know you always ask me to take your video in slow motion when you zip up your
Yeah,
race
yeah.
suits.
You know, I've seen great drivers who look amazing right after they take off. Their what is it called? A balaklava, whatever. I think that's a dessert. Yeah, and they always look nice. And I tried it also on slow mo, and it looked horrible. So yeah, I just keep my racing suit on.
Well, same question as what I asked Lexi. What are your thoughts? And maybe eventually graduating into the circuit.
I would love to. We see them all the time. In between our autocross circuits and whenever our autocross events, and whenever we do get to see them, there's always that sort of like, hey, I want to be part of the big girls group too. You know what I mean? And it would be nice to eventually be able to do so. So hopefully we can apply whatever we learned from the autocross track and then eventually into the circuit as well.
Well, incredible season for you, G. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Gino. That's a great drive there. Great drive. And nice to see a fellow car enthusiast out there. I'm very distracted by the car behind you, Judd. I mean, it's the Supra, and man, that thing is just... Can you walk your camera over there? Are you allowed?
I can
Check
see
it out
JP.
right now. It's the safety car, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
James.
I want to get a closer look at it if that's possible.
Yeah, for
because, I
sure.
mean, what a car. If your cameraman can get inside there, that would be even more amazing. There he goes. There he goes. Look at him. All right. Okay. Who's sitting in there? Who we got in the front seat there? Just want to see this
Are you
beautiful
the guy who
safety car.
proposed yesterday? No. Yes, somebody proposed
Really?
yesterday.
Paulan's thing is getting very contagious. Okay, I just wanted to get a close... He's the guy.
He's the guy.
He's the guy. Hey, congratulations.
Congratulations.
So did you propose in the car, or how did that happen?
They
Why
actually made a drama, a little drama. I heard they made like somebody got hurt, and then the girlfriend ran, and then he was driving. Of course, he's a former racer, and now he's driving the
this is
pace
so-
car.
this is so
It's
cool.
He just used a safety car. Oh, see?
There
oh
you
my
go.
God.
All right. Well,
The planning. The
so this is the
perks.
second one that I know of in the Vios Cup, proposing at the track during the Vios Cup. This thing is really, wow, what a bonding experience it's become. Well, congrats, and thank you for showing us the car, and thank you, Judd, for all that.
Thank you.
There's one more.
Yeah, James and Aubrey.
Sorry.
I'm here actually
Yes.
with Jules Aquino and the Perino winner of the Autocross. Hey, Jules.
Hey, everyone. How's it going?
Well, first thing I want to ask you, how comfortable are you now with Autocross, winning it a couple of times already, and even in this season, you seem like you're on your way. Best times, you won the last leg, and a strong performance again today.
It never not gets nerve-wracking. I mean, once you get in the car and you're at the starting line, it's just like it's still a lot of nerves. In the first round in the qualifiers, I was trying to do something new, and that messed me up because I was so focused on trying something that I didn't practice, and I ended up having I forgot the whole race. So I had a really bad time. I was placed in 6th, but luckily we still had the top 8, and I'm going to the finals.
That's how easy or comfortable Jules is already.
Just gotta stay comfortable. Just gotta stay comfortable.
But with the 360, is that something that's not new to you anymore?
Well, we got to. Well, because sometimes when you get in a race, sometimes like you're so focused on, Milo gives us tips, and a lot of the Jose even gives us tips. We get to ride shotgun with them to see what it's like, and sometimes you forget all that once you're in the driver's seat. Like
Right.
like throughout the week, or like when I'm doing my daily errands, sometimes I try to steer my wheel like you would here.
Mhm.
Like I wouldn't do the car washing thing, right? But then somebody told me when they were watching the live show, I was driving one hand. I was just like, no way. So sometimes it's just like, yeah, I mean, in my head, and like right now, I can tell you guys I'm comfortable doing the track. But then when you're actually in it, it's just sometimes things can change, even mentality. So.
Well, having won it already, and you said there's a certain comfort level to it. Is there still anything that challenges you on the track?
Oh yeah, everybody, everyone. I have a target on my back, but a lot of these guys are getting better and better every time. Actually, Lexi, she was just a little bit behind my time, just like by split seconds. Enzo and Gino were killing it the whole race, the whole day so far. So it's just like these are the guys to look out for. Aaron was killing it. John was killing it. He wasn't in the top 8 last time, but now he's in the top 4. You know what I mean? So it's really hard to say. You can't stay comfortable.
Well,
Trying to be, but
I'll tell James and Aubrey a little secret on why your competitors are improving. Jules actually is very generous with tips and his experience on the track. In fact, in some practices, you would sit in with some of your fellow drivers and just really give them tips. Everyone's a competitor here, but like I said, you guys have been helping each other out.
Yeah.
You possibly one of the biggest help that your fellow racers have gotten.
Yeah. Well, I think it's like, it's no fun if, everyone's not having fun. I feel like it becomes more competitive when everyone's having fun, even for yourself. It's just like, and we're not really, I'm not going to hate these guys afterwards. We're all friends. Like I was saying in another interview, it's just that I look forward to seeing these guys. I look forward to this weekend like a lot. Like, I'm sure everybody else feels that way. So you want to see everyone win. You want to see everyone do their best and have fun as well.
How about the circuit, Jules?
The circuit, I'm down.
All right.
I'm down.
Yeah, it's that simple, huh?
Yeah, I'm down. I mean, I've been doing a lot of race car video games, so I always say that because it's always like, I never would think that I would be in a position to be able to do that right now. So I'm really grateful for that and thankful for that. So like, let's see. We're gonna go for it though. Let's see.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. Thank you so much, Jules.
Yeah.
Congratulations and good luck on the rest of the race.
Thank you, guys.
James and Aubrey, it's been a fun time catching up with some of the racers, but it's time to turn it back to you guys.
Thank you, Jot. Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021, the celebration of the Vios and driving excellence, is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in automotive industry in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, the official fuel partner, and supported by Motul. Other sponsors, of course, Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Twazin Racing, and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy, Philippines.
Well, you just witnessed the autocross semifinals and qualifying, and we'll be back after this short break.
This is how easy you feel with Toyota Sure Advantage. With a self-charging, low-emission, responsive, and fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid system. It's easy to save up, wind down, and have fun moving forward. Take it easy. It's a Toyota. Toyota Sure Advantage.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Being a strong contender in the Vios Cup gives me extra pressure to deliver.
especially when I'm in Team Avengers, where our expectation is to win the championship. I'm Stefano Rivera. I'm a race car driver. I race right now in the Vios Cup in the super sporting class. I started karting around 2009. Everyone can agree that's the first step for kids to join circuit racing or to join racing generally. You learn the basic skills, how to race, of course the safety as well, how to drive the safe way and the fast way. So I did pretty well in karting. We had some championships and eventually we wanted to move on. I had also experience in cars in slalom and autocross, which I believe really helped me gain my skills in controlling a race car. That's how I transitioned to circuit racing in cars. My very first season, I believe that it was in season 2. I was in a different team at that time, Toyota Alabang. I remember that first season we were fighting for the championship, and I think we did well overall. In 2017, unfortunately, they didn't continue, but Boss Mike Lee in Toyota Alabang and Boss Cosco Oben, they're really close friends, and fortunately, he was able to suggest me to join his team, Toyota Avengers. I joined Avengers 3 years ago, around 2018. Avengers was really a successful racing team, not just in the Vios Cup, but I believe in other racing series. In 2018, we were 3rd or 4th in the championship, so we had the decision to make if I would join the Vios Cup again in 2019. I took a break from the Vios Cup. I joined another racing competition, also in circuit racing. I think 2019 was my best racing year for my motorsports career. Not just because I won the championship, but it was a very great experience. It was a time I fought some people from abroad to represent the country. So yeah, 2019, well, I took a break, but I actually gained a lot of experiences, and hopefully I can apply those race victories in 2019 to winning here in the Vios Cup in 2021. Whenever I have a disappointing result, at first, of course, there's regret, there's anger, and went through a lot of challenges and even some doubts to myself. But after a few minutes, you get to reflect on them, and I just want to learn from them. And sometimes it's not just for me, but it's also for our team, because we have to learn from these mistakes where we can avoid them in the future. This is my 4th year racing, and I wouldn't say it's bad luck, but each year we would have either a did not finish race or we would have mechanical problems. So that's why our championship contentions would be very hard, because we would have a race without points, but we would have podium finishes and race wins. But to win this, you need consistency. That's what's been holding me from winning this championship. There's always room for improvement. Even just for myself, this is my 4th season in Vios Cup, and I'm still learning from other people and from myself. Most of that is from defeats. So keep on working on yourself. You keep on using those defeats and disappointments into improvements and lessons that you can use to be better. Because like a race, you can't win the race in the first 3 laps. So you always aim for constant improvement. Moving on to leg 3 of the Vios Cup, it's a very interesting leg because it's the last leg, wherein it'll be a ×2 multiplier in the points. So that's where you can make or break your championship. We will be very prepared for that and make sure our car is in good condition, and also for myself, that I will make sure that I take my competitiveness to an extra level. This one's something that's kind of close to heart, where I've been wanting to win ever since I started in circuit racing. Mistakes will be very minimal, and that we will do our best in winning the overall championship.
I don't believe age is a limiting factor in whatever we want to do in life.
nothing comes easy without hard work. I am Red Diwa, an architect and a businessman from Tugigaraw, Cagayan. I started racing from a different discipline in motorsports. So I spent around 10 years or more sa off-roading. In 2015, the dealership of Toyota Isabela were looking for local drivers who could represent their dealership. So I applied to be their race car driver. Yung buong journey ko sa Vios started noong 2016. That was my first season 6 years ago. So I started as a novice driver, promotional. I was challenged to join knowing that the Vios Cup is a platform of equal racing. Kasi as you know, yung ibang discipline ng racing, the more you spend, the faster you get. So the Vios Cup is a race that is from the grassroots of racing. We have equal car, in weight, in fuel, in tires. Driving skills talaga ang dinidevelop. During my first year, that was season 3 of the old Vios. It was a street race. That was my unforgettable race. Second race, Philinvest Alabang, I crashed my car and the race was almost stopped because of that incident. Nag-lock yung car ko, I went out of track, I went dun sa Commerce Road. Habang may traffic, lumabas yung sasakyan ko. May mga major accident during that race, pero dun sila sa mga talagang reinforced na area, dun sila tumama. Ako tumama ako sa hindi masyadong reinforced, kaya lumabas ako sa racetrack. After the race, I was asked to go back to level 1 and level 2. Among all the promotional class na dumaan dun, from what I know, ako lang ang bumalik sa level 1 and level 2. I didn't take it against me, but it motivated me to practice more and get better. The year after that was 2017. That was the year that I won the promotion. After winning the promotional class, I was promoted to sporting class. In 2018, I almost won the sporting class. Kaso I got into a major accident sa starting race pa lang. And nadamay ako. I was one of the collateral damage. I didn't finish that race. We lost the championship in 2018. Masama yung loob ko dahil dun sa race na yun. Dahil malaki yung chance na I could have won yung year na yun, pero it didn't happen. Every year, I try to get better as I go up the ladder dito sa class races. Nung nakuha ko yung sporting class, that was the highest class in 2019. Parang overall champion ng Vios Cup yan eh. I was so happy nung napanalunan ko yan. Kasi thinking back nung 2016, who could ever thought na mananalo ako ng 2019? I feel blessed that nung mga hard work and preparation na ginawa namin, nagbunga. I always challenge myself. I think it's preparation meets opportunity. I know that I am not as talented as the other driver kasi talagang may mga gifted na driver. Pero with hard work and determination, yun ang edge ko sa kanila. So I practice more than they practice. Full dedication and determination na bibigay ko lahat para manalo. The race doesn't stop on the first race. It's consistency to win the championship. My number one goal is to win again the overall championship. Nothing less.
When you get on the track, there's no gender. Everyone's the same.
Ladies and gentlemen, live here at the Clark International Speedway for the TGR. That's the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. I'm James Deacon.
I'm Aubrey Maz, and this is it.
Woohoo! Race number 9. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. The main event is about to happen, and it's gonna be a climax because all roads have led to this, Aubrey, which means to say whatever happened up in the championship will be decided in just one race. It doesn't get more exciting than this.
Yes, no holding back. The first lap until the 12 laps, for sure there's going to be a action-packed. Nobody will try to be nice. They'll still be nice, but...
Well, they'll try to be nice, but then, you know, it's going to be firm but fair, I guess, is probably the best way to put it. But people are... What we're getting at here is winner take all. So there is no more room to be conservative. There's no more room to have a game plan, so to speak, about thinking of a long-term championship. It all comes down to this final race, and with double points up for grabs, the top contenders are literally separated by the positions that they'll end up in. In other words, they gotta finish in front of the other guy if they want to win the championship.
The last race was fantastic, action-packed, and everyone actually gave space, respect to each other, and now we want it again.
We certainly do, and
We
we
want
also
more.
had some a very exciting time there with Paul and Dumlao from Toyota San Fernando.
And Estefano Rivera, the second, and the third is Red Diwa.
Absolutely, just wanted to let that siren go off because it was
Sorry.
getting pretty loud. But yeah, we had a Paul and Dumlao with a great comeback drive, not just for the last race, but for the last 2 races. So this guy has taken a little time off and ended up first in the last 2 races, which means he starts the next race in pole position. But guess what? He doesn't have to carry any extra penalty from what he was carrying before. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, every time you win a race here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup, there is a weight penalty that gets added to your car. First, second, and third have different ballasts, and so does fourth. But because Poland's already at maximum weight, it means he gets to race with the same weight as he did win the last race with.
And then if we go to sporting class, we have, of course, the first is Jacob Ang. The second is Joaquin Ganido. And third is Inigo Anton. And for the promotional third place is Troy Montero. Second is Giro Garbes. And first is Jason Lau. So here we go. As we can see, it's a beautiful picture right there. I love it.
All right, I'm about to check out the
So-
championship standings here at the Vios Cup after race number 8 as we head into race number 9, so I can give you
Yes.
Sana exact points so that we all know what's up for grabs here, because as the last few laps start coming in, we're
So
going to have to be
anything can
working out
happen.
scenarios. Yeah, we're
Yes.
going to have to work out scenarios about who does what to do where, and this is going to be extremely exciting because this is coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think we can stress that enough, is that in 3 different championships, we could have 3 different winners. It's not, the script has not been written yet.
Yes, that's true. And you know, by now, here we go, just the warm-up. If we have the autocross influencers right there watching right now, this is the race that you want to do. So whatever you're doing in your challenges, in your autocross, this is why you're doing that challenges. This is for this. So
Yes.
if they really want to do the race, you guys watch this. And why do you have to turn and hit that right cone? Don't hit that cone, and then just right brakes. Go to the apex. This is the thing that you've been wanting. So here we go for the warm up. Oh, I can feel it.
Sounds like we're ready for war or something. It's like bomb air raid sirens coming out, you know. But
It's almost
this is
like a
the mood.
war.
Yeah, it feels like air raid sirens, but this is the mood we have here at the moment at the Clark International Speedway. It is a mood of winner take everything, which is kind of like war.
Yes.
Which why the sirens are quite fitting.
Here we go. It's just the warm up.
Yeah, this is just a warm up. As you can see, they're laying down some rubber on the track as well. Part of the warm up is actually to get the rubber down onto the tarmac, to get the temperature into the car, and then be able to get a good start when the lights go out. Let's give you
So our lineup.
a bit of a lineup right now.
So here we go. On the first is, of course, Paula Dumlao. Second is Estefano Rivera. Third is Red Diwa. Fourth is Brian Cole. Fifth is Mark Soom. Fifth is Jacob Ang. Seventh is Joaquin Garrido. And eighth is Inigo Anton. And our ninth place, Daryl Garbes. 10th is Julian Tang. 11 is Gerard Loy. 12 is Jason Lau. And of course, the 13th is Giro Garbes. 14th place, Troy Montero. 15th place, Julia de Los Angeles. 16 is Royce Sarmiento. And the 17th, of course, Alain Alzona. 18 is Myla Alivia. 19 is Danielle Matsunaga. 20 is Fabio Ide. 21 is Rich Lims. 22nd is Louis Balones. And 23rd, of course, Paul Ang. And 24th, Elise Menorca. And the 25th is Miguel Quinones. And the last, of course, Teddy Venus. And you know, you can always make it. You still can do that, even though you're in the last, right?
You can always, I mean, it's happened before many
Yes,
times. and
many times.
You never say it's over until that checkered flag comes down, because we've seen some crazy things happen in racing. In fact, was it in our promotional or sporting class, he was in 10th spot and he managed on the podium.
What do you
Just in
call
the
that?
last race.
It's like a shoot. What do you call
Slingshot Award.
Slingshot, yes.
Yeah, so we're going to be giving away those Slingshot Awards later on.
Oh, we still have that award.
Yes, of course we do, because those are our special awards to encourage people, because sometimes they may not win the race because they're just learning, but we've seen signs of improvement that need attention or recognizing. And,
Appreciating
and
it, right,
appreciation.
yeah.
So that's what we have the special awards for. And you can see Paul and Dumlao there leading, of course, the pack, because he's going to start in pole position. Now, Paul and Dumlao is at 139 points in the championship and he's just behind by 3 points, Estefano Rivera. Okay, and Red Diwa is in third spot at 121. So any one of these guys can win the championship. It is so close. Anyone at the top three can win the championship, but in the case of Dumlao and Rivera, Dumlao needs to finish ahead of Rivera, and Rivera needs to finish ahead of Dumlao.
Yes.
Right? So.
Oh my God.
And same thing with Red Diwa. We could say the same thing, but in other words, it's just you can't. There are many situations where you come into a championship final round, and you can say, I just need to finish, let's say, fourth, regardless of where my competitor finishes, and I win the championship. They don't have that comfort zone now. They don't have that safety margin now. It is all or nothing. You race for first, or you're first of all the losers, as some of them say. A little harsh way to put it. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's racing for you. Nobody goes out racing for second. Second is just something that they got as a consolation, is how I'm explaining it. Now,
but it's still not bad.
Same thing happens in the sporting class. You've got Inigo Anton at 161 points and Jacob Ang at 155. That's another situation where they've got to finish ahead of the other one. So if Inigo finishes behind Jacob, unless it's somewhere down the fourth or fifth or sixth level or something like that, basically he loses a championship. But we'll keep you up to date. Don't worry. We've got the yellow flag out there basically doing the last minute checks. Once that guy leaves, we will get a green flag at the back. We will get our 5 lights illuminated. And when those 5 lights go out, we will be racing here at the Clark International Raceway for race number 9, the final race
And here we
of the
go!
season. Paul Dumlao takes it nice and early. He's still got the lead, but he's on the outside line, and they're coming into a left-hander, which means he may have to close that door as soon as possible in order to retain his position up until the beginning or the end of the corkscrew. Aubrey.
This is the first turn, my favorite, or our favorite.
All right.
Everyone's clean.
They're
Yes.
going in about 2 abreast into this corner, sometimes 3. You can see 3 abreast into that corner as they funnel down, and this is where things get very interesting.
Here we go.
We already have 1 car off the track over there. They're funneling through what we call the corkscrew. This is where we lose another car.
Number
Car
81.
81, Red Diwa.
Red Diwa. Red Diwa will go for it for sure. It's
He
like,
will have to go for it now because that is a like he's down in such. He's lost probably 20 positions in that.
I was about to say, you know, always sometimes the third is always the safe one to have the points. Usually the first and the second are the battling points, but the third. Now Red Diwa just got hit, so let's see. I hope he gets to the top again.
Okay, we don't know exactly what caused it, but if you saw a hit, then it was a hit. But he's out basically of the top 5 or top 10, and this is not necessarily meaning that it's over for him, but he's got his work cut out if he wants to get back in this championship. And right now,
Are we in a green flag now?
we should have a green flag still.
Because everyone's not.
Yes, it's hard to see. I'm waiting for a marshal to see if there are yellows on the course, but it looks like we are still racing.
We are okay then. Yes, we are go. We are racing the last. This is it, the last turn. Oh.
Car 55 is Brian Cole. 23, Estefano Rivera. We might have a situation here where we can't see Paul and Dumlao. Where is Paul? And we see a lot of dirt clouds running up there, which means somebody's off the track.
You really can feel this is the final
Oh,
leg.
yes, I told you. I did warn you. I said, look, this is all or nothing. No more games here. No more trying to work out a strategy. This is the winner takes all strategy. That's the only one that will play out here. You do not have an option. Brian Ko racing against Estefano Rivera.
Number 23 and 81, yes.
Brian Ko, car 55. Look how close they are.
And then 23.
But where is Paul and Dumlao? I wonder, where is he? Let's see as they cross the line. Paul and Dumlao. No, Paulan is not in first place anymore. It's Brian Ko in first place. We didn't see exactly what happened there, but Paulan is 4th now. Mark Sung is actually in a podium position ahead of Paul and Dumlao. And look, Red Diwa in 18th spot, Aubrey. Look at this, look at this, look at this! Estefano Rivera! Wow!
I cannot
my palms are sweat. No!
That is so much fun right there.
Oh, look how close they are. Look how tight, and look how much respect there is.
I know. Giving spaces, giving that space for you, and the other side going in.
No!
Going out.
And look, Red Diwa is climbing back. Oh, wow.
He is climbing.
You should see my palms right now. They are sweating profusely as I'm clinching them together for Estefano Rivera as he tries to squeeze through and squeeze his way past Brian Ko, who somehow took the lead from Paul and Dumlao. We didn't get that on camera, but it still stands. He is ahead of the pack right now. Estefano Rivera giving him the fight of his life. Estefano said he didn't want to finish second before. You know that he's got to finish ahead of Paul and Dumlao if he wants to win this race. Aubrey, this is about as exciting as a final race gets.
You know, when they race first lap, as if this is the lap 12, right? And even the way that we react, it's almost like the lap 12. I'm pretty excited. So the first now is Brian Ko. And second place now is Estefano Rivera and Mark Soon going for the top 3.
See, here's the interesting thing about the Brian Ko. You see, Brian Ko wins this right now. He's still going to be behind. He's still going to be behind Stefano because Stefano has more points. He's at 142 and Brian is at 101.
Yes.
So that he can't beat unless Stefano slips down. right? Brian Coe won't win the championship if he wins this race. But a race win is still a race win. Look at this, side by side. Oh, these 3 wheels. He's up on 2 wheels as he comes down on the back end. He's on the inside line. He's got the inside line, but they're coming into the most dangerous, fastest corner. No! Fastest corner of the racetrack. Esteban Rivera on the inside. They're side by side. They're going to drag race all the way to turn number 1. Esteban Rivera versus Brian Coe in a battle of the ages. Can he hold it out to the bitter end? He doesn't need to actually overtake Brian to win the championship, but he doesn't want to give up. He wants to win this race. It looks like he took it. Esteban Rivera and Team Avengers are on their feet right now. He's got it. He's able to make it stick. Can he hold it down until the end of the corkscrew? Brian Coe versus Esteban Rivera. Now Jared Loy is in between the mix. He slipped into second place, ahead and in between of Brian Coe.
That's unbelievable.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Welcome to the Vios Cup, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it is all about. Just that last series of corners is exactly what we were telling you about. Woo!
There
Look at my
is
palms.
so
Look at my
much going
palms.
on. I know you're
Look at that
sweating.
You better alcohol. You better outfit well after that.
It was so exciting. Okay, now we are at Brian Costil, Stefano Rivera. Okay, let's breathe.
Breathe.
Giants.
Remember to breathe. I'm sure if you imagine if we're like this in the commentary booth, you can imagine what they're feeling like in their cars right now. Estefano Rivera, car number 23, showing his experience and his determination and his grit around this racetrack. He's delivering when he needs to. It is all about the championship run, and he is now leading this race, and he is up there for the championship of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021, but there are still 10 laps to go.
And of course, Gerard Loy for the 3rd, and Paula Dumlao in the 4th from what, 5th, 6th, or 7th place?
Don't write off Paul and Dumlao just yet. Paul and Dumlao's got a few Tito tricks up his sleeve, and he may just surprise everybody, but he does need to finish ahead of Estefano Rivera, who is the man in front right now, if he wants to win the championship. There's still podium spots up for grabs for Paul and Dumlao, but the championship will only happen if he can get ahead somehow of that car of Estefano Rivera, who's driving brilliantly, by the way.
This is literally, you can see cars flying.
You know,
like on the
Aubrey,
left side.
this corner here, I want
Yes.
to talk people through this corner. That corner, even when you're doing it solo, when you're all alone, is a scary corner to take. It is the fastest corner in Clark. We've seen some major accidents there before if you get it wrong there. So to go side by side with Brian Coe and drag it down the main straight and then eventually close the deal on turn number 1, that is brilliant driving. That's a lot of bravery right there.
You can see each driver giving their all. I can see how they're driving differently from the last race. They're pushing it. They're like, this is it.
This is it. We were saying this even before the race started. We were saying this morning. Do not, whatever you do, miss this race. This is the race. If you only watch one race this season, this is the one you want to be watching because it's all or nothing right now.
I think everyone's fighting for a place. Everyone wants to win, of course.
Up and down the ladder because we can't even do the math fast enough here, Aubrey, because we have double points, which means there can be such a jumble up here. And we already told you that the top three could win the championship. Any one of the top 3 drivers in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd could walk away with the championship after this race. It's looking more like Estefano Rivera, but there's still 9 laps to go. And 9 laps in racing is a lifetime.
It's a lifetime, yes.
Anything can happen in between there, and we do not want to put the commentator's curse on any of these drivers. So we will just comment on what we see and not what we predict or not what we think might happen. Let's just say what we see and call it as we see it. Look at this. I am still in awe with
yes,
that.
I'm like, I can't even say anything. I'm like watching.
That's pure commitment right there.
Stefano.
This guy is, I've already sang this guy's praises before, but when you see something like that happen during a championship winning race, this is it. This is not race 1, 2, 3, 4. This is it. This is where all or nothing comes down to. And he was able to soak up that pressure and apply it at the same time and get that. Wow, I am impressed. I am very impressed. I'm sure his team are
Yes.
right there on the pit wall right now, screaming and shouting and rejoicing. But you know, they also know that they cannot count those chickens before they're hatched.
This is really, this is the way that you're gonna take out all your skills. This is the final race that you want to take out all the things that you know.
Yes.
All the things that you've learned.
Exactly. It's also, this is what separates the greats from the greaters. Because,
Yes.
you know, when you have there's many people who can do it. In practice, there are many people who can do it on a normal race. But when the bright lights are on, so to speak, not literally, but figuratively, this is the main event. This is the one where all the pressure is. This is when you have to do it. Can you pull the trigger when you need to? This is what separates the greats from the greaters. That's what Estefano is showing right now. If he can hold it for the next 8 laps, he will have made his mark in history, and nobody can take that away from him, because this is why we go racing. We go racing to not just for this, it ends up in the record books forever. As they say, everything is temporary, but victory is forever.
Meanwhile, in sporting class, we have, I think, Inigo. Is
Inigo
going the
Anton,
first.
yes.
Yes, Inigo Anton for the sporting class. And for the promotional, it's hard to see, yes.
Giro, is
but
it Giro Garbs? Is it Julia? Is it Troy?
Julia, I can see Troy behind Julian Tang.
Okay.
And in front of Red Diwa.
Where is Giro? Giro is, I think, leading.
Yeah,
No,
oh,
Troy's
yeah.
leading Giro.
Yeah, I think
Troy's
so,
in
yes.
10.
Yes.
Troy's actually ahead of Giro Garbs.
Yes.
And is he ahead of everyone else in his...
He's actually in front of Julian Tang, and behind, he's in front of Red Diwa. Which
Okay,
probably
but
something happened with Red Diwa. And then,
does this mean he is leading the promotional class? Can you see
I
any
hope
of...
so.
Can you see Julia, Giro, Jason, Myla, Royce, Fabio, Daniel, Rich, Alain, Paul, Teddy, Louis, or Michael? Are any of them in front of him?
No.
Then he's leading the promotional class.
I'm like crossing my fingers right here, but
You're going to be the next one showing me your sweaty palms. And then I'll borrow your Alka-Gel and spray you too. You should see us here in the commentary booth. We're acting like like jumping up and down here
Yes.
from just sheer excitement.
hitting the table.
Yes.
Don't break the table, please.
I won't
James.
try not to, but really, how can you contain yourself when everything to play for? We've waited a year for this. We've waited 9 races, 3 legs. You know what's gone into these different legs. The amount of investment emotionally, financially, time-wise, everything that you put into this. And this is just for every driver out there. There's another 20 or 30 people that have the same investment as that driver in that driver. So to see it all play out right now is truly exciting.
And this is the race that you think of everyone, not just for yourself, but think of the team, the hard work of your mechanics, your car, yourself. Like, I think this is, you think of yourself less. You think of the whole team. It's like, I'm going to do this for the whole team. I've got to win
point,
this.
yeah, I guess at this point also, I would imagine you're just thinking of nothing else but just driving. Like,
Driving.
I don't think, maybe those stories will all start falling into place afterwards, but you gotta cross that line first. There's just no, this is a very cruel sport. I mean, yes, it's got the highest of highs, like we keep saying, but it does have the lowest of lows, and it's very unforgiving. If you can't put it together, that's it. You walk away empty-handed. There's no consolation prizes here. We don't hand out participation trophies here. This is the real deal. You know, and Estefano is driving just like the real deal right now. Very impressive driver.
So we're in lap 7 now.
We're in lap 5.
Lap
and,
6 now.
7 to go, yes.
Oh, wow.
So we're almost at the halfway point of this race. And
So far, the track is clean.
it's clean.
Everything's
It
good.
looks like it's got some rubber down on it because it's the last race. But as we've experienced here in Clark before, doesn't look like it's going to happen now. But we have had stranger situations happen here where we're 14 minutes into the race and then it starts raining.
Yes, this is the race that you don't want to miss any lap. You just
No.
want to watch every lap because anything can happen.
If you blink,
yes,
this thing could just go completely the opposite way. This is how close it is. But look at that controlled, steady drive from Estefano Rivera right now. Then we have Gerard Loy.
Gerard Loy.
Gerard Loy. which was a fantastic pass where he stuck himself in between. That was Jared that did that, right?
I know, yes. And Brian Ko and
Who snuck himself in between.
Yes,
Yeah.
and Paul and Dumlao.
Now it's then Paul and Dublao there in fourth place, Mark Sung in fifth, and then Inigo Anton leads the pack.
Jared Loy has I think, a hanging bumper.
Well, small price to pay for second spot, I think. Then we have Inigo Anton leading the sporting class. And that is, and then after that, we have
Joaquin Garrido.
Joaquin Garrido is, yes, Joaquin is also sporting. And then we have, I'm really trying to confirm it, Jacob Ang is also sporting class. Red Diwa, sporting,
sporting
definitely
class,
super sporting. And so it is definitely, it is Troy Montero leading the promotional class. Wouldn't that be sweet? Wouldn't that drive home be so special?
Do you know we call each other sweetness? It's
Really?
just sweet. I'll be so happy, but I don't wanna assume. I don't wanna jinx it. But good luck, Troy.
Yeah, we don't want to jinx it either. But Troy has won several, multiple celebrity classes. What's his highest spot in promotional?
I think well, last year he won the overall promotional
Class. So
the promotional
this is going to be his second win as well.
I
So
think he's battling for third.
for third
overall.
Overall, that
Let's
is
see.
going to be amazing. Because as we said in the early part of the broadcast, in case those who are just joining us, Troy has graduated from the celebrity class to the promotional class, which is open waters, so to speak. And he's racing against the open sea professionals.
Yes.
And he has a ladder now to go up if he wants to go sporting, super sporting. So for him to get a podium of any kind in promotional is a very big achievement.
Oh, he just messaged me before it started, saying, "Hey, I'm gonna battle for a third." I'm like, "Good luck."
I thought you were gonna say just message now. It's gonna go.
No,
That
no,
is
no.
grossly irresponsible. What is he messaging you for while he's racing? But no,
Before.
he wouldn't do that, of course.
So I have a question about this. So if we finished all for the winners, for the three winners of super sporting, sporting, and promotional, they have to take down the engine, right? Is this the? I heard about this, and then after the whole championship, they have to take down the engine to check everything's good, everything's right and fair.
Yes, and they also take after every race, they also do scrutineering. So they don't necessarily take the engine out every race, but
Just the finals.
Just the finals. But that's the level of scrutineering that they have to go through because we really want to make sure this is fair and level. The playing field has got to be level. Everyone's got to know they're racing the same machinery with the same tires, the same fuel, the same oil, the same spark plugs, the same tint. Everything's the same.
So nobody can really cheat or upgrade or put something in there.
No, because we want it to be a driver's challenge, all right? The Vios is already a very established car. It's got nothing to prove. We want this to be an even playing field to show the difference in driver's skill. So if you win this race, you can definitely say it's driver's skill that got you there, especially a championship, because luck might play a role every now and again, but not for a whole championship. So that's why we have championships, is to be able to make sure it's done on merit, not necessarily just luck. You know, sometimes, like I said, you could get lucky. Some people can get, crash out or whatever, and you inherit a few spots. But when you do it overall, a championship season of 9 races, that all evens out. You have good luck in one race, bad luck in the other. Skill is what gets you there. As
That's
they say,
what
luck
the
runs
journey is
out,
all
skill
about.
doesn't.
Yes,
Huh?
that's the journey is all about, right? It's all up and down. You're just like, you know what? I just want to be up. Just win this.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, we are now in lap 4.
4 to
That's
go,
so
meaning.
fast. Oh,
So
yeah,
yeah,
4 to
it's
go.
like we're
I mean,
already up
sorry.
there we're in the 3/4 of the race distance already covered. Estefano Rivera is still looking super slick over there, very composed. You just look at the way he's taking that car around. It's so smooth. He's using every inch of the road, if you notice. Did you notice how same angle, how he used up probably another 1.5 feet of the road, whereas
Yes.
the other cars behind him, they came in a little tighter. This is a guy who is on a mission. He is absolutely on a mission, and he's pulling away too. He's got a pretty big lead. He's like a minute ahead of the last driver. He's 2.5 seconds ahead of Jared Loy, 3.5 seconds ahead of Brian Ko. This is a guy that is not resting on his laurels. He's not getting comfortable. He is racing to win.
Yes, whatever his plan is, it's working.
Oh, and it's such a joy to watch, you know. I love seeing this unfold in front of us live. There's no greater feeling when you've been involved in this sport for so long. You know, you can watch the race afterwards. It just cannot match the feeling of witnessing it unfold in front of your eyes live. You just don't know what's going to happen. And even now, with 4 laps to go, we have no idea what's going to happen.
Yes. Sometimes even the last lap is the most. You don't know. I've seen a lot that happened in the last lap.
We've had situations just in the last race. I mean, Paul and Dumlao, they crossed the line just a split seconds away from each other. Anything could have happened there. And we saw that Estefano took on the last corner, and that's where he made his overtaking move on Brian Ko. He could have done the same to Paul and Dumlao, but Paul just did not give him enough, or just didn't give him the opportunity to do it. But it was close. So the same thing could happen here. And don't count out Paul and Dumlao as well in 4th place.
I think I remember it happened also to Red Diwa with his last lap. It happened to Troy, and that's the biggest, I think, incident with Troy and John Dizon last lap. And just like 5 seconds of finishing, they just rolled. But they finished.
John Dizon was also another incredible story. He's not racing this season, right?
Yes,
but
he's not.
John Dizon was another great example of somebody. He was racing for Steve Bicknell. I think he was racing Steve Bicknell's car. And Steve won the championship, I think, in his 1st or 2nd year. And then he gave his car to John Dizon, who didn't have the means to go racing.
Yes, I heard that story.
He sponsored him.
Yes, sponsored him.
So this is another racer. This is a privateer, Steve Bicknell, a British racer, a British guy, happens to race in the Vios Cup, has been racing for a while. When he won his championship in the sporting class, he donated his car to John Dizon, who was he didn't know John. He just saw potential in John. And he sponsored that kid, and that kid won the championship. That is the kind of culture that you breed in racing. It's a kind of camaraderie and culture that you can't really see in many other places except in extreme sports like this.
I can see almost the same as Estefano Rivera and John Dizon. I think they're also friends. I think they're in the same team, I think.
All right, let's see how we got 3 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen, out of a 12-lap race. 22 minutes gone on race time right now. We still have approximately 6 or 7 minutes, 6 minutes to go roughly, working out on a 2-minute 26 lap, just over 6 minutes, maybe 7. And yes, it's looking pretty good for Estefano Rivera, but still, with 3 laps to go, he's now going to have to make sure he can just take this car home. Bring it home safely, bring it home in one piece. Just keep that car set. You know, sometimes the pressure of being up there in the lead, it looks easy, but it's anything but.
You know, when you're first, you don't stop thinking.
No. In fact, sometimes that's when it starts messing with your head, because you know it's yours to lose now.
Yeah.
Somehow when you're chasing, it's a different mentality. You know, you're so focused on trying to get the guy, but you have a moving target.
Yeah.
You have a target to get, but when you're on your own there, you know, it's just the pressure. If you lose this, you lose it on your own, but let's not speak like that, just in case. I know that we've established that they can't hear us. We've established that, but still, let's put nothing but good juju over the airwaves, because every single driver out there needs some good juju.
But here, really, your focus is the main thing you need to have while racing. The focus of your plan, whatever your race plan, you gotta just focus on what you're doing.
And you cannot also overdrive the car. You know, I mean, sometimes it's tempting to just overdrive because you get very gigil. You know, you're just wanting to, but then.
But when you're there, you know, you overdrive because you're probably someone's behind you and someone's in front of you. So you really you're doing what they're doing, you're following, but you can't because someone's behind you. It's a hard feeling to, you can't just hit like that. You can't just hit the apex because someone hit already. Like, you have to follow or do your own thing, right?
And the Avengers, I tell you what, these guys really are the breeders of champions. These guys have bred so many champions out of the Vios Cup, and young drivers too. Young drivers like Estefano Rivera, Luis Gono, just to name a few. These are really promising drivers. These are the kind of guys that we're talking about that could represent us around the world. You can see already at this level how much talent they have, how much discipline, how much
trainings they do
Yes.
for them, right?
So you can see how this is a perfect gateway if they wanted to pursue a career in motor racing. They've got the foundation already, they've got the discipline, and this template that Toyota put together is just world class.
Avengers really have the eye to know who's potential
They
out
certainly
there.
do.
Yeah.
They really do. I mean, look at them. They got Inigo Anton, they got Estefano Rivera, and both are leading currently in their specific field. And also, well, Julia is also in the promotional class racing for the Avengers team.
And Elise.
And Elise as well. So, you know, they do have also an opportunity there. Although I think Giro is quite ahead in the promotional class. He's doing really well there.
Also, Red Diva is from San Fernando. Isabela.
Now,
yes, with Myla.
where is Giro Garbs? Let me do
Giro,
some.
I think, and
Give me his position, and I'll give you my.
the 14th.
I'll give you a scenario. He's in 14th.
Yes.
Okay, Troy Montero could win this.
'Cause
Troy
Troy
Montero could
is-
win this. Where is Julia? Where is
Julia
Julia?
is in the 21.
Troy Montero, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news with 2 laps to go without putting any more pressure,
I'm full of smiles.
has the opportunity to seal the deal and take the championship because Troy Montero racing for Toyota Gazoo Racing PH has a total of 104 points.
Oh, I
Which
didn't know
means, yes, which means if he wins here, oh no, wait, hang on, sorry, my math is pretty,
Yeah, no,
okay.
there's someone else.
No, sorry, second place.
Second place.
How about second? How about second?
I can take second.
You can take second? Because
I can even take the
Giro
third.
Garbs has got 151.
Yes.
Right? And if he wins here, he gets a total of 40 points. So he'll have 144 to 151. My bad.
Here we go, the last lap. Hey, I can take second or third.
You'll take second, right?
Last lap, guys. It's
Okay. So it looks like, Giro Garbs does not need to win this to win the championship because he's already got 151 points. But Troy Montero could come in second place here with 144 points.
This is overall.
We're talking about. Is there anything else? Is there anything else to talk about with
hear-
overall?
You're so good. Thank
Aubrey,
you.
keep your eyes on the prize.
Last lap.
Focus. 1 lap to go. There is no more rehearsal. This is the real deal, folks.
Troy Montero, go, but no baby.
Go, Troy, go. Go, Estefano. And also in Inigo Anton in sporting class. There we go.
So recap, we have 23. Stefano,
Well, we go against car 21 against car 27 against 19.
Ooh.
Okay.
Go. This is 20. 21 is Giro Garbes with 27 Roy Sarmiento. Fighting for maybe first
You see,
for this race. Yeah.
Giro has nothing to lose, but he's also got nothing to gain, really, at this point.
Because he's ready, right?
This is a racist mentality, right? You got nothing to lose, so you can just hold back. But he's not. He's got nothing to gain either. He's still not holding back because a racist mentality is they have to finish ahead.
A race is a
everybody
race.
else. A race is a race.
Right?
Is a race is a race.
So walang pigilan. No, just go.
Wala.
For, yes.
Okay, this is the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Will Estefano Rivera take it all the way through to the checkered flag in first spot? Remember, this is not just for first place for race number 9. This is for the overall championship.
Yes.
Estefano Rivera racing for Toyota Balintawak Avengers Racing Team.
Are we on the last lap? I mean, last corner? Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Well, let me see that checkered flag before I get all excited. I want to see that checkered flag direct.
I want to see more action, but no.
Rivera, his hazard lights are on. He knows.
He's
got the main straight. And
there
the checkered flag is out. Estefano Rivera wins. Not just race 9, but provisionally wins the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup Championship 2021 in fine style here in Clark International Speedway, followed by Gerard Loy, and in third place, Brian Cole.
Oh, wow.
Wow, a race, ladies and gentlemen. And in the sporting class, did he do enough? Did Inigo Anton do enough?
Yes.
Inigo Anton did enough to win the race and also, once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's all provisional results.
Yes.
The championship provisionally goes to Inigo Anton in first place, but we have to make sure, where's Jacob Ang in this? Where's Jacob
on
Ang?
top,
Right
yes,
behind him.
right behind
him.
Inigo.
Do you know how close this got? This has got very close, but Inigo was able, he just had to finish in front of Jacob Ang to win the championship, and that he did. Provisionally, of course, he did. So provisionally, he has won this race, and provisionally, he is the champion of the sporting class on his first year to race with us.
Wow.
Wow. I can't put it any better myself.
I almost predicted it, but you know, so anything can happen. But yes, he's such a good driver. So
now that kid's got a future too. I mean, we were just talking about Estefano Rivera and the international standard drive that he just delivered today here in front of all of us under immense pressure as well, by the way. He delivered when it counted. Inigo Anton did the same thing. And guess what? Who else did the same thing? I'll let you say it.
I know.
I'll let you say it.
I'm sorry. I'm spacing. I'm like looking at the lineup. Oh,
I'll
maybe.
give you a hint. You share a ride home.
I'll share a ride home.
Troy Montero.
I think a promotional. Yes, I can see Troy Montero on top of Alain Alzana and Giro Garbes.
All right.
Let's see. I don't want to say. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm crossing my fingers.
Okay, I'm also, there's just so much to see here and so much data to try and work through on the fly. But if he was ahead of Julia, ahead of Giro, ahead of Jason and Myla, it looks like Troy Montero has taken this, at least the race. But that would give him 144 points, which brings him up to
second or third.
Second.
I just saw Myla went up from the last lap. She was in 18 and now she's into 15.
Okay,
place.
15. But it's
Myla,
not,
I mean,
it's not in a point scoring position, which means it doesn't threaten the position of Troy right now. The only thing that could change, which is really highly unlikely, but you know what? We're exploring scenarios. If there are any penalty points for Giro, I of course not expecting any to be, but if there are, that's the only time that it could actually, you know, flip.
It happened. It happened before, yes.
It happens. I mean,
everyone celebrated already, and then they took down the
actually,
engine.
it's happened. You're correct. You are absolutely 100% correct there. We already thought we had a champion, but it was provisional, and then on the night of the actual, on the night of the awarding, it was given to Alan Uy, because you remember that. We were in somewhere in BGC. I can't remember the bar, but we were there. Rebel Bar. Anyway,
I like that.
It was the days before when we were allowed out in the bars and stuff. You know, the good old days.
Allowed to be beside each other.
Yes, allowed to talk to each other and shake each other's hands and hug each other. But now we might have to do that one virtually, but still, it's still going to mean the same thing to our racers. What an incredible race.
Are we officially done? Here we go. I just can't wait. Of course, don't forget, guys, again, facebook.com/Toyota Gazoo Racing PH and Instagram.com/Toyota Gazoo Racing PH. And don't forget, guys, hashtag TGR Vios Cup 2021. There you go. Yung mga hashtag is where you see all the photos and all the people who support Toyota and the Gazoo Racing, of course.
And don't forget, you can also enjoy the safe and easy way to pay for your Toyota transactions with just one app. Whether it's for your periodic maintenance, vehicle repair, parts and accessories, and car insurance, you can electronically pay using your My Toyota wallet in the My Toyota app. Check it out. Use it over-the-counter transactions at any Toyota dealer nationwide. Enroll your credit card and your debit cards in My Toyota Wallet and start transacting today. Get it on Google Play or download on the App Store. Or you can visit toyotafinancial.ph/My Toyota Wallet for more details. This is a safe and easy and very practical way to have a seamless experience when servicing your car.
And of course, once again, Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. The celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and Toyota Gazoo Racing's partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, and official fuel partner supported by Motul. And other sponsors, of course, Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Twazon Racing, and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy Philippines. I'm pretty excited! I don't know. I'm excited for all the winners.
I think I burned 2,000 calories in that race just commenting on it. Yeah.
I know. At the beginning, the first lap, we're already shouting. Actually, I think the first race this morning.
Absolutely. I mean, remember the first race, we were already on our feet because of, it was a really, really close race. And then this one, during that time when Estefano and Brian and then eventually Jared Loy all got into this tangle up on first corner, it was exactly what we tune in to watch. This embodied everything about racing. It was discipline, it was respectful, it was competitive, it was knife's edge type of nerves. Oh, it had all the elements of an absolute epic race, and it happened at the exact time we needed it, which was the final race of the season when it all really counted. And again, that's credit definitely to Esteban Rivera and his team and his coaches for being able to prepare him for this moment. This moment belongs to him, but not everybody is going to perform under the bright light, so to speak. Estefano, you deserve this win.
Congratulations.
Provisionally.
Yeah, okay.
Provisionally.
Yeah. Well, this is what we've, expected to all our drivers, and we got it. We had fun. Thank you, guys. Thank you to all our racers, our drivers.
All right, I think we're going to check out some I think we're going to go and check out some highlights.
Some highlights, okay.
What's happening right now? Okay,
so
we're going to go
let's see
pit line.
what's happening in the pit now.
Jump!
Who's jumping?
There?
Oh!
Who we got there? Oh, we got Estefano Rivera. Look at that.
Look at the team. I like how they do this. Right away after they go down the car, they hug their team, their moms or your tita.
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone you can't duplicate this moment. Yeah. This only happens once.
That's the mom.
That's his mom.
Oh,
hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mrs. Rivera. Congratulations.
I'll do the same thing. I'll be so proud.
If Mrs. Rivera can hear me, congratulations to you, Mrs. Rivera. I'm not sure.
Look at him. He's oh.
Is that Eileen from TRS?
Yes, everyone's hugging. Everyone's.
What band?
He's such a good guy.
James Aubrey here now.
Woo!
With the man of the moment.
The man of the moment.
Estefano Rivera.
Woohoo!
And Estefano, one heck of a race.
Wow.
It takes me back to what you said nung the previous race. Interview kita, sabi mo, veterano na rin kami dito. That really played a role, and that's something that we all saw from you. You know, you were in second at the starting grid, tapos nakauna si Brian. And you did not even need to overtake Brian to get the provisional season win. But you wanted to go out with a bang.
I'm speechless. But first, I have to thank God. It's been so much sacrifice, not just for me, but for the team, for my parents, everyone. Just thank you to everyone. Of course, thank you to God. Thank you to Boss Cosco. Thank you to my teammates, everyone. Coach Roland, Manager Paolo, my mechanics, Andrew and Gomer, everyone. If I had a list of them, tatapos tayo. So I just want to say thank you, and I'm just speechless right now.
I know this question is pretty much rhetorical, but you've been here a while, but it's the first time ever. Champion of the TGR Vios Cup. You've been on the podium for the season multiple times, but to be on top, professional at least for now, but it's the first time, man.
Yeah, this something's close to heart because I've been wanting to win this since 2015, 2016 in season 2. I was in a different team at that time. I want to thank them, Toyota Alabang. They were the ones that brought me here, and to Team Avengers because it's just, as I said, close to heart, and I'm just really happy. Finally, fine.
Congratulations, Estefano, and let's. I think it's a moment that needs to be shared with your parents. So if we could get Mr. Sammy and Ma'am Fanny, the parents of Estefano here, we'll get a very special moment here. Congratulations, the winning parents, ma'am. I know this moment is very, very special to see Estefano cross that line with that checkered flag waving. What's your initial reaction?
To all the people who said na may balat ang anak ko, we prove you wrong. He won today. Oh God, the champion of Vios Cup 2021. God first and to God be the glory. Where is my kid? I love you. I love you, Stefan. I keep on talking to him. For first. Sorry, I'm overwhelmed. Can you just talk to my husband? I'm hysterical. I'm hyper. Everything about give you the mic.
Congratulations, ma'am, sir. All right, sir, congratulations. You know, I think it's my first time to attend the Vios Cup all legs, but from leg 1, I saw your support for your son, and it's paid off.
What can I say? He deserves it. He has worked hard for it. And if there's one thing I'd like to tell everybody, you know, those out there, everybody out there who's trying to be better racers, God first. That's I guess my son's legacy.
Because it seems during the first, the second leg, and the third leg, everything adds against. I don't want to say negative things, but there's so many challenges. So we thought of sometimes giving up the Vios Cup, the cup, but right now we saw the miracle.
I thought you were going to give me the mic.
I-cut nyo na lang, ha? You better cut it na lang for me. I'm so madaldal talaga. I'm so sorry. So please don't interview me, okay?
No, it's okay po. You're not padaldal. You're awesome. You're an awesome mom.
And there's an amnesty period. When your son wins a race, there's a complete amnesty period for moms. You can tululaway all you like, and we completely understand, all right?
Oh, yeah.
A beautiful moment for a beautiful family. We'll let them enjoy this glorious moment. So it's time for, I'll throw it back to you for now, James and Aubrey.
Oh man, I think that kind of love and that excitement is contagious, and that's the kind of stuff we want to see go viral. Not this virus, the winning, that perseverance, and she said, I was amazed to hear that they were at one point thinking of even giving up because of different challenges, and yet look at this. This is living proof. Don't give up on your dreams. Just keep on keeping on, because it will pay off in the end if you remain committed. And even if just knowing that you did your best and you didn't give up, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Estefano.
As a mom, I can see Stefano's mom's emotion, and I totally understand. You'll be so proud. You don't even know what to say. You have so much to say, but you're speechless. But you want to say something, but you can't. I totally get there. Congratulations.
And hats off too to Estefano for giving credit to also his former team, as well as he's racing for a new team, Avengers, but giving credit to his former team for bringing it in. Let's check out some of the latest highlights, or the last highlights from the last race.
Wow.
That was the first lap. On the opening lap, we saw cars spinning out of control there. We saw another car lose it here.
Yes, that's
Red Diwa. And Red wasn't able to recover from that. That's car 88 was Brian? No, Brian's 55.
Number 88 is Paul Dumlao.
Paul Dumlao. And here's that moment. Here's that moment where it lasted for several corners. So Estefano kept diving down the inside. Look at Brian Ko giving enough room.
Even Stefano.
And Estefano. I mean, to dive down there. Look at him on two wheels there. He jumped up on two wheels at that point, and he was determined. By this stage, he knew he had to get on the inside here, going side by side into this corner. was one of the gutsiest moves I've seen because that is a terrifying corner. They went side by side and they dragged it out all the way until the first corner. Oh, and then that amazing move from Gerard Loy. Did
Nice
you see?
comeback. Yeah,
Did you
nice
see how he snuck himself in? He had no business in that fight. That was between Estefano Rivera and Brian Ko, and they blinked, and boom! Gerard Loy took that second spot, and he kept it and retained it all the way until the checkered flag. Look at that.
That's flying.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is like dancing. Did you see how he just came up on two wheels and then just right in front of the car, millimeters or inches separating the two? That's trust, that's respect, and that is sportsmanship all combined into one. What an incredible race. What an incredible weekend. And you know what? It's still not over because we still have our autocross finals, which we're going to be finding out in a little while about the influencers and the media, who is going to take top spot there. So still more to play for as we finally we'll be crossing over again to Jut to see what some of the winners have to say. Jut?
I'm here with Aubrey's champ, taking the first place in that race provisionally, but for the promotional class, Troy Montero. Congrats, Troy.
Thank you. I can't believe it. Just had a really great race, way more than I can ask for. I had a mission there. I knew I had to finish, but I really just wanted to have a clean race. And like Boss JP said, stay out of trouble and focus, you got this. And that's exactly what I did. So just say thank you to my team, all the sponsors, all the racers for having a clean race and everything. My teammates, the best. This is not sweat, this is beer, so I'm not that sweaty. So thank you so much for the beer shower.
Yeah, well, Danielle.
Raymond came out first to greet me after every podium this weekend, so thank you so much, Raymond, for the opportunity, calling me back. You know, part of the Tito team, still believe in me.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, James.
Or Troy.
Yeah.
Firstly, congratulations. And secondly, do you know where you finished up in the championship?
We kind of did our numbers a little bit. The guys in the garage are really good at math, better than me. So I think, I don't know if it's final, but I think we're sitting around second, which would just be amazing because, you know, it all happened this weekend. So if that's the case, I'm either second or third overall, and that's just such an awesome way to finish the season.
I think provisionally you are correct. Provisionally you are second place. And yeah, so unless there's a penalty for Giro, you might even be first. But we doubt that. We doubt they're going to give him a penalty for something they didn't do.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
I have a question, Troy.
Yes.
Were you thinking of me while driving?
Oh! Oh! Isa pang proposal sa Vios Cup, please.
I'll tell you
Ano ba
something.
yan?
I'll tell you something. I don't want to, now that we're here, we're so intimate, we're one big family. I did think of you in the last 2 laps when I was trying to bring it home and stay out of trouble and just focus. I just kept thinking of you, and I can hear your voice in my head saying, don't miss a shift, don't miss a shift.
Yes. Don't
You know-
miss a shift.
I'm getting goosebumps. Look at that, my hair is standing.
James, you just told us about, you know, provisionally where Troy can possibly finish in the season. And I don't know, Fabio and Danielle, I think that might deserve another shower, or maybe later. But come on in here. Come on in here.
Where are the
We want to talk
guys?
to you about your teammate. I mean, Danielle, Fabio,
What's
and
up,
Troy.
guys?
Woo! You guys, you guys came out of the celebrity class, and you're now really up your level. Troy here waving the banner for you guys in this season. How proud are you of this guy?
Super proud. Well, we are a team, like we're brothers, you know, not just in the race here, but also outside. We're super close. We're always having big laughs. Super proud of you, brother. You did great. We all know Troy is always one of the best times there. He's there, you know, and he just proved it to everybody again. Are you okay? Okay. Yes. Oh.
Fabio?
No, like Daniel said, you know, Troy has been working so hard to be where he is right now since Wednesday. Like, you know, he's the first one to arrive, the last one to go home. He really deserves it, you know, like he's doing great. We're very proud of him as teammates here for the TGR, and it's been an amazing experience. You know, running for promotional class. We're out every time you're here. We have a blast. You know, like we are very grateful for the opportunity because we started as celebrity racers. Now we're doing the promotional. We're just stepping up and try to have fun and learning every day about racing, about life, and everything. So again, congratulations, my brother. You deserve it. We're proud of you.
Nowhere to go but up, right? And you know, the dream for the team, I'm sure, is to have all three of you standing on that podium. Someday, someday.
It's time to party.
All right,
Yes, let's
We'll
go.
leave them to party. James and Aubrey, back to you.
Send some beers here. Just kidding.
So, Aubrey, baby number...
No,
no?
not
Okay,
that.
all right, we solved that one, all right.
We're done. Like this race, like laugh with it. Well, congratulations, Troy Montero, and of course Daniel and Fabio. Of course, you know, there's three. They're like literally from this event, from the 5 years they started, we're all super close.
Yeah.
Thank you, Toyota. We found some new friends, and they're all good looking.
And that's exactly what we were talking about before when we were mentioning about the kind of bonds that you forge over here, because you're doing it under extreme circumstances. You're doing it through pressure, and when pressure happens, it creates magical moments and magical things, right? So this is why the relationships that you have and you make in these situations, they last a lifetime because they're pressure tested.
That's true. Even if we started in the autocross, you know, when you do this autocross for a long time, those friends and that friends, you'll be friends with them outside. It's a different experience for when you experience it. It's a different bond. I don't know.
It is because also, I mean, like they say, when you're playing sport with people, it reveals a lot about their character. Whether they're a fair person or not a fair person, so you can't help but see the real extreme character of that person. And that's why it gives the best of friendships. It can also create a little tension. Let's not lie.
For some, yeah.
For some, but you know, that's what it's all about. It's about working through that, because sometimes even if you don't, for any reason, not that this is happening here, but let's say you don't for any reason like your competitor, you're still going to have to respect them, because if they are beating you, you're going to have to find a way how to beat them without breaking the rules. And so that respect is always there. And then eventually that respect, if you're both gunning for the same thing, and you'll end up friends.
Yes, true. But we don't have to tell each other the secret of racing, right? You just have to be friends outside. You know, sometimes
Exactly.
you don't really get tips like the whole thing that you know. You just give like a little bit, but you're still friends.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
You don't give everything, but we're still friends. But anyway, I can't imagine after this race, what are they gonna do, or what are the relaxing thing that they're gonna do? Are they gonna chill? Because I followed some of the Super Sporting and Sporting. Some of them after the race, you know, you see them here racing so fast, driving so fast. After that, they golf.
Yeah,
they do
yeah, absolutely.
Swimming.
Exactly.
The most chill life that you could ever have. I'm like, oh, they're hiking.
Yep.
They're actually, I'm like, hey, that's pretty good trade. Like from all the adrenaline, you're like, okay, let's calm down.
Yeah, absolutely. You do need something. You need something contrasting. You need something that's going to be a little bit more relaxing, because you're in there with your heart rate at about, it really races inside that car. You got the extreme heat, etc. Yeah, when you're going to do something relaxing, you usually do something completely opposite.
Opposite, yes.
Yeah, like quarantine yourself or something, which is no shortage of that nowadays.
Like Gerard Loy, you know, after the race, during the pandemic, I actually got closer with him by plants, because of plants.
There you go.
We got closer with the wife. They buy plants from me. They go to my house. Yes, from Baguio, I think they went down. So I'm like, oh, this is what you do. Well, no, for now, you know. I'm like, oh, so opposite from the racing, they do that.
That is so cool. So, you know, this is the kind of thing that we want to encourage everybody to get behind. And you know what? If you don't know anything about racing, this is where you start. You'll learn a lot through this, just watching the broadcast. And eventually, you know, you could also, I mean, the Vios Cup is open to everyone. I mean, this is another nice thing about the Vios Cup. Obviously, we're in the last race of this season, so the 2021 season is over. But for the 2022 season, if there's anyone out there that's looking at getting into racing, you might want to get in contact with Toyota Motor Philippines already, because I know that the car sold out really fast before, because it's just it's so popular because it's a cost-controlled series. And for racers, that's probably the biggest thing to them, is having their costs controlled.
Yes, and of course we have the trainings, and we have Tuason Racing School, and we have the Toyota to actually give trainings and practice for aspiring racers, right? So you guys just follow Toyota Motor Philippines on Facebook and message them. Even share the hashtag, get inspired with photos that we all posted, and just see what's happening and just watch the race. I'm telling you, it's a different life story to tell.
Absolutely. Well, we hope you've enjoyed our coverage here of this particular race, because it's not over yet. We still, like I said, still have an autocross that we're going to be bringing to you, and we still got to determine the media and influencer champion of that particular race. So, that's going to be happening in a little while, but we're still reveling in the celebrations of race number 9, because we haven't even spoken yet to Inigo Anton. Inigo Anton is another winner that we need to hear from, because that kid's another amazing story. We've heard already from Troy. We've heard from Estefano Rivera. We've seen the glee and the delight in their faces. And so, yeah, the only one left now is Inigo Anton to find out what's going through his mind. And when we get a chance to cross over to Jut, we'll do that for you. But yes, emotions are still running very, very high over here at the commentary booth, because I couldn't have written a better script. I mean, it was exciting from start to end. Even though, Estefano was leading that race, you're holding your breath throughout the whole thing, because there's so much at stake and anything can happen. And he was able to pull it through. So many stories up and down the grid, and we're still yet to hear, like I said, from Inigo.
While
Hopefully
waiting for the results. Yes, you never know. Somebody's complaining about this and that. That's why we really don't know who's the final winner, or who's final the first, or who's provisional. Yes, we know, but it happens. Somebody complains up in the, what do you call this, the office?
Steward's office.
Yes. It always happens every race. You can't. Oh, okay. This somebody complained, so we have to. That's why we're taking time. We're talking.
Yes.
Because before we get the results, there are probably some complaints out there.
Well, there is, like I said,
Hopefully
there's a lot to get through. I mean, we're racing, but we're racing for higher reasons, maybe in some ways, because we're really trying to set down the grassroots and a proper template for racing in the Philippines. So we want to make sure that it's as much about learning as it is about winning, and that's what the only way to do that is to do it properly. And that's why it takes a little while to go through all of every incident report. They take every complaint seriously. The marshals, we even used to fly in marshals. I haven't checked this particular round, but we would fly them in from Thailand and other parts of the world. These are professional race stewards who are used to this particular thing, and we do it so that it remains completely fair and objective. We want everyone to know that when they're racing here, it's really just going to be a battle between driver skill and nothing else.
But overall, we had so much fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, the morning race and this afternoon race. So you guys, if you have thoughts, you guys can just hashtag post your photos or your videos that you took from the live until now. You guys just hashtag it so we can see it and share it. And please, of course, download the Toyota Wallet app.
Yep.
Right?
So if you have a comment there, that's the hashtag you use, the one that's flashing across the screen. That's how you join the conversation. And we'd love to hear from you. You have some photos and stuff. That's a great way to keep them all collated so that we can see them and share them as well. But right now, let's go over and check out Jut's side of the race, or the side of the track. Jut, what you got there for us?
Oh.
When you need to be tough outside, you gotta be clean inside. Petron Diesel Max keeps your engine clean and protects it against corrosion, so nothing gets in the way of your engine's power. That's why it's the most widely used diesel among four-wheel users in urban Philippines. Petron Diesel Max. Tough outside, clean inside.
Thank you, James. Yep, good afternoon from this side of the race. And I just wanted to show you that quick video and wanted to add to it, basically, just what it said as well, reiterate that diesel engines are preferred by many because of the power that it offers. Because of course, it's built to withstand steep uphills, rough terrains, and pretty much any road condition that requires a tough and reliable engine. Now, if you guys want nothing to get in the way of your car's optimum performance, it is always important to keep your engines clean. And of course, Petron Diesel Max is reliable in keeping your engine's fuel nozzle clean, as it protects against corrosion and it helps unleash your car's full power in every drive. Petron Diesel Max is the most widely used diesel among four-wheel users in urban Philippines. And of course, as you heard earlier, when you need to be tough outside, you got to be clean inside. All right. That being said, James and Aubrey and everyone tuned in to the final leg of the Toyota Gazoo Racing 2021 Vios Cup. Well, it's time to hand out some awards. That was another epic race that we just saw, and it's time now to name the winners of the Bridgestone Super Sporting class. Let's start out with the third place, taken by car number 55, Brian Cole. Second place is car number 99, Gerard Lloyd. And your champion for race number 9, number 23, Estefano Rivera. Let's talk to our winners right now. Brian, that was just a beautiful race. It was beautiful watching you guys. I know you wanted a better finish for it, but you definitely contended. You held that the lead for a while. But, you know, Stefano eventually got it, but what an accomplishment still, you know, standing here on the podium at the end of it all.
Yeah. First off, I want to thank my sponsor. Thank you to Toyota Dagupan Group for the support since season 1. And to all my mechanics, my wife, my family, and friends, and to my teammate, Gerard. It was nice. It's hard to race with Stefano. He has a lot of pace. And he races clean naman. Congrats to Stefano, and congrats to my teammate Gerard too.
And congratulations to you as well for a job well done. All right, now we have second place, Gerard Lloyd. Gerard, I know the start of the weekend for you wasn't exactly the best, but you were able to get some sort of redemption and still standing there proud at the end of the final race.
Actually, itong last race, we didn't expect na mananalo pa kasi first race, na DNF pa kami. So, we had a very bad weekend.
Pero yung resiliency na pinakita mo is also something to applaud. You know, it's always tough, di ba? When you have to compete again after a short break lang and get over that ill feeling of running into a mishap. But what prevailed for you?
May isang race pa naman, so baka may chance pa. So kahit nag-start kami sa 11, tuloy pa rin.
And moving forward, still eyes on the longer goal now. And you still have your eyes on that top podium.
Yun pa rin yung goal.
Someday, I know for sure, you're gonna get it. Congratulations, Gerard. And of course, give it up! Estefano, we've been talking to this guy a lot this weekend, mainly because he's been winning a lot as well. But I mean, we talked about it already, how sweet this is for you, your very first TGR Vios Cup win.
Yeah, it's my first, and just what I said a while ago, I've been, it's really close to heart, this championship, the Vios Cup, because, we work so hard, the team Avengers, we don't just go for the win, but we go for the win, the right way. So I'm just really happy, and thank you, God. Thank you to TMP, of course. I really hope the Vios Cup continues. It's a great series, so thank you to Toyota Gazoo Racing, and thank you to Tuason Racing as well, because it's such a great event. I hope, not just for me, but for the future drivers out there that, this will be a great series for them as well.
You kept thanking, of course, the people who helped you, your family, your team. And when you came out of weigh-in, they were all there and they were celebrating with you. How sweet of a moment was it to have everyone who played a role in your success be there for you at the end of that race?
It's something you don't plan, you don't, or think about. It's just, out of the moment. So I'm just, out of words. I'm really happy, and, I hope, this is not just for me, but for the team, but for the whole series, for Philippine Motorsports, that, this pushes through forward for everyone.
Congratulations, Estefano. I'll step aside right now before I present to you once again as we celebrate the right way, your winners for the Super Sporting Class. Congratulations once again. And of course, Estefano Rivera representing Team Avengers. Once again, your winners for the Bridgestone Super Sporting Class. We'll announce more winners later on. For now, back to you, James and Aubrey.
Thank you, Aubrey. All right, thank you very much, Judd. And congratulations to our winners. That's the Super Sporting Class. And look at those big smiles on their faces. Well-deserved ones, too. So, wow.
Yes, congratulations. And third is Brian Ko. Second is Gerard Loy. And first is Estefano Rivera. I think I know these guys already. Well, I know them.
You do know them.
But it's like I'm close because I always see them on TV here. But yes, congratulations. And I think they deserve it. But you've seen it. Oh, my God. They fought.
They fought.
A good one.
They
and
fought
it's like
hard.
They say, what's the, Stefano said, win the right way. Wow.
I like that too,
like
because that's something we've been saying since before. I mean, you're pitting yourselves against the best, and you want to know that they're at their best and that everything was fair. That's all,
And
which it was.
He was. Actually, not surprised about Gerard Loy, but you did good. You're great, because he was in the back of somewhere in the 7th. The whole race, and then the first race, I think, the same position, and now he's in second.
All I'll remember from that with Gerard Loy is that dive that he did on the inside when Estefano was battling Brian, and he just came in out of nowhere, and he just inserted his car right there, and it was so close, it was so tight, it was so clean as far as I could see, and it was just really a great move. So all of these things, by the way, are provisional results. We have to make that clear because, as we always want to say, until the stewards and the race director signs off on it, it is not official. But this is how it has happened provisionally, and we do have provisional awards as well.
Like right now, we are waiting for the sporting class, but I think it's now ready. Let's now award the winners for the sporting class. Jut?
You're right, Aubrey. We are here ready to announce the winners of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021 Sporting Class winners. Let's start, of course, with third place, car number 17, Jacob Ang. And second place for race number 9, car number 33, Inigo Anton. And your champion for race number 9, the final race of the season, car number 63, Joaquin Garrido. Congratulations to our winners here. We are with Jacob. Jacob, just a quick, want to get your thoughts on the accomplishment that you feel completing not only this race, but a full season, and it was also a pretty solid weekend for you. I know there's a hope that it was a better result, but still, something to be proud of.
I mean, it's okay. I got more than what I asked for, but these two really fought really well these past 3 races, and I'd like to congratulate Inigo Anton. He's been a really good driver this whole series.
And that's always the respect that we see from these racers. Thank you and congratulations again, Jacob. And of course, we move over to Inigo, and he's got that smile already on his face. Now, Inigo is standing on the second podium for race number 9, but provisionally, it's a finish at the top for the season in your very first year competing in the Vios Cup. How did you get so good immediately?
No, I wouldn't say that. First, I'd just like to thank all this, everybody who's just been supporting me throughout the years I've been racing. It's my first year actually doing circuit racing. I'm so proud that I'm able to do it for Team Avengers and get the championship done with. And I'd just like to also thank the Lord and Mother Mary who's given me the talent to be able to do this, and I give everything up to them. It's been such an incredible season, and I'm looking forward to maybe joining Super Sporting next season.
Whoa! All right, I think that's good news to all Vios Cup fans. And just a quick one, Inigo, for all who have done a little bit of autocross, that's where you came from. And how's the transition? Do you think that once you get a feel of autocross already, you can try out circuit? Nah?
Oh, definitely. I would say autocross is a good learning ground to be able to start racing. You know, people just think it's just a slow course, go around pylons, do some 180s. But in reality, it really teaches you, you know, it's a weird saying, like, how to go fast while going really slow through the corners. You have to be super technical, and this technicality actually transfers to the circuit and makes you a quicker driver.
Definitely translated well for you. Congratulations once again, Inigo. And we go to our champion. Once again, give it up for Joaquin Garrido. Joaquin, earlier this day, I interviewed you also on the podium, but you were standing on a different pedestal. Now you're on the highest one. How does it feel?
It feels great. First of all, I would like to thank the team, Boss Cosco, Coach Roland, Tito Pau, and obviously congrats to Inigo for for securing the championship. But I'm really happy that we were able to convert, since over the past few races we've been robbed of a few wins. But this race, happily, we brought it home.
You know, it's been one heck of a year for all of us, every human being, but you know, all of us happily surviving. You, it's the final race, taking the win. How much does this propel you for what's next in the future?
Well, as it is my first year in Vios Cup and my first year driving cars, this will give me the confidence to improve and hopefully battle for the championship next year.
All right, congratulations once again, Joaquin. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up once again for your TGR Vios Cup 2021 Sporting Class winners. Once more, celebrating the right way, Team Avengers. Inigo getting that champagne shower.
And the irony is, Inigo's not old enough to drink that. Put it down, Inigo.
Put it down before photos are taken here.
I was about to say that. A little bit, just go outside.
That's the irony right now, and that's the crazy world we live in. 2021, you can have somebody not legal enough to drink, but legal enough to win a race. He was not even legal to drive on the road. He's already won races and championships, and that is Inigo Anton, ladies and gentlemen, who won the championship. But we got to give a shout out to Joaquin Garrido.
Yes,
First
actually,
year driving
yes.
a car, and he took the top spot in the race.
Exactly. And of course, congratulations again to the winners. Again, we would like to remind everyone that the winners earlier, provisional winners, meaning result might change the official result, so we have to wait. So we will announce a recap and official winners later today. You know, I think, yes, Garrido actually has quite points. He won the first race. He has the first race. He won third place. Second race, he won second place, and he won the first place. And there's another one that he won first place. And this race
Race
too.
7, he won race.
Yes.
No wait, Garrido, he won in the race 6. No, that was a second place. He's just been very consistent in his racing. So that you're talking about Garrido, or
Yes, Garrido. Yes. Is he
Okay.
close with Inigo? Is his scores are close with
Well,
Inigo?
he
now?
he basically got a total championship time or championship points was 101.
Yes.
So Inigo was at 161, but with his race win, he's 141. So it wasn't far off, but you know, he had a couple of it was a little tough. I think he had a DNF in race 4, and you know, that can really hurt.
I
right?
think, yeah, we are ready for the promotional class winners. Jot?
Thanks, Aubrey and James. Yep, we are ready to award the promotional class of the TGR Vios Cup 2021. And let's start with our third place for race number 9, number 21, Jiro Garbin. At second place in the final race, car number 19, Elaine Azona. And the champion for the final race, car number 6, Troy Montero. Congratulations, you guys. We got Jiro here first. Jiro, 9 races in your very first time in driving in the TGR Vios Cup. Only 1 race that you did not stand on the podium in. Provisionally, there's a chance that you take the season win. You know, what a year it has been for you in racing.
Yeah, I know. It's been a crazy year. We felt ups and downs, and I'm just happy to be here. We've had fun throughout. I've raced with like a lot of really talented people. They've tired me out as well. Troy, Troy is really hard to race. So I'm happy for him. He won this race. Elaine, he's new, but he gave me a really good challenge earlier. So proud of him too. Yeah, like you said, we've only missed out on 1 race in terms of podium. Overall, it was a really happy season, and I'm really happy to be leading the points.
You were saying that you were proud to be here from here earlier, and I know we wish that there were people in the stands, but this is still a very sweet win with thousands watching us over online.
Yeah, it sucks that we can't really have audience here, but we have to be safe. We have to be safe in everything. Pero magpasalamat ko po rin kabalin na manalbe at lang patugot na suporta. I feel so many emotions right now. I thought I've cried everything out there in my in lap, but it's feels really good. Feels really good that I fought till the end. We almost lost it there, but yeah, racing's racing, and I'm really happy to be given this opportunity.
One more time, please, for Jiro Garbus. Let's cross over here. Elaine, since you entered the pit lane earlier, you've been pumping your fist, and I feel all that emotion from you in this win. All these, flowing out. Tell us more about it.
This is my first race, first weekend. We landed in Manila on Tuesday. Practice 1-2 sessions only, with no suspension setup. Just tried and learned from the great racers beside me, especially Troy, Royce, and Jiro, and Atimai. Very thankful for the sponsors and Toyota Gazoo Racing for this opportunity. And sa mga kababayan ko sa Jensan, ug mga Bisaya diha, daog na kita.
Woo! Congratulations, Elaine. And let's move on to our champ, Troy Montero, ladies and gentlemen. Troy, you're holding that plaque so proud, and even your fellow racers extremely proud of what you've accomplished.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody here, everyone in the promotional class. I want to thank Toyota, Gazoo Racing. I want to thank my teammates. I have the best teammates ever, Fabio and Dan, and even our managers. I want to thank Louis and Stu and Boss Raymond for putting this awesome team together. It's such a team effort. JP Twazen Racing, Miss Ice, everyone there, just for putting together a smooth season for all of us. To come out here during this time is, nothing short of a miracle. And, I just want to say it's just awesome, and that we can do this here. This is like proof that it can be done safely, and we can really have some entertaining racing and everything, and we can show them how it's done. So it's awesome to end the season with a win, You know, it's so hard. This category. These guys are so fast, and you know, our work is cut out for us. Hopefully, for next season, we can also push even more. So it's just awesome to be here, and I'm just thankful that everything worked out the way it did.
Oh man, congratulations, Troy. You're right. You know, we just wrapped up the final race of the season, but we can't wait to get things started once again. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up once again. Your winners in race number 9 in promotional class.
What a class act. Super. And congratulations to our provisional champion, Giro Galvez. What a sportsman. Did you hear what he said?
Yes.
Great.
And of course, congratulations to Elaine in second, and of course, Troy Montero.
Absolutely.
And our promotional, thank you. And congratulations again. I feel that, you know, this is what I'm talking about. It's the emotions that they have after the race, right?
Absolutely. It's full of emotions, and this celebration of the Vios Cup and all those emotions would not be possible without Toyota Motor Philippines in partnership with the biggest and most reputable brands in the automotive industry like Bridgestone.
Yes.
And also Petron XCS, our official fuel partner. We're also supported by Motul and Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuason Racing, Rota, and we're also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing and Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy.
And now we are going to our autocross leg 2. Are we ready?
I think we're ready to
We're
cross
doing the
over to
highlights.
Judd. If not Judd, then we'll just see the autocross drivers there for our finals.
For sure, the followers and fans of our influencers and media class are waiting for this one too. You know.
Yes,
this
of
is-
course. I mean, if you have your favorite influencer racing, why wouldn't you want to tune in live to see how they perform in this grand final? Because that's it. After this, we will find out who's the champ and who's not. So it's all going to be decided in this one final round. It's a knockout round, a elimination round, so to speak. And there's only 4 drivers, and that will determine first, second, and third. And that's all we'll be giving out, our prizes for the top 3.
Again, congratulations to all our winners, our racers. You know, it's finished strong. You know, I can feel Troy. He said a lot because he's like that. When he really feels something, he absorbs it, and he will say a lot because of that's his feelings. I
Yeah.
can feel it. That's why I didn't say anything because I know what he's saying. So I can feel him. I'm like, oh, I know. And then he will celebrate hard tonight.
Yes, of course. Well,
with its 2 guys, Fab and Dandan.
I mean, I don't know how much of this is, you know, the power of provisional results. I mean, you want to get, like, you kind of know, you're like 99% sure, but do I make the announcement? What do I do? So, but this is just what it is. I mean, we can only, you know, work with the template we've got, and that's the proper way of doing it, is have provisional results first, and then, of course, the official results after. But in the time that they're waiting for those provisionals to become officials, I'm sure he's going to get that white hair back.
I know. I'm not sure.
No? All right. So anyway, we have still a little bit more to go within for the rest of the day. We still have our autocross drivers.
Yeah.
We have our final leg coming up, or the final, it's the grand final. And in the meantime, we'll look at the last leg of the media, and let's take a look at it. This is the media class.
This is the results for the media class. So we have on 3rd place, Paulo de Borja. We have on 2nd place, Brian Dacanay. On 1st place, Jose Antiveros.
And just to be clear, this is for the previous leg, correct?
Yes.
The previous leg. So Jose Altaveros is the one to beat over there in 1st place. And now we go to our influencers. And our influencers look like this. In 3rd place, it's Gino Ilamor and Enzo Pineda in 2nd, and Julius Aquino in 1st place. And will that look the same?
Yes.
Will that look the same
They just
at the end
switch
of
a
this?
little bit.
No, at the end of, we don't know what's going to happen at the end of this particular autocross. But yeah, there's still a lot. Anything can happen now because everything gets reset, except for your points, your championship points. But as they come into this next round, whatever they do is what's going to count. So they don't sort of say, I'm going to put my previous time from the last race and It doesn't count. It's a
So
brand
they start
new.
again, right? Yes. For the autocross, it doesn't. They don't put. They add points. They
No.
They go.
Well,
back
they
to
add
zero.
points. They add points for a championship, but basically, however you finished up in the earlier today, as long as you made it through, reset again, and then you get a fresh chance to win.
Fair
as well.
enough. Yes.
So we're now the guy to beat at the moment. Media is Jose Altaveras. The one to beat in influencer is Julius Aquino.
Yes.
So we'll be crossing over live as soon as they start those. As soon as they start those autocross over there. And I believe we're ready.
We're
to
ready.
Cross over. Let's check it out.
I also want to see this. For sure, it's going to be a different feeling for them.
Well, that's it. It's down to
this-
4 now, so there's no more. Everyone here except one gets a podium spot. Everyone except one. Think about that. You're all 4 going in. Only one of you is going to walk away without a podium or out anything to take home except a story, right? So that pressure is kind of like everyone wants to be first,
Yes.
and nobody wants to be last. So somehow the pressure is tugging from both ends. Nobody wants to be the 4th one here. Everyone wants to be the first one. But this is what creates a very healthy and exciting competition. And we've
That's-
already narrowed it down to the top 4. So
It's a lot of pressure, but a good pressure.
it's good pressure.
So here we go. We started from. This is. Let's see who's inside.
And
Pretty
while we're watching this, I mean, I think it's a nice opportunity to say that don't you love the new shape of the Vios? I mean, it's not that new anymore. It's been out already for well over a year, but I just love the way that they've tied in that whole Toyota face, and the whole Toyota corporate face and look is tied in with all their models now.
The exterior. I like
Yeah,
the exterior.
they bring all the same design cues even into their SUVs and stuff. They carry over that same design language and DNA.
So this is Enzo de los Reyes from Philippine Star.
And 2.0 magazine, which is also automotive lifestyle and gadgets as well. They do a lot of tech and automotive stuff.
Whoa. So,
Yeah, that looked like
So they switch.
now they switch. It's a pity we can't get to see the times, otherwise we could narrate exactly how close they are, but we're also going to be just as surprised as you at the end.
So in this autocross, you only time for the circuit. It's almost like a 2 minute and
26
26
or
something. This is a half.
20 seconds,
Yes.
maybe?
Yeah.
It's very fast.
Yes.
But,
So
it's
you
a...
get like less 20 seconds, less 30 seconds.
Yes, but in this particular one, there's just no break. I mean, like you can say in a 2-minute 26 lap, yes, it's stressful. Yes, there's a lot to think about. We all know that. But, on the straight, you can gather your thoughts. You can, it is like there's a full 1 kilometer straight. There's also a back straight. So this one, at all the time, you're just doing something in the car. So even when you're not like turning, you're shifting into the next gear, and then you have to shift down, and then you have to. So there's so much happening condensed in those 20 seconds or so. That's what makes it super stressful. And if you make a mistake on a track of 2 minutes 20 something, it's not necessarily a game over, but it's game over here if you make a mistake, because one mistake costs you 10 or 15% of your lap time, maybe more.
Well, this car, I think, if correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're using a Tiptronics, right?
I have not had the pleasure yet to drive this one.
They can
so
switch it on manual. They can switch in a gear.
if they have the CVT, yeah.
Yeah,
they
they're
could.
actually doing the switching like the F1 thing.
Well, there you go. And you got to be very disciplined. Like Jut was saying, that sometimes some of them keep it in first gear to try and keep the torque. But yeah, I think the course has been designed. TRS they've been around this business long enough to know the tricks so they're gonna not make sure they're gonna make sure it goes outside of gear 1. In other words, if it was gonna be that easy, no. So it gives you something else to do. Shift into second, when you drop into first, etc. But
Because if you're in the first gear, how fast can you go? Like 50?
yeah,
50
about
and then you
that.
switch and
But
then
then
shift.
it's not. It's tricky because you think, yeah, but I got a lot more torque. But yes, I can't top out. And So do I change? What did you do? This is what you hear in the paddock. Did you change the second? When did you change? Did you change during the turn, after the turn, before the cone, after the cone? It's...
You just stay there then.
Yeah, and you just, all these little things go through your head and you're trying to wonder how you can gain time. And you become obsessed by it.
But right here, right now, they're probably running by 50.
They probably hit about 60, I would
yeah.
think, towards the end. At their fastest point, maybe a little faster as they come around the corner.
Because this is a bigger, yeah, this is straight, so they probably go a little faster.
Yeah, and then
Just
after this, they'll, they're
Yeah.
definitely hitting 60
Yeah,
plus there.
60, yeah.
Maybe even more before they go into this final portion.
And this is still a part of the challenge. Oh, I love that turn.
Yeah, they're doing that. And they,
So much fun. Yes, I can see they're 50, 60, Orge.
oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So that's now...
Then
Okay,
they
so
turn.
after all of this, Ian Magbanwa, topgear.ph.
For our media class. Yes.
For the media class, yes.
So far, no cones down. Wow, nice breaks.
So I wish we get some indication, just to know, because I'm dying here. I'm dying to find out. I don't want to be the last to find out who wins this one, because I know these people. I know them well. We've worked together, and it would be just, I'm tense for them. I'm excited for them.
So for this final round, so they given a two chances.
Two chances,
Three chances.
yeah.
Oh.
So basically, they get the best run is the one that's kept and recorded, and that's the one they use. So that's why some people play into that strategy of, let me just do one reckless run where I think I'll be really fast, but it's a little reckless. I might bump a cone or something. But if they don't, they can put that one in the bank, a really good time, and then do a conservative run after that. But it just gives you options for strategy and stuff like that. Because they'll only take that one time, so you can afford to burn one.
Well, if
so
you
to
have
speak.
two, then give it your best in both. In
Oh, well,
two,
you can do
two
that
chances,
too.
right?
You can absolutely do that.
Yeah. Everyone's doing good.
Yeah, I haven't. Have you seen anyone hit a cone yet?
No, not yet.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they're in the finals, maybe. Right?
And there's our championship leader, or at least, well, you can't say leader because
Maybe on top. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's on top now. Jose Altaveras.
we can't really see the times, but this is the guy to beat basically, and he has won since the beginning, since he joined. So, and looks like he had a bit of he finished ahead there as well. So I would think next year this guy would have to probably move into the promotional class if he wants, if Toyota to have a media division. That would be a great stepping stone for him.
So he's been doing circuit outside? Or
I'm not too sure actually. Just simulation. The simulators,
simulation.
PlayStation and PC games and stuff. I know they have one in their office.
It helps,
Yeah, that they all practice and compete in that, and that's probably where he got very good at. But you know, driving a car, driving a simulator, you gotta adjust. It's you learn a few things on a simulator, but it's not exactly 100% translatable.
You learn somehow.
You learn some things.
But it's still different, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually tried a simulator. I was like, oh my God. It's so sensitive.
Yes, it is, because you don't have that real world feel, do you? You don't have G-forces.
You turn left, it's left. You
Mhm.
turn right, so it's really control. It's harder for me.
It's harder because you lost some senses. You've lost that, one, the G-forces, the seat of your pants, but you'd be surprised after a while, if you play it long enough, you develop those senses. So you don't physically necessarily feel it, but after a while, if you get so in tune with your simulator, you feel when you lose grip, you feel when you're understeering, oversteering, you feel nuances because you're tuned into it.
I remember we bought when we had, not sure if it's a Nintendo. We have that. We bought the separate steering wheel and
The pedals, yeah, the driving console.
They still have it.
PlayStation?
Yeah, I think it's PlayStation.
Yeah.
Yes, we still have it. They still sell it in.
Because if it's Nintendo, it's Mario Kart. And I don't.
Oh, we still have that.
Yeah, well, you know, nothing like throwing mushrooms and stuff at your competitors and banana peels and Yeah, I think maybe if we convince Toyota, they might have a series like that, where the oil slicks the banana, peels the mushrooms,
Get the princess.
and the princess. That's my kids and I. We play that. Well, the whole family played that after dinner. We have a championship, and I always get beaten. By the way, we're doing a battle for the third place now.
So here's Ian
Magbanwa.
Banwa.
So much at stake here.
So we are battling for the third.
We're battling for third now, but without the live timing, we can only kind of, sort of guess, make educated guesses here at the moment. But yes, I do know that this is the battle for third.
So we have another run for this too.
Which should mean that we've already battled for first and second, if I'm not mistaken. But again, we'll wait for the results to be given to us before we announce them. We don't want to lead to any kind of confusion. Okay, so this is battle for third, and then the next one will be the battle for first and second. Okay, so this is Ian Magbanwa versus...
If you're doing this, if you're doing good in this, just do the same thing. Yeah, Ian, Paolo.
Paolo from C Magazine.
Yeah.
Gosh, there's just so much riding on this right now. I'm all my feelings are coming back when I used to do this, because
there's Paolo de Porra.
Let's see if he crosses first. I mean, it's just a rough indication. It's not formal, but you'll see them cross the line supposedly at the same time, but coming from opposite directions. It's just a way to get an indication of who's leading, but it's not official because the times are official. But let's see where he finishes up, where Magbanwa is when he stops.
But so going back to
technically, it looks like Paolo won that round. But again, until we get the results,
and the time,
just visually, it looks like he won that one because he arrived there first.
Yes, going back to your feelings about. Yes, when you do it right and then you won this one, and then you have the next, you battle for the first. I'm like, what did I do in the first one? What did I do right there? I have to do the same thing. But really, can you really do that same exact move that you made?
Okay, so this is it.
go.
This is the first and second spot.
Nerve-wracking and then
the most we can share with you right now is, without live timing, you'll be looking at where they're starting, and first one to end back in that box is usually a safe way to say they have won that particular round. Once again, not official, but it is a good indicator because it's the same distance. Okay, Enzo just hit the cone. Did you see that?
They're battling, yes. They're battling for the first. Oh, when you hit the cone, then...
You hit the cone in the finals.
You
so
add 2 seconds.
2 seconds. So this might be a throwaway lap for Enzo, unless, of course, Jose hits a cone too.
This is what he was talking about. You're so good, for example, like a practice, and then when it's game on, it's totally different.
As they say, under the bright lights.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to pull it together. You can be in a driving range or a golf course. In driving range, you hit those balls perfectly, and then you get to the golf course, and you got to hit that ball into the hole. It's different. The pressure is different. It's just completely different when it counts. So, but Enzo does get another run at this. So he could have been strategizing with
Jose.
He could have been. And we don't know also if Jose hit a cone as well. We didn't see. We were only
Jose
looking.
hit the wall. I mean the barrier, the sign.
Oh well, if he hit the barrier, then it looks like both of them. It's going to come down to this. So this is good news for Enzo, because we did literally see him hit that cone. So if Jose hit the barrier, then it comes down to this one round.
Yeah.
Anyone's game here right now.
This is good luck, guys. Let's do a clean run.
So I know the boys from AI are watching, Jose, and I'm sure Manny De Los Reyes is watching his son Enzo. And I'm sure it's going to bring back all his memories of our media challenges that we used to have.
Oof.
This is Gen 2 now. This is the second generation of the automotive beat, fighting it out. for supremacy and, of course, bragging rights within the beat. They'll be able to do this for another year, just saying, I'm the Vios Cup champion, Autocross champion. That stuff sticks, you know? Yes. Look how much of that road he's eating. He really wants this. Yes. He really wants this. He's racing like Rivera and the rest of the super sporting class. He's
that adrenaline, I'm going to hit that thing.
Okay, Enzo, keep it clean. Keep it clean.
Yes.
Let's see how he ends up here.
Ooh, going fast, a little bit fast. And then here we
It's
go.
hard to see because you know what? Sometimes what is fast looks slow because that's how Inigo is explaining it to us, which I've been trying to say throughout their commentaries, that you have to go slow to go fast. It's a very strange, sounds like an oxymoron, but this is really important. And okay, so we did see how Enzo kind of finished after Jose.
Yeah.
Again, it's not to say 100% that Jose has won this, but it shows he got there first. But did he hit a cone? We're not sure. We can't say that from here because we can't see it. We only had one camera angle, but we will get that official result later on. But it's still very, very tense. It could be anyone's game right now. So that should be the battle for first and second for the media division. We've already done the third and fourth. We'll wait for the official results, and then we'll go into our influencers.
Oh, yes. Oh,
What a
I
day
can
of
see.
racing.
I
My
know.
gosh, we've really packed this all in, you know. If you like racing, if you like anything to do with motorsport, this is probably your most sulit day. No pun for
If you're looking
our
for an entertainment, you're not doing anything today, watch us. The whole day will be here for you.
Exactly, and it's just the whole day. There's racing going on. There's just all this competition happening, and now we're going to cross over to our influencers as they battle it out for first, second, third, and fourth. So
I'm
without
actually
that,
curious, who's our influencers here?
I would guess that we got Gino in there. We've got Jules Aquino in there. I think we've got Lexi in there.
Oh.
I'm not sure who the fourth one is. And also, I'm not 100% sure. I don't have the list in front of me, but that's who I gathered from the interviews and stuff, that those would be our top three at least. I'm not sure who the fourth one will be.
I think that's Enzo, not or.
And you know what, how tense it is when you come out, you don't know. It's not like when you race wheel to wheel. You know when you won. Here, there's a beauty pageant sort of vibe to it. You're like, did I win? Am I at
Because you're only looking at the car beside you, but there's other cars waiting, so you don't really know. Oh, I stopped first.
Even then, you don't. Okay, I stopped first. Did he hit a cone? Did I hit a cone? Well, I mean, you just don't know. So it's one of those things that until the marshals or stewards give you that official number, you're like, and it's so close. So you know you can have a feel. It's like when you do a test in school, you have a feel that you did well or not, but until the results come back, you ain't celebrating just yet.
But something, sometimes you know when you did good. You're like, I did
When you know, you know.
Yeah, when you know, you know. That's it. But every time I remember going back to our racing days, my racing days, with Troy and everyone else, all the celebrities, every after practice, every after race, we go and check our time.
Of course.
Right away.
First
we don't
thing,
even talk to each other yet. I'm like, where's the time? Where's the time?
Yeah.
And they're all like, wait. So we're all like waiting while we're all waiting, not talking to each other while waiting for the results. It's just because we don't have anything to talk about.
Yeah.
So we're gonna talk about our time. So after seeing the time, like, hey, you know what? It's like this and that.
That's it. That
I
is.
miss that. Yeah.
Me too.
And comparing your time, oh my God, this is like just a millisecond of something.
I'm not sure how they do it now because we're in a completely separate part of the track now. But before we used to hear it, like we'd have a live commentary of barking out the time, so you could hear it inside the car. It'd be like, and then it would even say best time of the day, and you're like, that's me, or not me. In the case of Gino, I think he was like, was it Gino was saying that he was rejoicing that he got pipped? He called his wife, said he got beat. He was first, and then.
Oops.
Yeah, see, that's how it happens. Never count those chickens before they're hatched. Jules Aquino, the man to beat in the influencer category.
Yes.
And also apparently an unofficial coach and trainer to the others.
I'm telling you.
I wonder if he's giving away good advice or if he's saying, alam mo, you need to keep the handbrake half up. That's my trick. I wonder if he's doing that. I
and
don't
go
think
fast.
Yeah. Alam mo, you have to leave the aircon on. Not many people will tell you this, but leave the aircon on. It's for added...
Oh, Lexi Mendiola is here?
Yeah, so she did make it in the top 3. So my guess was Lexi, Gino, and Jules. I'm just not sure who the 4th one is.
Yeah. I remember when I heard Julie saying about giving tips. I'm like, everything.
Yeah.
Maybe you share a little.
Everything.
Maybe like 20%, 30%, but don't give away your secrets.
They say there's 2 rules to training people when it comes to racing. First rule is don't teach them everything you know, and the second rule is
what? Don't say anything? Or be quiet?
It just goes back to rule number 1. You just don't say what the rule number 2 is, so that's something that you're not sharing. But yes, it's one of those things. But once you stop racing, like people like Roland Hermoso, I saw Robbie Hermoso here as well. He used to do a lot of rally stuff. The Hermoso brothers, they're no longer racing actively, so they're professional coaches now. They get probably as much pride, if not sometimes more, when their manok wins, when their driver wins. When you're a coach, you really live through osmosis, because it's a reflection of everything that you've been able to do for that person. So they're just as happy, sometimes even happier than these guys that are driving. So
it reflects them.
Of course, it's part of their pride and reputation too, as coaches.
Well, if you're not a coach, then.
Yeah.
Rule number 2?
It's very hard when you... Yeah. It's hard to be a racing coach while you're actively racing because, of course, siempre, you don't want to be beaten. But, yeah, you'd be surprised.
Well, it's all about fun now, but later on,
yeah. When push comes to shove, you got to leave a little in the bank for yourself, I would think. Oh, what happened there? What happened there?
Was he supposed to stop? Or,
yeah.
Or he stopped, but...
Or did he stop and go and we just missed that?
Did he stop and go? No, I think he...
Hard to say. Hard to say from here.
Yes, so that's Julius Aquino and Lexi Mendiola.
So now are the last 2, and that's it. That's the final one. These last 2 will battle it out. Well, it's not either for 3rd or 4th or 1st and 2nd. Basically, they're battling it out, and then we'll see who. Okay. Enzo and Aaron Villaflor. Okay, so let's check them out. Aaron and Enzo Pineda are going to be duking it out here for the 3rd and 4th or 1st and 2nd. We'll be getting you the results after the race. So right now we just have to see them knock each other out. But this is how our format is. It's an elimination process, a knockout process, so to speak. And they do them in groups of 2. And if you've just joined us, welcome to this live broadcast of the TGR, or the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. And we are now doing the last leg of the championship. Then this is the Autocross, the last race too. So it's all come down to this. We had an amazing race number 9, where we got our provisional champions for the Super Sporting and promotional class. And that was basically Giro Garbes winning in the promotional class again provisionally, and then in the sporting class, Inigo Anton provisionally the champion, and the overall provisional champion for the super sporting class, Estefano Rivera. An amazing weekend we've had of racing here. And out of that, what's very interesting to note is out of that we have 2 of them are from the Avengers Racing team, and only Giro Garbes is from the Toyota San Fernando team, who has provisionally won the championship there. That was in race number 9. Back to the action at the Autocross as we check out the last run for our influencers. This is it, folks. Gino versus Enzo in the last battle for supremacy as we will get our top 3 from this batch. It's all over for the media run. We don't have the official results yet, but their runs are over. Those are done and dusted, and we will be declaring or announcing a champion towards the end of the program. Alrighty. Oh, we got a little surprise visit from our race winner of race 9 from the promotional class, Troy Montero, in the house. Oop.
I actually asked him to not take off your suit because I want to take a photo with him and my outfit.
Oh yeah, of course.
What did they got?
I'm sure he'll put one back on for you, Aubrey. I'm sure. All right, so we are down to the last portion here. This is it.
Yes, so this is Aaron Villaflor. Wow.
Aaron Villaflor versus, I think, Enzo.
Oh, Enzo.
Enzo Pineda.
They're actually good friends.
So if I did think yeah, it's Enzo versus Aaron. So not Gino.
Wow.
It's not Gino that I was thinking it was Gino Killamore in the top 4, but it's Enzo versus Aaron in the finals of the influencers here. We had Lexi versus Jules in the first knockout portion of this, and now Enzo versus Aaron. And I think Aaron might have had well, that was not a very good run.
Well, this is going to be a good show for their fans.
Yep.
For sure.
That's it. This is it. I think they have one last run, or was that it already? And then we will go to the official scorecards or timekeepers to be able to declare the winner of this particular one. But celebrations are going to be abound tonight. There is so much to celebrate with 3 different classes being awarded provisional championships and also 2 classes in the autocross. So 5 separate champions are coming out this weekend.
There's going to be a lot of awardings.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty excited. And, you know, just knowing who's the final overall champion, first and second and third. You know, I just want to know the super sporting, and the promotional.
Absolutely, of course. I think we're going to find that out maybe not today, I'm not
today,
sure,
yes.
because we do have an official awarding night, but we'll give the stewards the time to do all that. But I don't really think there's much to investigate,
No.
at least from what we saw. Once again, we're not the authority on this, and we certainly do not have a say in it, but you know, from what we saw, it looked pretty above board. Everything looked pretty like there was no smooth and no incidents, but we don't have access to what the same things that the stewards have. Yes. So we don't have the same access that they have. They might have seen something we don't. This is why we're always cautious about announcing provisional results for everything that we do.
So this is, again, Enzo and Aaron for the last run and going for first, right?
This is it.
Third. Okay.
The
battle for the third.
Battle for third.
Battle.
Let's go for the battle of third place.
It's
Who
like-
will reign supreme? So one guy, just one, has to walk away with no podium spot. All others will walk away with a podium spot and a trophy and some kind of prize.
Oh, this is
Oh,
Lexi.
Lexi.
Okay, Enzo and Aaron was battling with second. Then this is the third, battling for third. So Lexi Mendiola and
It should be Jules, but Jules was, I was thinking battling for first, but then again, you know, anything can happen in racing. Perhaps that's what happened. Perhaps he's now battling for third with Lexi.
And this is...
I think that would be
Ooh,
Enzo.
That's
Okay,
Enzo.
all right.
Did
It's
you see
Enzo.
that moves? Look.
Yeah, I did. I did.
Ooh, that was a fun move. Oh my gosh.
This has all come down to this. I can just imagine the nerves and the tension as it all comes down to the final seconds. And that's it. After this,
That's it.
pencils down, papers forward, so to speak. That's close. That's really close. That's going to be hard to...
No cones yet? I'm not sure. I didn't see any.
No,
but
none that I saw either. None
good
that I
for
saw.
these two.
And so this looks like their final run here. Final run for autocross. And, you know, if you were tuned in earlier and you heard the interview of Inigo Anton, he spoke, I think, some very true words about the autocross. And he was talking about this being a great sort of base for you to learn how to race. And what it looks like to us on camera, may not be as exciting as watching a wheel-to-wheel race and how we saw Estefano Rivera and stuff, but you're picking up basics and fundamentals here that are super important in your racing career. So it's very important you get this right before you can move on.
Definitely, yes. Because with my experience, yes, I would say you have to take this class and you have to take this course. And it's also fun. You never want to miss this fun.
No. And yeah, try not to skip a step, because this will serve you well in later on in the pros, as you go down your career in racing or your journey through it, whether you take it as a career or just a little bit of fun. Learning this will certainly help you understand car control and, more importantly, driver control.
I'm actually proud with Lexi. Lexi is, I think this is her third or second autocross.
Yes,
second year.
And she's usually always ending up on the podium as well. She's always up there in the top part of it. So she's doing very, very well. Okay, so that's it.
Yeah, that's it? Wow.
That's the last we've got now. Unless those... Okay, so there is a final round after all that.
Final round, so it's against the media and the influencers, or still against media and influencers.
Well, the media only go against themselves and the influencers go against each other. So we have 2 separate championships for that, 2 separate categories. So we're just looking for the top one in each field. All right.
Ooh, here we go.
So apologies if we're not able to give you exactly blow by blow what's going on, because without the data, it's kind of impossible to. We'll just be making up stories, and we don't want to do that. So we're just at the last leg of this final autocross. We are going to be getting our final winners here for first, second, and third are going to be determined out of this, and then we will declare a champion as well.
And still, they'll be given 2 chances. Am I right? 2 chances.
Everyone gets 2 chances, 2 cracks at behind the wheel, and best time counts.
So who will go first? Let's see. Final round.
The final round, ladies and gentlemen. If we can get, do we have the names of these 2?
Yeah.
So Jules and Aaron are battling it out for the first spot and second spot. All right, so first and second up for grabs here. So it is, we were correct. The Jules was battling for first place, and Lexi was battling
third.
Enzo for third. Oh, what happened there?
Went first.
Bit of a jump start. All right.
Just do it.
Oh, maybe they have to face separate ways, maybe. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay. Switch.
It's the old switcheroo. Okay, again, the only indication that you could probably work on here, if you're following who's doing what, is they're going to start facing opposite directions, but within the same spot. So as you can see them on your screen right now, whoever gets into their box first at the end of this lap is a good indication of who won that particular run. It's not official, of course, but it's a good indication because they are designed to be equidistant from each other. So exactly the same distance, whether you're on the left or right side of the track.
I think by now they should memorize this course.
For sure.
Because they've been doing this in the morning, and even though it's just today, is that Aaron?
That's
Aaron.
That's not. That could be it. That could be the just the thing that cost the spot. But again, it could happen to Jules too, right?
Yeah. And this is the first run.
First run. So they still get a second run at this, but you can see Jules already. I think pulling up at the stop there because that really cost a lot. That particular.
I can imagine the pressure and thinking of I gotta do this, I gotta win this, I gotta beat him, I gotta beat her.
Yes.
Which is normal, you know. You should think like that than thinking I can't do this.
And I don't know if you noticed there, but if you see Jules, the way he turns during the 180 degree, the U-turn, is his head is all the way. He's really looking at where he needs to go. Yeah. That's something I think everyone should pick up on because sometimes I notice they're not looking through the corner, they're looking at the corner. And that's certainly an area where you can improve in your time and not hit anything.
And that also, your instructor will also tell you, look where you're going. So he probably really listening.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Aubrey, this is it. We are down to the last run of the day.
I hope Julius is not driving one hand. Just kidding.
I hope so too, but I also hope there was no jump start on either one there, because they look like they start. You see how he's? You see how he's? Yeah.
Looking.
He's got his eye. He's almost looking backwards because he's looking through where he needs to go. You can see his eyes because he's almost twisting his head around, and that's good.
Ooh, nice.
Oh. See, even just, you see, Aaron's, that's the second time we've noticed Aaron's done that. So he's kind of second guessing himself there in that corner. It's either he trusts himself to make that whole thing without braking, but once you break your momentum in the track this short, it's really hard to make up that time again.
Then now you
see,
careful
he can do it.
yes.
It's doable. You just have to have confidence that the turning circle is going to make it, but you can't go too fast too, because the faster you go, the wider your turning circle becomes. But see how that costs him a little time?
This is the moment that you think, what did I do there? I hope I'm okay. I hope I didn't hit a cone.
Yeah. And I hope
because that will make it worse, right? When you hit a cone and then you made that turn.
Did you see what I saw?
Yeah.
I was like, okay. would be quite ironic, right? You go through a whole day of racing, nothing happens, and you back into the guy.
And then someone smoked.
It looks like some
smoking in there.
Yeah. Looks like there's a bit of smoke there coming out. I'm not sure where that's coming from.
It's the, you know, it's probably just the driver forgetting how to step on the thing.
Or a heat haze.
Yes.
I'm not sure. Could be heat haze. Well, that's it. We will only be able to tell you once we get the results handed to us. But it looked to me like Julius might have gotten that. It looked to me like he got there first.
I can see his happiness right there. I can see his smile.
Yeah, he knows a little more than we do.
Yes, yes.
So that would mean second place there for Aaron, but let's wait till we get the official results. No point in jumping the gun, so to speak.
Hey, if this is your first autocross, being in a second and third, that's big.
Of course it is, but stranger things have happened. We saw Joaquin Garrido saying that his first time driving a car and much less racing a car and then getting on top spot as a podium. So this is really a series full of surprises and wonderful surprises too. So I wouldn't be surprised if, it was his first time and he won something.
I just want to congratulate, of course, the media class and the influencers. They all did good. Nothing major happened. Well, nothing really major, things happening here. Anyway, this celebration.
This whole day.
Yes, the whole thing. Okay, this celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible, of course, with Toyota Motor Philippines, partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in automotive industry in cooperation with Bridgetown. Petron XCS, the official fuel partner, yes, and supported by Moto. Other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Twazen Racing, and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing and Toyota Gazoo's Racing Academy.
And if you want to join in the conversation, pop on to facebook.com /Toyota Gazoo Racing PH. Well, you should be there if you're watching us. You should know that. And Instagram.com, maybe you're watching us there. Toyota Gazoo Racing PH. And also, if there's anything you want to share, join the conversation with the hashtag. That way it collates everything. Hashtag being flashed up right now, TGR Vios Cup 2021.
Yes, hashtag is very important.
Absolutely. Now we will be taking a short little break before we come back with the results of the autocross.
Yes, we were just playing music here.
Well, I just love the backing music. It matches the energy of the day. See, we had so much energy, you need backing music like that.
So now we're actually waiting for the results of our autocross champions.
Yes,
Wow.
that's right. We're just here on the cusp of our awarding for the Autocross Championship. So we have the top 3 media, top 3 influencers.
Yes.
But first, let's do a recap and announcement of the event highlights that happened today. It's like a same-day sort of same-day event, you know, like you do in the weddings.
This is my favorite.
But this one's for racing, so let's check it out.
Game plan for the last leg is just simply to drive our best.
Well, I'm looking forward to more action, more dicing on the track, and the racing.
But yeah, it will be all out since it's the last leg. So yeah, my game plan is to win.
Now that it's the last leg of Vios Cup, I'm personally feeling bittersweet. It's emotional and there's so much work to do and so much to look forward to.
What I'll miss the most about this year is racing against everyone and hanging out with these guys. Yeah.
Overall, Toyota Vios 2021, I'm so happy and excited to be here and got to race finally because I love motorsports talaga ever since.
I will miss everyone, you know. They used to call this Wakudoki and now it's TGR, Gazoo Racing. The vibe with my peers, with our crew, with friends, the staff, and you guys. Of course, I'll miss this again and I hope I can come back again next year to do this at magsama-sama tayong lahat. I describe Vios Cup, it's family. It's fun. Fun with family, always. You don't miss that.
Vios Cup is Wakudoki.
Vios Cup is awesome.
Unreal! Adrenaline rush.
Vios Cup is breathtaking. Intense.
The Vios Cup is about making champions.
Vios Cup is fantastic!
Vios Cup is mahirap.
Vios Cup is lit! Stressful.
Everyone loves still the dirt of the people, the vagrants we avoid. But drifters like me, beholding a dream, live for more than just pain, for a wandering soul.
Wow.
Wow. Well
Kind of
done,
emotional, isn't it?
Equinox Manila. Wow. You didn't cry, right?
You know, I mean, because it's the video was so well done, but it's also just recapping just what a season it's been. So it just conjures up all those emotions because we've just been through so much throughout the season. So to see it like that in a very condensed video, yeah, very emotional.
I know. When I heard that they were saying, Vios Cup is what? For me, Vios Cup is sanity. It's for our mental health. Diba? After everything, this is it. Parang for us, it's like, wow, we're alive again.
You know, for me, Vios Cup is about creating moments that, you know, you can't create them anywhere else. You need to put together the perfect set of situation for these moments to happen naturally, and that's why you can't replace them. You know, winning feeling, stuff like that, being around this environment, I'll never forget it because it's contagious. You know, you don't have to be racing to experience it. I haven't raced in many years, in 7 or 8 years, and yet I feel that energy from people when they win. It's like I was there as well. You just can't help but be affected by it. So,
It's almost like they gave us another fun life, you know, after, diba? It was a nice video.
absolutely.
It was
And
one of the best for me, you know.
Absolutely,
Yeah, one of
and
the
you
best
know, I
video.
heard also sayings there, Vios Cup is like family. It's
Yeah.
family and fun with family. But you know what, let's get a bit more of that action and a bit more of that winning environment. Let's cross over right now and check out what's happening with Jut. Jut, I'm sure we're going to be awarding our autocross now.
Yep, James, so we're about to take the final turn in the TGR Vios Cup 2021, the entire season. Leading up to this, as we award our last set of winners before we go to the autocross winners, it's time that we award our special awards. Let's first call on our Brembo Fastest Lap Award for autocross in the Celebrity and Influencer class. With a time of 1 minute and 0.54 of a second, the award goes to Enzo Pineda. So congratulations to Enzo on winning the Brembo Fastest Lap Award. And of course, we're going to be giving the same award in the media class. For our media class, the Brembo Fastest Lap Award goes to, with a time of, check this, James and Aubrey, 57.06 seconds, Jose Altoveros. All right, congratulations to the winners of our Brembo Fastest Lap Awards. Now it's time to name the winners for this leg in autocross, starting with the media class. Our third place for the media class in autocross is Paula de Borja. Taking second place, Enzo de los Reyes. Woohoo! And our champion, he already won an award earlier, fastest lap and the champ, Jose Altoveros. Once again, congratulations to the winners for the media class in autocross. Congratulations, you guys. Such an amazing job, and we really gotta tip our hats off to everyone who participated in the autocross, especially, there are vets like James and Aubrey have been talking about when they were going on the track, but also the guys who just tried it out for the first time this year. They were very, very impressive. We saw just an incredible performance from all our racers in autocross, and we know that there's one more class that we are gonna award winners in, but again, just an amazing job, especially with how tricky and technical the track was for this third and final leg. Man, if you saw them in their first practice, everyone was just really trying to get a know-how and grip of how to go about it. But one day later, there they were, just setting personal bests in attacking that track. And at this point now, James and Aubrey and everyone watching, thank you once again for keeping it with us. We are now ready to give out and name the top 3 for autocross in our celebrity and influencer class. We start with our third placer. Give it up for Lexi Mendiola. Taking second place in autocross for celebrities and influencers, Aaron Villaflor. And the champion of force in this class, in this division, give it up for Jules Aquino. One more time for your winners in autocross for the celebrity and influencers class. Lexi, Aaron, and Jules, congratulations to all of you. Those are our winners, James and Aubrey.
Wow! Do you see that?
Yes,
Lexi.
congratulations. Yes, I'm actually so proud of her.
I mean, you know what? We're not proud of Jules and Aaron as well, but great job, guys. But come on, Lexi, girl power there in the influencer category. And Jose Altaveras still doing it again. Oh, man, that guy has a perfect record so far with the autocross, the media autocross. He's won every single one. Pretty crazy stuff. Congratulations also to Enzo de los Reyes, second place. That's a pretty great start, Enzo. I'm sure your dad will probably be proud, but he's probably going to say you got to do first next time. But
Actually,
still.
somebody actually messaged me. They were watching. They said he's also plantito.
He is. I was about to tell you that if we were going to get a chance to speak. I got my first batch of plants from that guy because he started his little plant business as well. And so, yeah, you got a lot in common if you ever
Very
talk.
nice. And also, I'm actually happy about the fastest lap. They have this. Did they have this award last time? They don't have this. They didn't
Well,
have this.
we've had special awards before, fastest lap, the slingshot, etc. So, yeah, we've had it, but...
For the autocross, this Enzo Pineda for the influencers and Jose Altaveras for the media class. Wow.
All right, well, let's do a recap and announcement of the final circuit winners for you all so you can all just see what happened today. Let's check it out. So there you have it in the promotional class. Third is Troy Montero. This is race 1. This is yesterday.
This is
So,
yesterday.
but it's part of the same leg, the final leg. So Jason Lau in second place and Giro Garbes in first. That was yesterday's race 1. In the sporting class,
From the race 1-2, this was yesterday. So third place is Daryl Garbes. Second place is Inigo Anton. First place is Jacob Ang.
and then we move into the super sporting class. Also happened yesterday in race number 1. It was Red Diwa in third place, Estefano Rivera in second place and Tito Poland Dumlao in first place.
I like the Tito touch.
Yeah, well, you know, I gotta claim who I can right now.
It's pretty cool. I like the Tito. Okay, so race 2, that was in the morning. Today, am I right?
Yes,
The
I
morn-
was
okay.
this morning.
So third place, I would like to say this name, Troy Montero. There's an appeal to me. And then second place, I'm just kidding. Giro Garbes for second place, and first place is Jason Lau.
And then we'll move on to the sporting class, where it was Inigo Anton in third place, Joaquin Garrido in second, and Jacob Ang with a great drive to first place.
And of course, a super sporting. Third place is Red Diwa. Second place is Stefano Rivera. And of course, the first place is Poland Dumlao.
Back-to-back wins for Poland. He almost got the championship, but as we moved on into race number 3 in the promotional class, things changed up a little bit. We had Giro Garbs in third place, Alain Alzona in second place, and guess who was first?
I don't know Troy Montero.
All right, Troy Montero.
Troy
there you
Montero.
go.
Yes. And of course, the sporting class, we have third place Jacob Ang, second place Inigo Anton, and first place Joaquin Garrido.
But that was enough for Inigo to seal the championship.
Yeah.
So that was a great drive from Inigo, but congratulations to Joaquin as well for first place. And then we move on to the super sporting class. Brian Ko in third, Gerard Loy in second, and our champion, provisional again, but still, Estefano Rivera with a first place drive for the books.
That's actually a nice name, Stefano Rivera.
Yeah, it's a great stage name. It
Yes.
sounds like a stage name.
It's like an actor or...
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like if you said Stefano, that's already good enough. But Estefano,
Stefano Rivera.
it just
Rivera.
adds a little touch. I like it. I like it a lot.
I want some pasta.
So that was pretty much
Congratulations.
our recap for the final circuit winners for this weekend. This is the final leg, of course, and we've already declared some provisional champions. We just shared that with you, Inigo, and also Stefano and Giro Garbs as well in promotional class. We also got, I'm relying on memory now, Jose Altaveros
Yes.
and Julius Aquino in media
Yes,
and
from the
influencer.
media, yes, we want to congratulate Paulo Deborah third, Enzo de los Reyes second, and Jose Altaveras for the first. And the influencers, our third is Lexi Mendiola, second place is Aaron Villaflor, and first Julius Aquino.
So can you imagine, we entered this weekend, it was all to play for, and we walked out with 5 different champions in just one day. 5 different champions emerged from today. In fact, 5 of them emerged on the final race.
My God.
Really close.
I want to see them later and talk about everything. For sure, it's going to be non-stop talking about what happened today.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it's going to be for a while now. People are going to be talking about this for a long, long time to come.
And this, I cannot believe this is the final and we are done. But actually, we are not done with the awarding because we still have that really final awarding for the championship.
Yes, but that won't necessarily be today. So
not
this
today.
is a special awarding that we have once everything is signed off. Of course, these are official results. This is an FIA-sanctioned race. So, of course, everything has to be above board. These things take time, and we will have an official awarding night to make sure that we recognize our champions after all the hard work and dedication that they put towards the TGR Vios Cup 2021.
And of course, I want to congratulate all the teams and the 4th, the 5th place, all the drivers who joined for this year's seasons of Toyota Vios race. Gazoo
Absolutely.
Racing, right?
Yes, we have to thank, of course, Toyota Motor Philippines for putting this all together. This is a staunch commitment they've had for since the last 7 years or so, or maybe 8 years if we go back to 2013. And they've remained committed to this. And this is just why it's become what it is today, because of that commitment.
And of course, the support that we get from our sponsors, it's almost like the family. It's our family now.
Absolutely.
Yes.
They are equally moving parts in a very finely tuned machine, I like to think, because each one has a role, and without one, we just don't operate as efficiently as we should be, because everyone is handpicked to be a technical sponsor so that they can provide something towards the TGR Vios Cup 2021, and each brings unique value into this series.
And we'll probably be announcing, or we'll post on our social media or on Facebook who will be the champion. I'm pretty excited. Sorry, I keep talking about it because I want to know.
Of course.
Oh, right? And then we'll be announcing it, and we'll
for sure they'll post it in their Facebook account, Instagram account.
You can always follow the Toyota Motor Philippines pages either on Facebook or Instagram to get the latest in all of their events, including the latest announcement for the winners. In case you're waiting for that, you might even get ahead of us if you follow the page. They're
Yes.
very, very fast when they, well, it's going to come from them officially. So if you're tuned into that and you like the page, surely you'll probably get that information way before anybody else.
Talking about liking the page, my mom is actually watching with my daughter.
Aw.
She's like, hey, I watched you guys. I'm watching you. Troy won. I'm like, yep. So I just want to say hi to her. Thank you for watching Rocket. Yes, the name of your dog is Rocket.
I was going to say, yeah, I did notice that in your stories, but yeah, that's a cute name. Super cute name.
Cute name, right? Yeah.
Oh,
like-
absolutely.
So I just want to say hi. Thank you. We'll see you
Hi,
in
Rocket.
a bit. Thank you for watching, guys. And don't forget to hashtag, of course, our sponsors and, of course, OMP. And we have Brembo. We have AVT.
Rota,
Yeah, you're
Petron,
reading it,
Bridgestone.
Denzel, yes.
You can read them on the top on my shirt over
Yes.
here. You know, we. Okay, so. All right.
Yes.
Sorry about that. We are just getting feedback in here, but we will be coming back shortly with the official results from race number 9. So stick with us. We'll be back after this short break. right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. We are on the finish line. We got our own little checkered flag that we have to reach right now. So let's quickly recap the results of race 7 and race 8. These are the official results. And for race number 9, we'll be publishing that on the Facebook page. So
this is the official result from promotional class. Third place is Troy Montero. Second place is Jason Lau. First place is Giro Garbes.
And in the sporting class, it is Daryl Garbes in third place and Inigo Anton in second, with Jacob Ang taking the first spot.
And of course, our super sporting class, third place is Red Diwa. Second place is Stefano Rivera. First place is Poland Dumlao.
All right, and race number 2, otherwise known as race 8, if you're looking at the whole season, is Troy Montero in third place, Giro Garbes in second, and Jason Lau in first place.
And of course, a sporting class, third place Inigo Anton. Second place, Joaquin Garrido, and first place is Jacob Ang.
And in the super sporting class, it was back-to-back wins for Poland Dumlao and Estefano Rivera in second place, and Red Diwa in third place. That brings us to the official results for race 7 and race 8. For race 9, we will be publishing that on the official Facebook pages of Toyota Motor Philippines, both on Instagram and on Facebook. So keep tuned in for that. As we always say, we wait for the results to be official, so that's where you'll find out that announcement.
Yes, congratulations again to the winners. And thank you for giving us a mega race today and our final race.
Absolutely. So to all of the racers out there who raced their hearts out, not just today, but for the entire season, all the mechanics, all the coaches, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. You guys have provided an exceptional season to remember. Excuse me. We'd like to also thank, on top of that, everybody that makes this possible. We've talked about our sponsors, of course, that have made all of this possible, from Bridgestone to Petron to Motul to all of them, Toyota Motor Philippines, Toyota Gazoo Racing. But there's a lot of people behind the scenes that don't get the thank you that they deserve, just like our production team. Woo! We also have a lot of security team over here, a lot of security members that are securing the track. We've got marshals out there, we've got stewards, we've got everybody that makes this machine run smoothly. Thank you, all of you guys.
Thank you very much, guys. I love you guys. I'm gonna miss you. I hope to see you guys in the next season.
And last thing I'd like to thank is Aubrey Miles, my co-host. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And of course, we would like to say thank you to Jot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. You know, it was such a blast, you know, for this entire day. And I'd like to thank Toyota Motor Philippines and Boom for giving me a chance to do this with you, James and Aubrey.
You're welcome, Jot. It was a pleasure having you. You were really, truly sulit today. No pun intended. All right, guys, thank you very much for joining us. And tune in again as we bring you all the excitement trackside next year for the 2022 TGR, Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup. Till then, my name's James Deacon.
I'm Aubrey Miles.
Drive safely, everybody. Woo!
Thanks, Jot. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.